He one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1-2. Oh, Doki, what a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
And now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not receiver with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He's got a huge sling. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to the Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers. It has been a while since I've been here, and I can confirm that I am absolutely cooking. If you are watching in the UK right now, you know that there'll be sweat dripping down your forehead, but we're going to get you through it. We've got some serious red-hot entertainment that even made me cringe coming your way this evening. I'm kicking things off on our virtual analyst desk with Novi and Gibson, who join me right now. I'm really excited about this because, Novi, we've worked together many times in the past, but for the very first time, Gibson, here on the Northern Premier League, me and you were together, and the last time I saw you was in Charlotte at the Major. How have you been since then?
Been good. Absolutely loved every minute of it. It was, man, what an experience it was, wasn't it? It was so cool to get people back in a LAN environment.
Yeah, and for someone like yourself who's been, so heavily immersed in this game ever since it came out, and you've played it so much, and now you've evolved into the point where you're making your NPL debut, to see yourself and everybody else who's part of the Siege community in an event of that magnitude must have been pretty special, right?
Oh, it definitely was. Seeing people that you look up to and respect for a long time, people like, yourself, Ace, Dez, all the guys that came in through the UKIN scene. Oh, it was so much fun. And honestly, I'm looking forward to Berlin again because that's just around the corner.
Absolutely. And it is a pleasure to have you on the desk. Novi, how's life? And how have you been enjoying the NPL since I last saw you?
I've been enjoying it lots. I just want to chime in on how much, I, of course, enjoyed the Charlotte Major. I was definitely there. Definitely managed to get tickets to Berlin and definitely got a jersey from some esports org. So
that's some sarcasm here.
It's definitely not like I've been left out in a lot of these things, So there's a bit of animosity between Gibson and I. No, I'm kidding. It's been great. I think the NPL has proved exactly how good the talent here is in the region. We had a lot of criticisms towards EUL lately, and I know Jerry as well has gone, just look at what's happening in our national leagues. Just look at the talent on display. We saw it on the weekend. These teams are on another level. They are so hungry for it. And since getting this mix of young blood and an experienced players coming together, we have seen these teams just catapult to a whole new level.
Yeah, things are looking good in EU. But for now, let's take a look back at our previous Playday results. Let's take a look here. Playday 16. I can't believe we're 16 in already. And talk us through some of the results here, Gibson.
So honestly, the result that stands out the most to me is probably the 10-star Victus one, because Victus played with a sub. They had their coach playing, and they took 5 rounds off of 10-star. And that was a really big game in that race for second spot as well, because basically any result for 10-star tomorrow puts them in a great position. Heroic bounced back from their defeat the previous night as well. So they'd be the 2 big ones to keep an eye on. And then Ambush, it was just so nice to see them finally steady the ship as well, because Ian, since you went away, Ambush went on a bit of a bad run. So now that you're back, things looking like they're going to start improving for them again.
Yeah, there was a lot of high expectation on those guys, and it's time to really start getting the cogs turning again, don't you think, Novi?
Yeah, they've got to start setting their eyes forward on what's coming next. For a couple of these teams, they're going to be having their eyes firmly on today and next. But Ambush is one of those teams where I'm pretty sure, they've locked in their spot for the playoffs. Where they'll end up, I don't know. It might switch around, but they've been on this dip, and a lot of what the Nords on the talent desk have been saying, Snarl and Ubros, they've both been saying Ambush have only been playing a very, very small pool. There is other maps that they are quite reasonably confident that Ambush will like to play, and maybe it's a case of them going, okay, we're just going to work on stuff and focus all our attention ahead. Let's not worry about the group stage games at the moment.
All right, Riddle versus MNM Academy was a nice little win for MNM, and I've been very impressed with these guys.
Yeah,
I'll come to you, Gibbo. I should have thrown your name in there. Sorry, Gibson.
It's okay. Look, I talk enough. I understand why you didn't go straight to me. But no, honestly, M&M are a team. They started the season very well, and then they had that little lull. And now when push came to shove, when we get properly into the stage where they need the points, they got that big win last week. Now, they've got a very difficult game ahead of them tonight, so whether or not they can get that one that'll continue to put pressure on Coalesce, we'll just have to wait and see. But hey, if you're going to start winning, Ian, the last couple of Playdays is a good place to start.
Absolutely, and Heroic versus Viperio 86 Novi. This is always one we look forward to seeing. And the cream rose to the top once again here.
Yeah, this was a very, very exciting game. This was such a good one to watch. I seem to remember, I think it was me and Uberos casting this one. I might be incorrect on that one, but it was a lot of fun. We saw Heroic back on form, but also Viperio 86 bringing the heat, like going toe-to-toe with them and really pushing them as far as possible. It was just amazing stuff.
10-star with a cheeky 7-5 over Victus. Another entertaining best of one here as well, Gibson.
Oh, it was definitely a really good game to see. Two of the biggest teams that came up through UCAN. Two teams that, of course, played each other in the UCAN 2 final last year. Obviously, Victus were under a different name at that point, but to see what they have done, oh man, great game, and I cannot wait to see what Victus can do later on tonight.
Well, here are the standings, and there's still stuff up for grabs, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. We're going to lay it all out for you in regards to what is on the line. But at this stage, in the final week of the group stages, is this what you expected the standings to look like, Novi?
If you had said right at the start, I would have said yes. If you had asked me at the midway point, I would have definitely said no. Ambush falling from second before the break we had, and then falling all the way down to fifth is a huge surprise. 10-star looked good, but shaky, and now they've risen all the way to the top. It is just a little bit like all over the place. That middle pack is pretty much where we'd expect them to be, but not necessarily in the same place as we thought back when we were starting the season.
What do you think, Gibson? As a man making his MPL debut at such a crucial point of the season, what do you make of the standings?
Honestly, the biggest surprise for me is probably Victus, and I say this in the best possible way. They surprised me so much coming into the season. You can say a lot about how good 10-star have been, Viperio, Heroic, but to see Victus come in after losing that the disappointment of losing that final in UCAN 2, to actually see both of those UCAN 2 finalists sitting in second and third place in MPL going into the second last Playday, it just goes to show how strong grassroots Siege is in the UK and Ireland environment right now. And I really want to see those two sides battle out, because I have a feeling that, I'm just going to say it now, we could be looking at the top four or the top second to fourth in that little list could all potentially be playing in CL very soon.
Yeah, it's exciting. And do you know what, Gibson? You can come back whenever you want. The way you hype up our teams gets me hyped up. So I'm loving that. Right, let's have a look at the possibilities of the final two play days here of the MPL. We've got it all laid out for you on a plate. But at the same time, Novi, let's talk through each individual team that we see on screen here, starting with 10-star.
Yeah, 10-star just needs to pick up a point from somewhere, and they are solidified. They are absolutely Gucci at the end of the day. Their final game is into Sissi State Punks, which is a team who are currently, I believe, in the second from last, I believe, if that's correct. So they're quite a way down. This is definitely a Dave vs. Goliath, but Sissi State Punks could maybe provide us with a bit of excitement, cause an upset. And then you've got Victus. They have this huge sort of I don't even know how to play it. They've got to win by a certain amount of rounds. 6 rounds versus Heroic, and then Tenstar need to lose by a certain amount, and then Viperio also needs to lose one of the final games. Like, there's all these like conditions that need to be met, but it all kind of hinges, Ian, on that top one. It hinges on whether Tenstar win or not. If they win, it does. The rest of it genuinely just doesn't matter, even with the games remaining.
I mean, that being said, I do love the fact that we're going into this final week here, Gibson, with the fact that, you know, there's some moving pieces. This is exactly what you want in any form of a league. You want to go into the climax of it all thinking, oh, what could happen here?
Definitely. There's 2 Playdays left, and there's still 5 teams with a chance of direct qualification through to either just the knockouts or even the finals directly. I am so pumped by this. And if you're Victus right now, you just got to think back to what Jim Carrey once said. He goes, "So you're saying there's a chance?" There's still yes, a lot of things have to fall their way, but there's a chance. Viperio, on the other hand, they just had a massive week. They qualified for CL, and by all intents and purposes, by winning over those open quals at the weekend. So, are they necessarily going to be as desperate to win tonight? Yeah, there's pride points up for grabs, but for them, the objective was CL, whether it was through MPL, whether it was through quals. They've achieved that now. Now they can just have fun, maybe save some stuff over the next few days.
All right, now let's move on to the race for playoffs. Still up for grabs, especially for these 2 teams, MNM Gaming and Coalesce, currently 6th and 7th in the table. Novi, a lot of pressure on both sides here.
Huge amount of pressure. Like the previous teams, they're playing for that direct seat into the finals. The playoffs is where you decide the rest of the teams who will be joining those other 2, and it is the final chance for both these teams. But there's a lot in it. Both have 2 games remaining, as you can see. M&M have that slight advantage going in. However, M&M's lineup for the games that they've got to play, look, regulation win versus Viperio 86 or Heroic. Those are 2 very stacked rosters, very stacked teams, incredibly difficult to do. But Coalesce, the pressure's on them, because even if M&M lose both their games, even if they somehow like bottle it or don't put up any fight, they lose 14-0 across the both games. Coalesce still needs to win. They still need to perform in their own games. Both these teams are their own worst enemies at this point. They can decide whether they go forward or whether they pack it and head out and don't make playoffs.
Gibson, do you think that if you're playing for Coalesce, you take that statistic into consideration while you're playing, or do you just get stuck in and do whatever you can and just try and win? Or do you take that into consideration? Those 4 points are absolutely vital.
They're going to draw a big X through that 4, and they're going to write a 6 on it. That's what they want. The goal is to win both of these games. They're playing SSP, who are below them in the table, and they're playing Riddle, who are last. That is a great couple of fixtures to have. And when you look at the fact that M&M, they got to play Viperio 86, a CL team, and Heroic, an EUL team, well, surely you got to say that everything is looking good for Coalesce. But I will add this in. As a player, as a coach, in any sport whatsoever, to go into the last 2 Playdays and know the qualification is in your hands. You don't have to worry about Coalesce at all. You know you win 1 out of 2 games and you're through to the playoffs. Well, is that not what every single player dreams of?
That's it. Absolutely. Let's move on then and discuss today's schedule, because we've got lots of action coming your way. As per usual, 4 best of ones coming up. Riddle versus Ambush to kick things off. Ambush looking to continue to bounce back from what has been a bit of a sloppy form for them recently. And from there, it just gets better and better as we go along, Novi.
Yep, we got Victus versus Heroic. Victus has that outside 1 in a million chance of making it to the finals, but as Gibson said, there is a chance. And Heroic have shown that they are mortal. Gods do well bleed. Coalesce versus Sissi State Punks. This, of course, is super hype matchup. Coalesce has to win. Sissi State Punks as well. They could prove upsets. They have shown a little bit of a better form. And of course, in that matchup, the whole battle between Coalesce and M&M, every round counts. So eyes on that 3rd game especially. And then Viperio 86 versus MNM Academy. That is where we could sink those final slots in right there and then. If M&M win, they are through. They will make playoffs. But if they lose, well, it's all everything is in the balance for tomorrow, which will be very, very exciting.
Gibson, you mentioned it already, but do you want to talk about Viperio in CL?
Yeah, look, it's a phenomenal achievement for them again. They made they made a change to the roster compared to the team that competed last time around. And the fact that you've got CL in the bag before your national league is even over and done with, well, then they're happy. They can leave. They can really forget about showing things. They can play basic maps. They can play whatever map they want, whatever way they like. They don't have to worry about winning tonight or tomorrow. Great position to be in. But at the same time, Ian, they're competitors. And if you tell a competitor, oh yeah, take it easy, they're going to be, no, we want to win. Same as Heroic. Yes, they could be preparing for UL, but they're an NPL and they want to win.
Yeah, Novi, I don't for a second see this Viperio 86 team taking their foot off the gas here at all.
Not at all. Gibson made a comment of, they could potentially look to hide strats. If anything, they could do the complete inverse and go, well, technically we've already got the spot, so we can kind of experiment with this and try some really wacky things. It's very rare where you can use officials as amazing practice because so much is on the line. I would love it if we see Viperio 86 really do something a bit different, try and practice themselves and push themselves to be better. What better environment than some of the best teams in this region? And this is the perfect opportunity for them.
All right, some big possibilities in these final 2 days here of the group stages. Some big best of ones coming up and some big players to look out for, as we always do here in the pre-show. Let's take a look at some top fives, starting with overall season top 5 KD ratio. Seeing as it's your debut here, I'm going to come to you first, Gibson, to talk us through some of these players and why we should be looking out for them.
Well, absolutely no surprise whatsoever to see Gorgona and Benja at the top with 1.63 and 1.54. Heroic have really kind of underlined the fact that they're the best team in Europe right now with how they did in EUL, the fact that they were at the major, and those two players are key to everything they do. Next, we move on to Jegs, who to me last season in UKIN 2 was one of the outstanding performers. He's absolutely incredible at everything he does. He's being molded by Kenny, who is probably one of the best coaches in Europe as well. And I would say expect big things from him. Then you look at Victus. UPOR has only played 6 games. But you have to remember who he's replacing. He was replacing Flexi, who had a very high KD, a very high cost as well. So UPOR has come in, picked up that mantle, and ran with it. 1.52 KD over 6 games. You got to be happy with that. And then you got the man Oscar, probably one of the most consistent performances across the whole season long. 1.5 KD, a man of a few words and many frags.
Oh, I love that. Let's now move on to cost. And I'm going to let you take the reins here, Novi.
Yeah, once again, Jegs is on there. And I just want to highlight just how good of a season Jegs has had, because 10 Star's been on their dominant, complete, unstoppable run since the player break that we had. But beforehand, that wasn't the same story. 10 Star had some quite tough losses. They had some very close plays. Jegs was still in the top 5 in pretty much every single metric while they was inconsistent. That just shows how good he is, and once they take off, he is still up there. But of course, the 2 new players in the teams, Anuxo and Yonka, those 2 are also delivering, and that just speaks volumes. But there is a little asterisk because they've only played 8 games, and those 8 games have been wins. Upor, same thing again. Victus showing good form and is performing very well, but the fact that Gorgona and Jegs are still there despite everything is just amazing.
All right, now let's move on to opening KD. And I know we're going to see some familiar faces here once again, and I'm coming back to you, Gibson.
Yep, so you're going to see, no surprise whatsoever, to see Benja, Jegs, and Oscar there once again. When you have a high KD, you're going to have a pretty good opening KD as well. We're seeing Azur step on in, so it's pretty much a bit of a 10-star show with 2 out of the 5 being from that roster. And then Astro from 86. Yes, he wasn't in there in the top KDs of the game. He wasn't in there for the top costs. But he is another phenomenal player for his side. And when you send him into a building first, more times than not, he's going to give you that opening.
All right, well, plenty to look out for from all of the players you've seen on your screen over the last few slides. And another thing to look out for are our predictions, because these get spicy every single time. And look, I've only made 47 predictions, so you can't give me too much heat. However, I'm looking at Gibson right now. He's only made 8 predictions, and he's had 6 correct. So you are looking pretty good, Gibbo. And as you can see, I just copied you tonight because I wanted to follow on your form.
You're going for the luck of the Irish, are you? You're hoping that something goes right. I'm going to talk about the one that maybe stands out the most for you and I, and it's the MNM call. And the reason being, Viperio, they just had a really long weekend all the way through to the final, playing in heat. Let's be real, the conditions in the UK and Ireland over the weekend were really not the best for sitting in a room gaming. And the fact they've qualified for CL, and the fact that this game means absolutely everything to MNM, I have gone for them in that game. Elsewhere, you kind of look, Ambush, everyone's thinking that that's going to be the winning game in game number 1. And something similar in game number 2. I just think Victus with their full roster back, Heroic with the focus being on EUL. I think Victus could pull that one out of the bag as well.
Novi, do you want to tell us why we're wrong about that final match there, 86 versus MNM? Because I'm leaning with Gibson here in the sense that, there's going to be a little bit of fatigue when it comes to the side of 86. I know we said that we don't see them taking the foot off the gas, but this is once again another big opportunity for a team like MNM to make a statement here.
But then you've also got to compare what sort of happened last weekend, because MNM Academy were also playing. Yes, they didn't make it as far, but they still had the hot weekend. I can't remember what round. I think they got into top 16, maybe top 32. So they certainly picked up some points. So they were still playing. They haven't had, sitting back on the weekend, sunbathing in the glorious English or UK or wherever you're from sun. They've also been playing at an 86. I just don't see it. They just took down Wild. Like, this team is on incredible form. I don't see how a couple of days break from playing, or even 1 day break, is going to have changed that. Even getting a CL spot, I don't think is going to change that. This team, they want to win. They are winners. They are going to go into today expecting to win.
Gibson, you better be right, because I want to climb these rankings on this prediction table. Do you know what? I'm going to invite chat to get involved in something just quickly before we go to a break. And Novi, Gibson, do you have your phones nearby you right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's all do a temperature check. I want to do a temperature check, and then later on, chat, I'm gonna have a look through. When we come back from the break, I'm going to take a look at some of your temperatures that you're rocking at the minute, because here in London right now, I am sitting in 31 degrees. Can you see the shine on my forehead, Gibson?
I can. I definitely can.
You can't see it because of the camera. All right, hold on. I can zoom.
Where are you?
23 degrees.
Novi, where are you? Where are
Manchester.
you? Manchester. Okay. Manchester's, you never really get the same sort of levels of heat as we do down here, but
it's lovely. I mean, we did have 30 yesterday. We hit 30 yesterday. It just cooled down nicely. So,
Gibson, tell us where in the world you are, and I want to know your temperature right now.
I'm in rural Ireland, and all you need to know about my temperature is just look at the white line. Do you see?
His arm looks like a squashy.
That's all you need to know about how hot it is in Ireland right now.
It looks like a squashy.
Gibson's rocking a t-shirt tan. All right, so here's what's going to happen, chat. You keep your temperatures coming in, and when we come back, Gibson's going to take his top off, because we're going to see it all. Ooh. I want to see. It's going to look like he's wearing a white t-shirt. That's what I think is going to happen. What do you think, Gibson? No?
Oh, I think there's a lot of things that people would love to see, but me without my top off, Jackie can +1 this, or producer. It's definitely not something you want to see.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Let's get serious, though. We are going to go to a break, and then when we come back, like we keep saying, is the final 2 play days of the group stages of NPL. So much to play for. It's going to be a lot of fun here tonight, so thank you so much for joining us. When we come back, we'll be getting stuck into all of the chat and then throwing you into Riddle versus Ambush. Do not go anywhere.
My name is Nick. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the fragger for the team.
My name is Kylius. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the hard support for the team.
Coalesce has actually got the warden activated here inside of the tunnel. He's got the shotgun at close range. He's going to pick himself up too.
I at least joined 2 years ago, and through the seasons we kind of switched players based on what we needed. We played with Nick in the same team in like 2018 or something.
Decision from Ambush to buy me out from KVM came actually kind of fast, and like that's my way kind of getting into the team. I knew about them before, and I know it's a strong roster, but I saw that they need fragging power as well, so the fit was kind of perfect. Communicating in Finnish is much easier, obviously, because it's like the main language we all speak, so like making calls and all this is so much easier, and it obviously helps the gameplay as well.
I feel the same. I used to play in an English roster as well, and I feel like you can do much more broader calls and faster. I think Nick can agree that we were really happy and surprised about the results that we had in first split. We knew that we were strong, we had practiced so much, so we had the hope and know how to go through these situations, but seeing the results in the end of the split, we were really happy.
For myself, I kind of like to put the expectations to be the best. Being on the second place after the split one was obviously like really good. Facing Heroic it's a best EUL team. I feel like we can be happy about being like under Heroic as well on the leaderboard. Everything is paying off, and I think it's really good for the team to see as well that like what we do is actually working. So yeah, it's a good thing to see, and big relief.
If you can keep that second spot, it's so valuable in the playoffs. So we definitely want to keep it.
That's the focus, that's the goal, and I think that's where we are just focusing on now.
in, and Slaughter just picks them apart.
Try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last two.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs. What?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers, alongside Novi and Gibson on the desk. Guys, did you catch that? I just saw a little something, a little promo there, just before we came back in. Did you catch that, Novi? Did you see? Did you see something?
It's I-69.
It is I-69. Yes. I-69. Insomnia 69 is soon, Gibson. NEC in Birmingham, 27th and 28th of August, and we are going to be there. Rainbow Six is going to be at I-69, £5,000 prize pool. How exciting is that?
Man, it's mental. That's like 10 million euro, and you know it'll probably be the price of that. That'll probably just about cover the flight, carrying the old computer over with me too from this part of the world. But what an opportunity that is to bring your own computer, play in a LAN environment, and not many people get to do that.
It's pretty wild, isn't it? So if you are going, enjoy yourselves, and I'm sure that we will be talking about that a lot more over the coming weeks. But for now, let's talk about Riddle versus Ambush. All right, this is our first game of the night. I'm excited for it. Let's start off by taking a look at this Riddle roster, shall we? Riddle currently are sitting 9th in the table. They are not looking pretty. They've only got the 1 point, and this is a real opportunity this week to sort of get some credibility back, Novi.
Oh, yeah. This team, they've had a couple of changes. 2 players being swapped out for 2 new players who are, if people will cast their minds back to Yukin 2, players who competed within that league on the new team. Reich and Vabs, this dynamic duo, they've been making waves within the university scene here in the UK, and made waves in Yukin 2 as well. Reich was especially a bright spark, and he has been since coming up, same as Vabs. It's the rest of the team that we're looking for that performance. Riddle have shown occasionally on a few rounds here and there flashes of brilliance. It is just about consistency, and they're running out of time to do so because they're in that last place spot. So now it's all about practice. Now it's all about demonstrating what you can do. I would love to see Riddle get that first win. I'd love to see them put some points on the board, and just to sort of, play not gatekeeper at this point. It's not going to influence anything really in the scoreline, but actually show us what they're capable of, because I know that they can play that well.
Gibson, I think it's a sentiment that we're all sort of on board with right here. We all want to see Riddle get this win. We all want to see them show what they can do, because like Novi said there, they have shown little flashes. They have shown sparks of excitement for us watching that they could potentially pull something off. It just hasn't really come to fruition.
Yeah, they do a lot of good things. I think the problem is usually 1 or 2 players have a good round and the rest of the roster don't. But we're all in the same mindset. Ambush don't really have anything to play for. This for Riddle is a massive opportunity for them to get their first game of the season, and I don't think there'd be anybody out there watching who really wouldn't want them to do that. Nobody wants to finish the season without getting a single win. So, as I said last weekend, I want Kevin and Perry to go large tonight and get Riddle their first win.
How have I never picked up on that before? That's brilliant. Let's move on now to their opponents. Ambush, you'd have said they haven't really got much to play for here. Novi, but once again, they're going to come out swinging.
Yeah, they don't really want to lose, because going into playoffs, you don't want to keep dropping games, right? You want that mentality. Yes, you can keep going, oh, we're going to pick it up for playoffs, we're going to be strong. And then, yeah, but what about now? Can you demonstrate that you're a good team now? Ambush has shown that they can still deliver that performance. But one of the players in specifically that we've got our eyes on, which we just want to see the old him back, is Nick. This player can be absolutely phenomenal. At the moment, it's just been very, very quiet on the server for him. The rest of the players all starting to deliver, all starting to step up. And it's worth pointing out Unica as well is coming in as a substitute. Yes, used to be with the roster, but isn't main core roster. So he's got that experience with the guys. It should be too much of a upset of him coming into this team, but it is certainly a factor that's worth considering.
Yeah, and we do want, if you're this team right now and you're going into the playoffs, despite not having anything to really play for here in the group stage now, you do want that momentum on your side going into those very, very important playoff series ahead of you, Gibson.
You definitely do. A win tonight would really kind of turn things around, especially after what you could probably say is a disappointing weekend for them and CL Quals as well. And for me, it's about Nick, it's about the fella. If those two guys can get things going, it'll really give them an advantage. But their strong point this year really has been post plant. I think they win 90+% of any time they get that diffuser down. So I want to see them play objective, get that form turned back around, and really give some Nordic love into the playoffs.
Let's take a look at how these two fared last time they went head-to-head here in the NPL. 7-0 was the score. Ambush will be feeling extraordinarily confident coming into this one because of this little bit of history here. But Riddle, on the other hand, are going to be maybe back against the wall. Come at us. We want some revenge here, Novi.
I would love it. I know the casters are going to absolutely hate my guts and crucify me for this. I would love it if we went to Oregon purely for the rematch. The same arena, the scoreline was 7-0 the first time. Can Riddle get a single round and do objectively better than they did beforehand? It would just be great. Rastin, of course, he's been one of these players on Ambush. It's obviously quite quiet, and then we'll suddenly have explosive rounds, absolutely just take control of them hands on. For Riddle, there's not much you can say. They got 7-0'd, right, in this situation. They can only do better, right? Surely they can only do better now.
I hope so, because Gibson, I don't think any of us watching want to see another 7-0 Ambush unless you are part of that roster or part of that fan base.
Yeah, definitely not. I want to see Riddle put on a good show this time around. I'm going to differ with Novi. We haven't seen Border, as far as I know, this season at all. I want to see these two teams go head-to-head in Border. And I want to see if Rastin can get a KD of just 9. Have you ever seen a KD? just 9.
Bang on. Yeah, I mean, how much do you think we've seen Riddle improve since this matchup, Novi? Or would you say they've stagnated?
No, they haven't stagnated. I think there's issues because, of course, they're on the bottom of the leaderboard. There's nothing really objectively for them to play for. But they certainly showed us a better form bringing in Reich and Vabs. The issue was it didn't feel cohesive. And I think for these players, as a learning experience, as a challenge to get the team to work as a cohesive unit and put up a bit of a fight, is a really good learning experience for the future. Whether you stay with this team, whether you go to a different one, whatever, learning to work as a team is a skill. And this is one that Riddle, not the players lack, but at the moment, it's just not working for Riddle. They're not one unit. If they can make that happen, that's a skill that they can take forward into the future. And we could well see some of these players back in the NPL later down the line.
All right, so Novi, you want us to go to Oregon. Gibbo, you want us to...
Border.
Gibson wants us to go to Border. And you want us to go to Border now, apparently, as well. So let's find out with Matt Victus where this first game will be played out. Oh!
Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's not Border, but it is. Border came removed right at the start. Ambush, why are you doing that to me? Oregon. I think it's going to be an interesting one for Riddle. That they'll have an absolute benchmark to compare themselves on. And I think it should be an exciting one because this is an Ambush that is weakened. They're not at their full strength. They're not the same Ambush that Riddle once faced, and likewise, Riddle is stronger than they both were. So it should, if Ambush dips and Riddle moves up, it should make it a little bit closer in form. And I don't know, maybe we'll see a Riddle. I would love to see a Riddle upset. All right, I wish
I'd love to see a Riddle 7-0. I would love to see it.
A Riddle 7-0. Oh my god, I will go nuts. I will go absolutely wild if it's a 7-0.
A complete flip. It's nice that we're going to the same battleground as last time. I mean, for us, as viewers here, Gibson, because it's a real opportunity to see something completely different. Now these two go head to head, but on the same map.
Yeah, same map with a few changes like we've alluded to already. And in my opinion, Reich and Vabs coming into this level, the question is, well, what took so long? They've got more than enough talent to play at this level, maybe even higher again. So this is another chance for this whole team to kind of show what they can do. But look, I had a little chat with Jerry, and I had a little chat with Whippet over the weekend. They both told me Oregon is their favorite map. They love it. Absolutely love it. They said they can't get enough. So they're delighted to be going back to Oregon for this game. Yeah.
Well, I got some bad news for you, Gibson. You just called Jerry. That is actually not his name. I did a bit of research and I found out Jerry's actual name. I did it myself. I went on this family tree website and really dug into the archives of the Jerry family, and I figured it out. So I'm going to cross over to them now. I'm excited for this. Riddle versus Ambush. It is Whippet and Gerard Joseph Flynn Brazel. Take it away, guys.
I feel almost kingly when addressed like that. Thank you very much, Ian. Whip it. It's good to have you here. Just whip it, you know. I think that you were born Whip it, right?
Exactly. That is actually just straight out. That's my birth name. I am Whip it. No surname, just straight up Whip it.
Like Cher, almost, a sort of a mononym. Yeah, it's impressive. I respect it. Anyway, so we're both here, and we've got an Oregon, which... That was slander, honestly, Gibson. That truly was slander. Not my favourite map, not in a million years. We're back here, but there is some interesting stuff about this map that I want to go through before we get into it with Riddle and Ambush here. It's about to kick off very shortly. Ambush so far, they've had a pretty good record here. 5-1 so far this season. Their only loss being to Victus. So for a team that's not necessarily on the best form, this is definitely hungry ground for them, or sort of favoured ground for them, shall I say. Riddle, though, not quite so much. But they have one singular point to their name this season. And where do you think that was picked up, Whip it?
It was probably picked up on Oregon, let me guess, Jerry.
It certainly was. 1 point they managed to win against MNM Academy. Do you remember that crazy game, the first split? It was almost as though both teams were trying to lose, but it somehow fell the way of MNM Academy in overtime, 8-7. And that still could be a pretty important fixture given what's going on down the bottom of the table. But for the time being, we've got this one. Almost a dead rubber, I'd hate to say it, but Ambush, they're virtually secured. Well, they are absolutely secured inside of playoffs. So they could finish anywhere from 3rd to 6th at this point. Riddle, this is the game where if they do not get 3 points, then they are absolutely, unequivocally automatically relegated from NPL. Massive stakes for them.
Yeah, they really cannot afford to make any mistakes. And on the Ambush side, they are, of course, themselves qualified, but they've not had the best of form in this second split. So this is somewhat of a test if they can get themselves back up. Of course, they aren't playing with the full roster. Rhodey isn't able to play today, so Unica is stepping in. But for the rest of that roster, the other 4 players, a test that they get themselves a little bit back up to speed as the group stage winds down and they look towards those playoffs. Our bands come rolling in and Riddle take away that Finka instantaneously. I'm not too shocked by it at all. Finka is one of those operators that you don't really want to go against. That utility and those nano boosts are insane, as well as that LMG is very difficult to fight against, so makes sense. And the rest of our bands they roll through, of course, are pretty standard, bar for the smoke again, which I don't know how to feel about that one, Jerry.
It's an interesting one for certain. Definitely a powerful operator that just surprisingly rarely gets banned. Almost every team has someone that they lean on to be that smoke main who's nifty with the SMG and Rosberg combo and has all of the skill when it comes to just understanding that backline, understanding the wing condition and playing for those clutches. I don't think we've seen more clutches on any operator than on smoke in Siege's history, but not going to be a part of this game. And how's that impact it? Well, most likely and most strongly on this basement hold, as anyone who watches a fair amount of Oregon, a fair amount of Siege will know. So strong in this position that we see right here. Reich setting up that shield with a little bit of a prisma behind it, and quite often you'll see a smoke playing behind there, tossing out those canisters, denying the entry, and just buying time. But without that sort of utility, it does open up the possibility to bring some interesting strategies. And while the blitz was only a bit of a fake out and maybe a reminder for Unica to switch onto something a little bit more standard, he's going to go with the Yana. We are seeing the Ying being brought out by Kilius.
I really actually like this Ying choice. Of course, you can see those hardbridge utilities in the back pocket as well. They can give them that access to the hatch inside of security, as well as those Candelas that can help move people around. Looks like Ambush once again being pretty on beat for what they like to do with good pre-placed drones and getting that initial information to set up a quick entryway. It looked like at least most of the prep drones are set up towards the western side, down towards kitchen. To see that entryway starting to work away as the Flores drones will now start clearing utility in that kind of a little bit more stricken blue, as Kevin might get caught out here. He might even eat a little bit of damage, but no, he loses his shield very early, and I'd imagine that might force him to fall back and reinforce that rotation. Without the smoke, you have essentially no cover there at all. But real problems now for Ambush is Raston has have to contest with Reich upstairs. He doesn't have a whole lot of solid information, and he's alone as well. This could be a very difficult position as Vabs now helps support his teammate. This could be a very nasty position for Ambush early.
Nick, cooking that frag grenade. Does he expect the aggression of Katal? No, Katal just sneaks on upstairs. And now you've got 3 up, 2 down for Riddle. A very heavy roam coming out, whether it was by intention or just by happenstance. That is what has ended up happening to them. Now, the question is, can Tefel and the rest of Coalesce, or the rest of Ambush rather, collapse on their positions. Katal has actually ducked back into monitors now. Vab's still playing from above, maybe has some vertical angles set up, we don't know just yet. Unica pushing from Zulu, and Katal finds himself a little bit sandwiched here. The pressure alerted to him by Coalesce's gunfire, or rather the Unica's gunfire, if we switch to Coalesce and see him completely blind out everyone inside of the kitchen, and that is a good rotation coming through from the defender, managing to force his way back into that position. And now Vabs taking out Rustin means that they've actually gone plus on this row. That being said, Vabs, he does get a second for his efforts there, taking out Nick, and Unica finally punishes it, but that's a twofer for Vabs, and a good bit of profit considering now man advantage and only a minute left for Ambush to execute onto the basement.
Ambush struggle all the time in these player deficit positions, and they've wasted lots of time just to get picked off by Vabs. Big problems now for Ambush, and already Riddle looking like they'll get themselves more rounds than they did in the previous outing against Ambush on this map as well. We'll see Coalesce use that Harbridge utility to open up this E-box hatch. Still has 3 Candelas to work with, of course. They were reduced to 4 in overall recently, so they can move people around and try and put pressure on site directly, as definitely will try and clear those Banshees with those Rotaro drones. We now hit that 35-second mark, and they need to start making this push happen. Of course, they're 1 player down, and every angle they want the push from's gonna get watched. They'll have to rely on the chaos factor of these Candelas, but they'll get caught by them on my disc, and it's only gonna make things difficult and delay for a brief moment. Kevin tries to shoot it, but won't get the option. He'll get slain out. That's definitely who founds it, but it's only with 15 seconds. They need to get this case down. They need to find some way in the sight, and that's gonna be a wonderful moment. Qatar blinded and finds that pick. That unravels Ambush, and Riddle get themselves the very first out, and already a net improvement from their first meeting in our opening split. And I really want to say, Vabs on that roam, well done. That is what really messed with the rhythm of Ambush. They had no way in, no real response to it, and they felt a little bit lost. Riddle playing very well so far, and it's only our opening round. If they can keep growing into this game, they might cause some problems and maybe get those 3 points they need to stay alive.
Ambush were certainly very committed to tackling that roam. When you look at the situation in front of you, 3 up, 2 down, and they probably had some knowledge of that. Essentially hitting the site hard and fast may well have been a slightly better play, especially knowing that they'd already removed that utility deep inside of Elbow right at the start of the round. I have to question the lineup as well from Ambush in that round. They only had the singular hard breach it was in the pocket of the Ying, 2 of those can openers, and you think if you're clearing out Elbow and you're forcing that position out of the game very early on with the use of those Flores drones, surely your game plan involves taking control of blue and opening up that wall, which would have been, reinforced as the defender falls back through it. If you're factoring that in, you've only got 1 other can opener left, and that's going to be used on the E-box hatch. That means that you're going to be committed to that push. You don't need to worry about freezer laundry at all. You don't really even need to worry about the roam clear at all. So if that's your strategy, then why are you committing so heavily to a roam clear when you have knowledge that there are 2 on the bottom floor? It just seemed a little bit of a miscalculation from Ambush's side. I'm wondering whether that was the logic behind it, or whether they had some other game plan in mind. Of course, everyone's got a bit of a plan until you get punched in the face, right? So going a couple men down very early doesn't help. And let's see if they can maybe adjust slightly better in the early moments of this round, as once again they are dealt the opening blow in their direction. This time it's Coalesce, and they brought a hard breacher, but he's not going to have any impact on the rest of this round.
Now that Case is down on that balcony as well, and we see a Valkyrie's in play, so expect runouts while those cameras can't go outside. They'll certainly have awareness. I do want to draw, though, what we saw that Valkyrie Kevin doing in the start of that was finding prep drone set up by Ambush. That will slow them down, and an early pick will even make things harder as Vabs will find a second on the defilé, meaning Unica has to make something happen now, find some form of trade in Zulu, knows the player's insecurity, but not going to present themselves. That will be Qatar, and this will be somewhat of a stand-up for the time being, right in close proximity, then cause some damage if let roam. Nick very far advanced up now, top of Armory stairs, has some information from that yellow ping, but Unica caught by a wonderful collapse, and Riddle, where was this all season long? This is what you needed to do, and this is fantastic. Rassen will find 1 on that master bedroom balcony, but ultimately a very well oiled execute to collapse on what presence Ambush had in the building, and they left them in a 4 versus 1, and Raston will likely try his best to find and claw his way into this, but Jerry, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, there's a sense of inevitability about what we're watching play out in front of us, and, well, one of the defenders getting a little bit hungry, but he decides, no, you know what, I'm not even going to give you a chance. Riddle, right now, they are fighting for survival. It is very difficult, the situation they find themselves in, but mathematically speaking, it is possible for them to remain in the NPL next season. And honestly, coming up against an Ambush side that look a little bit rattled, maybe they're not feeling on their hottest form. They did only reach the second round of those EU Challenger League Open qualifiers over the weekend. They got sent out by the German squad Ovation, and rather unceremoniously as well. So there's some definite problems within the Ambush camp at the moment, and this is the perfect opportunity for Riddle to be capitalizing on that as we watch the rest of this round play out. I'm really not too sure what else to talk about. This is the deadest final minute or two of an Oregon that I've seen in a long time. Rastin trying to pad his stats a little bit, hunting for some kills, but eventually he will wander into the lion's nest, or the lion's den rather. Lions don't make nests, do they? I'm not a nature person.
I think you should stick to music and casting, Jerry. I think just a little bit. But normally we see Oregon, the opening minute is the boring minute. That's the waffle minute we like to refer to it as, where you can kind of, lay the groundwork. This is what one team will do, this is what the other will do, and essentially they'll do a lot of posturing, setting stuff up for the first minute. Riddle were very proactive in the opening stages of that round to catch Ambush off. Now, the early pick, and I believe it wasn't quite a spawn pick because we saw that case got dropped on the master bed balcony, but the fact is that Riddle were taking a fight to those entryways of Ambush. Clearly, we saw the drone hunting, I believe, from Kevin earlier on in that prep phase as well. They know what Ambush want to do, and you look at this point of the season, Ambush, there's a lot of odds. They played this map against Riddle earlier in the season as well. People are going to know how to play, so they're getting read into just a little bit, and Riddle have made perfect counters around it. The caveat is, of course, Ambush in a little bit of a weakened state without Rody coming in. Unica, certainly not a bad replacement at all, formerly on this roster as well. Just doesn't seem like that identity, what we know Ambush for, is there right now, but early days here in Oregon.
That it is, and Riddle, despite it being early days, they've gotten those two opening rounds. They've managed to see themselves onto their tertiary site very quickly. I mean, that last round was so fast, like you picked up on. Just the entries doing their jobs and then sort of snowballing it forward. And the good thing to see in terms of Riddle's play and their development over this season is that there's no way that we would see them on the opening day of this season dominating Ambush. Ambush were flying. Riddle, they really didn't have their sort of identity together. They hadn't worked together as a team very much at all in terms of the time that they spent together, and they didn't have that identity. Now we're starting to see the signs of improvements, because one of the biggest problems they've had this season is closing out those advantages, but now they are finding those advantages and they are rolling forward with them. Advantage number 3 in this match as Nick will take down Kevin. I am mistaken. I just completely got that backwards. Ambush finally undo that trend and find the opening frag. Kevin, you could have done that a little bit better. There was an option there to sort of retreat and make sure that you played your life. The frag did lock him in place for a moment or two, but you got to be a bit smarter when it comes to these deep roams.
So this is where Ambush tend to find themselves, and it seems almost like, yes, we're going to have a better time in the man advantage. But Ambush really do struggle if they don't get that opening pick. If they don't solve that initial puzzle ahead of them, they tend to stall out. So far, good progress made by them. We'll get that wall open, which will give them access in towards the attic, of course. They're not attacking upstairs, they're attacking meeting room. They need this area to try and put pressure on people in power positions, and now they can work their way through that stage wall and begin thinking and poising themselves to get this execution rolling. But they still haven't cleared upstairs, and it looks like they might be trying to call for a half roam or a half clear here, and that's a little bit of a scary premise. The air jabs will do some of the work covering it off, but they're not a 100% solution. It has made it through the ADS, but a well-timed croucher on that lip, that balcony, you could probably shoot that, and that will cause problems for Ambush later on. We see that here, that skeleton key off in the distance going through, and that C4 lob through the breaches gets opened up, as now stage is breached. Minute left to work with. Can Ambush get this execution rolling, or will this half clear burn them later on?
Katal even has impacts in pocket. He can use those to get rid of that air jab quite easily. No real reason to hold on to them for too long. 2 in pocket. Maybe wants to save some for some vertical play should there be a last minute kitchen rush perhaps. But, a lot of the time those holes are prepped anyway. But Unica will find Perry, the coach, coming good, stepping in, filling in that role. Important that he does that. Vabs now holding the line here from deep inside of meeting. Will nail Coalesce straight to the head. 5-1 so far for this guy. He's the one having the true impact on the side of Riddle. Couple of entries, and now making sure that he keeps his team in it. Prisma sent out, and there comes the crouch walk. Defel taken down to a whisker of HP, but Katal survives. He has to drop, but everything going the way of Ambush in the kill feed elsewhere. Katal now has to flank on everyone through green and can't quite stick the landing. 3 men left standing at the end of that for Ambush, and ultimately a relatively comfortable round as they finally find their first.
Way more in line with what we expect from Ambush's identity as a team there. They find that opening pick, and the way Ambush trying to break down rounds is they find that one puzzle that they need to solve, and right there it was the clear of tower. They clear the person in tower, that gives them that control of attic, which is what they can use to then kind of half clear upstairs and use that pressure to get stage open and work to execution with utility, such as we saw that nade getting sent in. So way more in line with their identity. A little bit sketchy, because if that player that crouch walked up inside of attic was able to find that pick towards no one, and very nearly did, that would have been essentially the round lost for Ambush, as he lose that kind of key area and the hatch in attic, which means that initial pressure from bottom or rear stage no longer begins to work. So close margins, but way more in line for what Ambush tend to do. Riddle, though, still playing strong, still playing far better, and always take this benefit. It is a massive improvement from what the result of scoreline was last time these two teams met on Oregon.
10 seconds remaining.
Ambush, I was about to say, are adjusting to the setup, but no, they have switched off that Hibana and are once again bringing the Ying as their sole hard breach for this site. I want to see them tackle it a little bit more directly, if you ask me, Whippet. They have that utility, they have the Ying, they have the Lion, they even have the Yana. You can drone ahead of people and refrag that clone if you want to go for that kind of aggressive style of push. They do not have the Flores in tow that disabled the elbow hold quite so effectively last time, and of course Reich, or Riddle rather, with no means of stopping that kind of utility being sent out. Honestly, odd that we're not seeing it being employed this time around. It was actually one of the more effective attributes of Ambush's failed attack earlier. Right, once again, deep roam, and you can see it's, you know, that is the philosophy around the whole of Riddle right now. They want to be controlling every inch of this map, fighting for every single corner. Vabs, he's on a bit of a heater so far this game. 6 and 2, that's 3 kills or 2 kills per round and a 3 KD. And I like the fact that he's going back on the aggressive. This is something that Ambush or Riddle were missing in the previous round. Instead, they stuck Kevin out there and he was taken down relatively quickly. Defel has the angle, expects the aggression. And Reich loses a bit of HP, but Defel can't quite finish him off there. Lucky escape for Reich.
Touch back on what you said, this aggression, this fighting, the entries, this is way better identity and style from we saw from Riddle. Coalesce tries to do a little bit of crouch walking inside of dining, has the case in hand, has Nick close by for support as well, but considering that really is the only hard breach option the team have, it's a little bit risky to be playing on a little bit of an island. Definitely tries to make something happen on towards stage, will wait for that drone, but Ambush, they are looking a little bit lethargic here. Normally they've already started to clear it, and there's Reich, he pops up and will find now putting them in a man disadvantage yet again, and this is where Ambush tend to struggle. They'll try and sign Candelas in, but Coalesce decides, no, I want information first, but every second on that drone, you're not moving forward, you need someone behind it, and everyone seemingly for Riddle has fallen back to site. Brilliant roam, brilliant time waste on Ambush. They have no solution for it yet.
Slowly but surely just gaining this ground, Ambush, but of course it needs to have a sting at the end of this tail, and we've said so many times in the past weeks and months and years almost to Whippet that you've got to have the numbers advantage when it comes to pushing this basement. You need to make sure that you've got a chance going forward, and absolutely the right call from Riddle to fall back once they did find that advantage, because look at all the utility that's stacked against Ambush at this moment in time. Frags in pocket, gone sixes, etc., but it might not be enough to disable these positions. There's still a mirror in play, and right now Ambush, they are funneling into these bottlenecks. They are just going to wander into the sights of Riddle in only a few moments time.
Nick will try and make something happen, finds the opening, that could be a way in, level on player count now, but look how much time is left, 10 seconds to make a play. There's the Candelas, and that could be the X factor that they needed, but Coalesce have to fight through a crossfire. Yunka will get one. That's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and a brawl and a team kill. Oh no, 000. Nick needs to cover, will do so on the Vabs. Reich on the long way around now, gets one, gets two, yes he does, and the case will be defused for no effort at all. And that will be a third round for Riddle. Ambush needing that moment, that brief execution in the chaos to work, and it just didn't click, and the team kill. Oh no, Ambush. All went a little bit awry at the end. Riddle take full advantage, and they now lead 3-1 on Oregon.
Ambush does such a good job to pull that one back. You saw exactly the opening they needed, being able to disable that freezer position, just giving Nick that opening as the sledge to push down freezer hallway and claim someone, and suddenly you've got hope for Ambush. You've got the execute utility. This pick here, so crucial, enabled by those Candelas deep from Laundry prior, but that clutch, right, just heads up play, retaking that freezer position, so powerful in both the pre and post plant in that round. Everything revolved around it, but it wouldn't have been that situation if there hadn't been that misstep from Ambush. That one team kill made a big difference when it came to the execute. You didn't have those extra bodies to cover, and sure, it was a 2v1 post plant, but a smart rotate and a bit of a lucky timing, I've got to say, as well, coming through for Riddle in that moment. Just a tiny bit of panic as Ambush tried to scramble for those post-plant positions, and they didn't expect the freezer rotate at all. Riddle, they thoroughly deserved this lead that they found themselves in. 3-1 is pretty damn good so far. They need to keep themselves on that pace, though. Of course, defending Oregon, you expect perhaps a 4-2, maybe a 3-3 split, so they just need to get as many rounds as they can right now. They are playing for survival, and it looks slightly more likely than it did coming into today.
So I'm not good with numbers on stream, Jerry. I think you've known me long enough that if I can even count to 5, it's a miracle sometimes when I'm casting. Riddle need this to stay alive, obviously. They need all 3 points regulation. What does it look like in the bigger picture for them with this win going into tomorrow's Playday if they can lock it out with Ambush?
Well, the problem there is, and this is why it's looking less and less likely, they have to beat Coalesce in regulation as well. Ambush, it seems a bit more likely, especially given the state of play at the moment. Coalesce, they've been on an absolute burner, and right now, if there's any team that can beat someone on their day, beat anyone on their day, it is Coalesce. You wouldn't write them off of anything. They can beat anyone on their day, and that day is Tuesday, right? They can beat anyone on Tuesdays, apparently. That is how it's working. But Riddle had to play them on a Wednesday. They haven't won on a Wednesday yet. So that is the one thing I have going for Riddle, is that they get to play Coalesce on a Wednesday, and Coalesce have not won on a Wednesday in months.
If that's the stat line that someone's backing, you might be a little bit concerned about what day the Playday is on. Katal will find the opening pick towards Nick, and that's going to be a massive blow to Ambush. Yet again, the opening engagement goes in favor of Riddle, and Kevin's going to make that problem even bigger. Coalesce now's next to fall. Right, will take some damage as Katar's now left in deep, from a good placed upgrade from very far away. But that revive will be there. Unica will be gifted an absolute freebie by Raikou. Decides to charge at him. Who needs your weapon in hand when you can try and shoulder barge him to glory? Minute 20 left to go. Ambush still one player down. Katal low, but will get themselves topped up on those Coalesce stations. Riddle look poised to get themselves to a 4-1 lead.
Oh, they catch Vabs. Almost gets 2 for his trouble there, but Defel just chunky enough to take him down on the refrag. 2 versus 3 now, and he is caught out by that Goomine, but it's plenty of safety to take it out of that foot and start going. Rustin as well in tow, needs to try and coordinate with his teammate to get something going. He's moving up through Zulu, trying to hunt through these vertical angles, manages to take out at least a bulletproof cam, so that opens up the possibility of pushing from Trophy and not being completely read into, but it is that 3 versus 2, it is that crossfire on the top floor that can be so deadly even at a man disadvantage, and yet they have the numbers in their hands, and they have them even more now as Katal turns on that lifeline, shoots back through it. These holes work both ways. Katal just doing brilliantly there, and now the closeout from the Frost, excellently done by Riddle. They are making this look like one of their most comfortable games of the season, and honestly, this looks like a solid improvement.
This almost looks like the kind of an inverse storyline, Ambush, when you look at the standings, how they played, at least especially in the first split, and you compare that to Riddle, you wouldn't have expected a turnaround like this from Riddle. This is fantastic from them. And these new additions, and well, I quote-unquote new at this stage, they had a good little time to get used to the team of Reich and Vabs, doing a lot of work, but that round really sat on Katal and Kevin's backs. Very, very well done. Round 6, the last defense of Riddle. Can they make this a 5-1 split against Ambush? What dizzying heights that would be, and that puts them very close to finishing out on their offensive half, as they will move to this meeting defense once again, the only side that Ambush have managed to win so far.
When you consider that Ambush in the first split beat Riddle 7-0 on this map, this is absolutely just a complete turnaround of fortunes, like you said. And Riddle, sure, they've been struggling to find that first win. They have only got that 1 point this season. It was on this map. This is a semi-decent map for them, and it is always the map that we say good teams come to die on. And Ambush, well, I mean, it looks as though they're ripe for the picking at this point. Looks as though as well they are all stacking themselves on this far side as they look to try and take once again from this tower position. This is the one attack that they've managed to find so far this game, and we also say about Oregon quite often that it is these tertiary sites that you need to be winning on. If you can win a defense here, then you put yourself in a massive advantage to take the map as a whole. So Ambush, this is a supremely important round to stay in this game.
Ambush will put in a lot of the early focus now, clearing tower. We'll see a lot of Riddle defense focused on the attic side. We already watched Nick now making their entryway here. Spots utility, they're faced with a Saria gate. Won't be too long till that's cleared. And Reich gets a little bit daring and nearly finds himself to the support screen very quickly. The Flay will use this drone to burn away what utility they can. Being very careful not to get it caught out by any of that grenade utility getting sent in. It will push on deep, will get cleared away, however. So Ambush, this is their first objective done. The first mark on that checklist, get control of tower and put pressure on attic. They force Riddle back towards dorms. That's number one. Now they need to get the breach open on stage and work this execution with their utility, and the nades in hands of players like Unica are going to be very important as Vabs looks to get very aggressive for the time being, waiting for the hatch to get open. But everyone for Riddle on the dorm side, they just sit and wait because Ambush aren't going to push it. It's a half clear once again.
You've got to love that Riddle aren't repeating the same mistake they made last time. They aren't sticking that player inside of tower just to play for time and die eventually. They are finding the opening frag this time as Perry gets a cheeky peek onto Nick, removing the sledge from play. Not necessarily the utility that will make a massive difference, but those frag grenades in hand are certainly a big loss. And of course, you're talking about Nick, who in the first half of the season was easily, by far and away, the player of the split, one of the most prolific gunners, a real kind of standout and a real kind of emerging star, and he hasn't quite replicated that same kind of performance in this second split. Nevertheless, taking him down is a big buff to this Riddle defense. Look at the stats right now on the side of Ambush. It's Unica who is currently top fragging. That is not necessarily the situation you want to be in when he is your stand-in. You're ending up putting him on the Yana. Surely it shows that you have faith in his fragging ability, but this shouldn't be your fallback plan, right? You should have someone else that's really expected to do that heavy lifting. And at the moment, lacking Nick, that might be the big difference. 30 seconds left, and Unica does live up to that hype, finding Reich, and a 4 versus 4 with 26 seconds left. And execute still potentially possible. They are slowly picking apart these pieces. Unica with his second of the round, and slowly the pieces are falling in the side of Riddle. Down goes Vabs and Perry down for the count. Now Kevin, last alive, 1 versus 4. They've just lost their ones this round, and Defel takes him out at range. Ambush. That was a death by 1,000 cuts for Riddle.
That's way different storyline from what I'm expecting from Ambush. Normally clinical execution. It came down to winning gunfights, and Riddle lost them for what was somewhat against the script to what we tended to see so far in this matchup in Oregon. Well done for Ambush, once again winning that tertiary site, getting themselves through that 4-2. For Riddle though, 4-2 split. Very well done right now. Can they keep their foot on the gas, however, and really make Ambush pay for what has been a lethargic and uncharacteristic start to this matchup? I really think they have they're chomping at the bit. Riddle really want to get this, because the mental victory of being a team that 7-0'd you on this map earlier in the season is going to be huge for this team.
Yeah, that is it. And even if they don't make it out of this season, part of the reason that they've been competing in this tournament, in this league, is to gain that kind of experience against these potentially top tier teams, against some genuine top tier teams as well. And if they can finally put a big dub on the board for themselves, that shows growth, that shows improvement. And there's something that I think it was Kevin tweeted a long time ago. Everyone's saying, oh, we see all of these L's for Riddle. He sees only W's. He sees only the fact that they are improving and getting better and getting this experience over the season. But now they might genuinely be with a chance of getting an actual W on that board for themselves, and that will be so much more satisfying than just saying, you know, the learning process has been a big deal for them. If they can actually get this win against Ambush, a previously CL side at one point, I believe, it's going to be massive.
Ambush actually just missed out on CL last season.
You are correct. It was a Riddle that took their spot, but a different Riddle, hilariously.
I mean, wouldn't this be a fitting storyline if Riddle make a resurgence now, beating Ambush? Yes, that was... I mean, Ambush, again, have always been the team of so closes. It feels almost unfortunate for them that they get so close, they make good runs. Its consistency has really been a factor for every iteration of this roster as it changes. They have good form, and then they let that slip away. Reich is creeping and crawling. That drone will give away his position, but they have no idea he's here or how close he is. Is someone gonna waltz right into the waiting arms of Nook? Oh, we have to work a little bit harder for it, and I think he might just have to do that. Toss on a drone will look for some information as Ambush. A very timid defense, no roam presence, just sitting on site. Bar for Unica, as I miss my judgment as Rastin will get the opening pick onto Reich. Better from Ambush so far.
There we have it. They understood that there was that threat. They were building up a couple of fortifications. You see that Azami Kiba barrier coming out, and obviously a decent peek coming through with a nice shot dropped in chat. So, you know, sometimes it is just about those gunfights and being a little bit brave, and Rustin, he's made a bit of a difference there, nullifying the Nook. But Kevin, you just get a whiff of someone around this corner, sprays onto Coalesce, loses a little bit of HP in both directions, but they both retreat. A little bit of a chicken game there. He still has smokes in hand, still has the access to those... well, he doesn't have access to the drones at the moment. Those are completely eliminated, so maybe he can play his life a little bit, try and get that gun working. The F2 is, as we all know, a very favoured weapon, a very powerful weapon in the right hand. Zab sending that Retura drone to remove the Azami barrier. That is going to make Coalesce's position a little bit harder to play. He doesn't have that C4 to work around. Shoots out the drone. Kevin tries pushing it, but again, nothing at the end of it. It's a very tense stalemate here in the 5 versus 4 Riddle. They just hunt for that pick. They need that man count to be at least even before they get in here, and finally they are sending bodies in. With 35 seconds left, they have a bit of map control, and there come the kills. 2 of them, in fact. 22 seconds, 25 seconds or so, and they are slowly racking up the kills. Potential execute on its way.
Vab's absolutely going large right now. Perry will try to stick this as Unica comes back to site. Rastin will swing to the smoke, and Kadol shuts it down. Case will go down, and there's Vabs again. Individual masterclass picking apart Ambush. Really strong offensive tide from Riddle. Broke it down. Oh my. Riddle, where was this earlier in the season? But I am here for it now, fighting tooth and nail to stay in MPL. What a showing against Ambush, and this is a very smart takedown of Ambush. It is playing exactly around the weaknesses of the side of Ambush. Ambush struggle when they're put under a massive amount of pressure, or they lose players early, or it gets a little bit scrappy. Riddle always trying to be in Ambush's face, do things quickly, and that's working really well for them so far. And the scoreline, there's a lot of speaking for how this map has flowed so far.
It's methodical from Riddle is what it is. It's not overcomplicated either. They are really relying on these base fundamentals, which for the whole season it's been a bit of a problem for them. They've had maybe a lot of things in place, but just some of the decision making processes haven't been there, you know, gaining advantages and squandering them. Here the calling is just excellent. It is absolutely on the money. They know when to aggress, when to fall back, when to communicate that there is going to be a coordinated push, and how to leverage those advantages. It really is a completely different Riddle side that we are watching right now, and I'm all for it. And it couldn't have come at arguably a worse time for them. Where was this, you know, 2 games ago when they had a hope of trying to survive? Where was this when they played against SSP, the team that they now need to try and outdo completely? They need 6 points from 2 games. They need to hope that SSP get none from their 2 games, and that is their ticket out. If they keep performing like this, they could potentially turn over Coalesce. Who knows? I'm beginning to get out excited about the prospect of a very late season push for survival here.
Getting over the Coalesce hill, that's gonna be a difficult one, I think.
The fact that we're even considering that is a testament to how well they're playing here.
Okay, agreed. I mean, they are playing fantastic right now. Ambush are in a little bit of a performance slump overall. I think that is a bit of an asterisk we'll put on this, but overall Riddle have been picking Ambush apart and solving every puzzle presented to them very, very well. The Filet is going to get cornered very soon. Nick is in close proximity for support, but Reich's even closer, and there he is. Gets one, there's the opening pick. There is a trade, however. Nick will play that position almost perfectly. Back to level playing field, but Babs seemingly just waltzes on in. Unic is going to be the next victim, and it feels very much like Riddle are going to start putting on the gas. Pressure arriving from every position, and leaving the 3 members of Ambush to try and improvise to hold on to this basement defense.
Yeah, because they committed very heavily to that roam this time round, and it hasn't paid off. So this is why you're seeing Coalesce aggress up these stairs, try and hunt for something, maybe hope for a Riddle misstep, but not today. Riddle are not making those missteps today. They are ahead, and they are staying ahead, and I really don't want to curse them. I can just feel it. I can feel that there will be a misstep at some point in the next 20 seconds or so, that they will miss one of these aggressive positions. Rustin as well, holding, looking up these freezer stairs, but if you just get 2 bodies in this position and trade it out, have one on the hatch, have one come down the stairs, then you leverage that advantage even further. Riddle, though, looks like they want to back away. They want to take this more directly. They want to undercomplicate things. That's not a word. They want to make sure that things aren't overcomplicated and go for that direct push yet again with a man advantage down tower stairs, down construction.
Keep it simple, stupid. Essentially what they're trying to do. Not take any risks. You know Ambush can be dangerous in these positions. A Rotero drone detonates, but you have to be wary for Riddle. You don't want to stall out, and you don't want to... I believe that was a Yana.
Oh, it was a Yana clone, yeah.
It would have been pretty impressive, just like the shot that Rastin managed to land on the parry. And now time begins to get a little bit of an issue for Riddle. 15 seconds. Ambush could just play this very passive. Babs now need to clear elbow. The player drops prone and catches them out, and it was reinforced away. Nick could have won that round, and he will do even more damage as Coalesce finds that one, leaving it all alone. But Rastin and the rest of Ambush will collapse and arrive, and they get themselves that 3rd round. Much better played by them, but that really came down to a little bit of Riddle stalling themselves out, and maybe that decision to simplify the overall push kind of hurt them a little bit. It slowed down, they got very lethargic, and they let Ambush find those picks, and they lost that round just on time and not being ready for that execution when they needed it. Round 9, can Ambush now get themselves on a roll, or will Riddle keep the pressure on? But Reich, perfect timing and positioning, and a good trade-off happening there as Rastin, key pick, as well as this one from Nick, really shut down that round from Riddle as we go upstairs. The dorms for Ambush's 2nd site, 3rd defense. So how will they fare here?
That was so cheeky from Nick at the end. I feel like that is the first time we've seen a spark on Ambush. You know, they've been going at a little bit of a pedestrian pace for themselves so far this game even, and committing to that heavy roam and committing to trying to play these little rat spots right at the end and try and catch Riddle off guard. You know, when you're coming up against a team that are being so sort of scrupulous and so ruthless, and you've set this kind of slow pace yourselves on the defense, then that is the kind of spark you need. We saw the aggression coming out even when they were behind, exactly what they needed in the 3 versus 4, trying to hold on to those positions, and just that one little sort of odd play, being prone in that corner with the 2 walls reinforced behind you. Of course, there's no way you're going to expect that on the attacking side unless you've droned it out completely. And I mean, yeah, that made a big difference going to the end of that round. But Riddle still hold all the cards. They're still ahead. They still managed to get that one attacking win on the basement as well. That could be absolutely crucial in the grand scheme of things. You're expecting perhaps Ambush to win this defense, but then maybe when you go onto the tertiary site, Riddle have the advantage and they can put themselves onto match point. Just thinking about the longer term here, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Ambush still need to try and claw this one back. They are still playing for important seeding when it comes to the playoffs, and ideally they need to try and get all the points that they can muster to give themselves a bit of an advantage going into those.
2 minutes left in this. We've not seen an opening pick, so that a slower pace, more to what we like to call that Oregon tempo. That 1 minute of waffle continues on. Unica has good amounts of information and a perfectly timed and placed C4. He'll watch the buck try to fill that exact same position. I don't imagine there's another one ready, and that wall keeping the player upstairs alive for the time being. But a good setup or a good opening pick from Ambush, and if they play their cards right, they can trade their way to victory, and that's what they want to do at this stage. But Ambush, you say said, starting to have that spark. And is it a case of too little too late, or can they claw this one back? Riddle, no reply yet. Some damage done, an aid sent below, but not enough to fire the downer kill. Skeleton Key will pick away and will spot the player in the corner. No! Babs doesn't look deep enough, and Nick will stay alive and can relocate now and continue to cause some chaos. This could be a problem later on.
Ambush really are showing their superiority at the moment through the creativity that's getting them these advantages. We saw it in the last round of just there, that C4 trap to get them the opening frag. So cheeky. Such, not even really something you go into a round and say, this is our strategy. It's a tactic. It's a tiny little pocket play that will get you that. And that is the sign of an experienced team starting to wake up, starting to feel a little bit more fluid with the game. They feel like they're playing, and they feel like they're playing well at this point. I feel as though that has been a turnaround moment for them. They sit up on this round. You see now Riddle trying to surmount some kind of attack. A lot of damage sent on to Nick there as he was already low, but it's just not enough to finish off the Jaeger. Riddle at risk of running out of time here, Whippet.
Nick seemingly finding himself fought from every position. Vabs will find himself slain by Nick, who's still alive on a single point of HP. And it will be Perry to get one trader back. Rasta will trade that one onto him directly. And once again, Riddle just don't have time. That Yin Candela will go the wrong way, meaning Kevin must go in with no support from utility, leaving Reich all alone. And it's safe to say Ambush will not fumble the bag for this one. And it will be another round clawed back for our Finns. Can they get themselves level here in Oregon? As you said, they're beginning to get more fluid. They're beginning to wake up. Finally, they might be able to show that identity that we know them for. 5-4 your scoreline. One round now separates these sides. Can Riddle keep their lead, get themselves the match point, or have they just woken the beast of Ambush?
The problem I see within Riddle as well right now is that a couple of micro mistakes and also the macro mismanagement of the round. How's that for a load of M's? Not even intentional. It's starting to creep in. It's a bit of an issue. We saw, for instance, just the general time management over that round was really a bit of a problem for them. They couldn't pin down the roamers. They couldn't build that execute towards the site in good enough time. And we also saw things like 3 Candelas left in pocket for Kevin at the very end there. He sent out one, didn't even bother to send out another, and that's a lot of utility going to waste when you consider all of the areas that could be used to clear. You know, Ying isn't necessarily a roam clear operator. We saw it on Ambush's attacking half. They used it to make sure that they were able to clear into kitchen from dining. It can be used to flush out those positions and force map control early in the round. And if you're not using that kind of utility in pocket, then, you know, you're risking missing out on it because you die early, or you just don't use it when the execute comes around because you're not set up for it, because you've lost too many bodies. So there's a problem there within Riddle, and there's little mistakes that starting to creep back in. Like I say, we need to see them regain that momentum if they want any hope of closing this back out in regulation. That is absolutely what they need. If Ambush reach 6 rounds, then Riddle are relegated, auto-relegated for certain.
Lots of pressure now sits on Riddle. Ambush beginning to stir, beginning to wake, beginning just to become a little bit more dangerous. And as you say, 2 more rounds for Ambush, and that is Riddle out. That would be the opening pick. Unica finds that Ambush already draw blood. Vabs, who's been one of the key players, key influences on this game so far, gone early. 2 nades brought to the grave as well.
Oh no. No idea. He's right above them. No, you can't allow that to happen. And thankfully, Kotal is there to stop it from becoming too costly. But now 3 versus 4. They just didn't check tier 3.
That is... Oh, you cannot let people get away with it. You need to check it. You need to know what you're walking into. And considering that was what the push was, you want to assume there was a cutoff drone. But there must have been nothing as they get caught absolutely napping. Ambush, very happy with that one. 4-3 in terms of player count. And they really seemingly want to put the pressure on now. Circling, enclosing, getting ready to kind of cut off the net all around Riddle here. Definitely queued up outside of green. Might find the opening to cause more bleeding, but he'll have to wait for just a little bit longer. Patience will be his virtue. But there he is, pops up and finds Perry. Qatar finds himself down as well by Coalesce, leaving Kevin all alone. He's going to face up against a shotgun in CQB. Doesn't even matter. He's caught by Deflate from a distance. And that will be ambush level and 1 round away from relegating Riddle.
That is the price you pay for making those mistakes. Unfortunately, I hate to have gone on so much about how Riddle have been improving over the season, how they've shown those improvements in the early half of this game. But now it's really starting to slip, and they need these 2 rounds. That is why you're seeing the tactical timeout called. Losing a tertiary site attack is not on the script. You know, they started so well, taking basement. That was where we were. They were 5-2 up, and now 3 in a row from Ambush has really turned the tide and the direction of this match on its head. Ambush, they are playing for those seeding spots. They realistically need as many points as they can from these remaining games to even be with a chance of getting into that 3rd or 4th position. But the real story here is Riddle. This is the story of their fight for survival. They need 2 rounds, and they need them immediately. No response from Ambush, otherwise they are out of the NPL.
This is the deepest of depths for a side. Riddle, who have shown that they've made improvements as a roster. They've clearly gotten better. They've worked on their issues, but they just haven't solved the problems quick enough. Now Ambush, very close to sending Riddle not only home today with no points in their back pocket, but out of the NPL altogether. Can they hold on? Can they find it? Can they get that extra gear, chomp on the bit, and do the work they need? All will decide in this action phase, but Ambush stirring, waking up, finding success. Kevin's drone will just hide for a moment. It will get caught out. And a good use now of a cut-off drone in tower. They needed that one last round. They just didn't have it. The defense set up in the basement once again by Ambush. Will they be as turtle-centric with 1 roamer upstairs? So far, that looks to be the case.
This is concerning, though. You look at the drone count on the side of Riddle with barely any time elapsed, and they only have 6 available plus the 2 in Kevin's pocket. There goes one of them as well. So severely lacking when it comes to that intel. You've got to be cheeky. You've got to think as well, actually, about, I made this mistake on the weekend. You've got those pocket drones of VABs, the Rotera drones, not just a form of utility destruction, but they can be used to gain intel. So I suppose they do have those backup options as well as the Yana. They are actually really overflowing with intel options, and it's the drones that I've been completely, you know, I've turned my point on its head. They've got lots of intel options, Whippet. They do still have a route back into this round, and in fact it could be better than that with this Twitch drone. Maybe they want to try and get it into position to pop that mirror window, but intel works both ways. You've got mirror windows, you've got those black eye cams, and they are very well hidden. Still a lot of them up at the moment. There goes one of them. Qatar has the read. That's an important one, but they don't know about this one in tier 2, and that is going to give Ambush potentially the option to aggress. But if Riddle have learned anything, is that they need to get these drones in position early round. They need to prevent Ambush from going for that aggression that won them the last round. They just didn't have the eyes in position to prevent the aggression, and now they've got a read on a player at the very top of main stairs.
That camera, while not giving live information now, knows where someone is in. For example, you spotted the floors, you would have spotted the route and pathing they took to remove. So that will be giving Nick good information, help him inform the push he wants to make. And everyone's seemingly aware that her flank might be happening. And Nick, oh, Perry needed to win that. That's the opening pick that Riddle needed. That's the
Massive.
lifeline. And now, Reich might be able to find a second. Can he do it? Very close to the player, and he will find it. There is Unico waltzing in, and now Riddle seemingly have a pulse again.
That's so important. That opening engagement as well. Perry on the Hibana. Imagine how much of a pain it would be to try and execute the rest of this round without your sole hard breacher. But no, he is still in action. He is still in play. Reich getting that second. Ambush now in a familiar situation. 3 versus 5 on this bottom floor. They need to be creative. It is what has dug them out of these holes in the past against Riddle. In the past few rounds, nades coming into their direction. Reich looking to strike from behind, as so often he does. But Coalesce has the read, expects it, takes down the head of the Nook. It's going to be one-dimensional. It's going to be a straight push now from pillars into sight. Can Riddle keep themselves alive?
It will be an absolute scrap now, but there's the fillet. Finds one to Katorl, 10 seconds, and it's gonna be a very hard fight indeed. Even harder now, all down the Vabs, and he can't keep his team alive. The game is not over, but Riddle's run in NPL has just concluded. Heart goes out for them now, and they still have to finish out this map. Ambush have woken up now, and that is a hard pill to swallow for Riddle.
And for a game where we thought we saw a turning point in Riddle's season, that sign of a huge improvement, a game where they were converting those opening frags into round wins, they lose a 5 versus 3, and that is ultimately what has been their problem the whole season, and it is ultimately what gets them relegated. Unfortunate story for Riddle. Ambush now playing for all 3 points. That is the only thing that matters here. They just want to gather as much as they can to try and close that gap between themselves and Viperio 86 and Victus. Get some better seeding for those playoffs, which will be a long slog and a 1 round opportunity to get that. 1 round for 3 points.
I think Ambush can do it now. I really think this is going to sway for Ambush. For Riddle, while they played better this map, obviously so, they've got themselves within touching distance of victory. They could taste the match point. Now they know the stakes. They would have known the math coming into this one, so it will be, I think, a tough one mentally to play this last round out, but these players have good resolve. We've seen it all season long. They keep fighting, so they'll keep fighting in this round. They get themselves overtime for not survival, but for merit now. Ambush, though, really need these 3 points to start closing that gap. Of course, they are qualified for our playoffs, but they want the best seed as possible.
Slow but sure. Riddle trying to stay in this. You know, they value that experience. They want to give as good a fight as they can. Perhaps make a name for themselves. Perhaps go for that Pyrrhic 8-6 or 8-7 victory in overtime. Just for the pride. Ambush slowly falling back. This is good play from Nick, just making sure that he shoots those drones and concedes ground. Vrasin, though, taking down Perry. Opener going their direction. You think about the impact that an ace can have on this site. Again, the lone hard preacher, the first to fall, is going to really lock off their options when they come for this execute. Vabs goes down as he tries to take down Nick as well. This kitchen player, this Jaeger, Nick is unstoppable. Reich finally silences him, but now with only 2 bodies remaining, no drones available to them. Last frag sent out, you've only got air jabs, you've only got flashes, and 4 players to find.
This is one of the most unwinnable situations I've ever seen. Can Riddle claw their way against it? It will not be easy. No drones. They are flying in the absolute dark. Just down to game sense mechanics. That's all they have to work with. Unica will try and use that C4 to find half HP onto Reich. An unorthodox use of what is a very key piece of utility, but nonetheless, it will do some of its job at least. Just over a minute left to work with, and it just has that sinking feeling of a round for Riddle. Of course, it's pretty easy to say that when it's a 4-2 split. Yonka takes a lot of damage from that vertical getting set up as Reich makes a rotation now to main lobby. He'll try and put some pressure on from Trophy, but the camera will read into that one, meaning every gun will turn to face him, trying to set up a 2-man split. He can now rotate himself away as those fires burn just ahead of him. 40 seconds left to go. Can Riddle find something? Can they dig deep, or will this be Ambush? It's 3 points.
It's going to take something monumental for what is essentially a meaningless round for Riddle. Can they summon up the energy and the willpower to do this? Do they even expect this kind of aggression? The prone position by Rastin on the bed, just lying in wait for Reich. Defell downed by the spray of Kevin, but it doesn't matter. Rastin with a 2-piece at the end, and Ambush turn it round from 5-2 down. They make it a 7-5 victory, and Riddle dunked unceremoniously out of NPL.
Oh, it's honestly a little bit of a shame considering how well they were playing on the early stages of this matchup, and Ambush came into this game and it felt like they were a little bit asleep at the wheel. Riddle came out flying, and we honestly thought that they would have been able to get this matchup, stay alive, but Ambush woke up and they denied those dreams of survival. Riddle, as you said, find themselves now relegated from the MPL.
Let's talk about Ambush briefly, because I feel as though we're going to hear a lot about how Riddle have squandered their final opportunity on the desk. It was a bit heartbreaking for them, but Ambush, the resolve to come back when you weren't even playing well, you know? Like, that was a really dominating performance from Riddle in the first half of that game, and then Ambush, 5-2 down, turn it completely on its head, and they show signs of just guts and determination, and it was the creativity that turned it round. It was the forcing the errors from Riddle. They were playing so default up to that point, and then suddenly they flicked the switch and said, you know what, we're going to be cheeky, we're going to be creative, we're going to try and find these spots, we're going to lay just stupid traps for you and beat you back and win 3 versus 5s out of nowhere. And that is how they've gained 3 points. Now, those 3 points could be so crucial when it comes to the standings. They are still hoping that Viperio 86, that Victus potentially drop points to give them that preferential 3rd or 4th place. Ultimately, Ambush are still on a bit of an island when it comes to the standings here, and all these things are pretty much determined for them. But in terms of performance, in terms of a mental victory for them going forward, you couldn't have asked for a better one.
Yep, Ambush into that one with what has been a slump and a bit of a decline in form in this second split. They needed a victory, and while it came against a team fighting with relegation, they were able to get it done, and it really is good for their mental. Gets them closer to 86, and that might help their seeding as things go, but you don't have to listen to us waffle too much longer. Desk will certainly break that one down.
Whip it, Jerry. We will indeed. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on the desk by Novi and the one and only Gibson, who's making his NPL debut here and now. Now, we didn't talk too much about it going into that one there. We knew that Riddle were, in trouble, sitting on 1 point, but that was their last chance saloon, really, if they wanted to start climbing up there and potentially not making this a relegation season for themselves. That wasn't the case, Novi. Before we talk about our team, their opposition there, Riddle, Ambush, sorry. I want to talk about how you reflect on this season for Riddle. Yes, they've got, a little bit more to play, but we're done and dusted for these guys now. How do you feel?
I kind of wish they won. Because then you could say they've ended on a high, but I think they showed a lot of positives. Yes, Ambush sort of came in, like Jerry said, sort of asleep at the wheel. I think it was a really good explanation, a really good metaphor for it. But Riddle still needs to take advantage of those opportunities, right? Like when you're given, when people give you an opening, it's still up to you to take that shot. Yeah. Riddle took that shot, didn't work out for them, but they still did a very good performance and performed far better than the 7-0 that they had earlier in the season.
Absolutely. Gibson, I want you to hold tight. I'm going to be coming to you in just a moment. But for now, let's join Nick on the show right now from Ambush. Nick, welcome. How are you doing? I love the shirt, by the way. You're looking good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, nothing too serious. Just happy and grinding.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you say happened there? When you were 5-2 down, it felt like you were in a little bit of trouble. What did you do within the roster to start to bounce back there?
I mean, at this point, I feel like it might be kind of obvious to people as well that like we have guaranteed the playoff spot. So for us, it's just that we're playing. We have been in a slump, and there's a lot of work that we still need to do. But of course, like repeating stuff that it's like on numerous amounts of VODs. Like obviously, people know what we're gonna do, and like they saw what we did. I think it was kind of obvious that they also kind of wanted to go for big plays, like, and they caught us off guard, but. At the end of the day, like win is a win, and like we're just waiting for the playoffs, and that's where the grind is like looking towards to.
Yeah, it's all ahead of you, but how important is it, do you think, going into these playoffs that you go in with that momentum? You mentioned there yourself that you've had a bit of a rocky patch here in the second split. Does it feel good to be getting back to winning ways going into what is a really crucial time of this NPL season?
Yeah, definitely, and I think like I said, we have been in a slump, and there has been like discussions, like obviously inside of the team that I don't want to talk about here, but it's definitely a rocky road, and like especially when it's not only one person that hits a slump, when it's more of a like team play that's rocking between the players, then it's something that will take time. But for us, like the focus is completely on the playoffs, and we are still here to play, and we still know how the game works. So I think it's going to be interesting in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we look ahead to those playoffs, just reflecting on the group stages for you as a whole, are you positive about it? Are you feeling good about it?
Good about split 1, not so good about split 2, obviously, for like obvious reasons. I think if we can just like turn around like both and do what we did on split 1 and master that, then I think that's when we can be like so-called happy. But right now it's because it's 50-50. We had a good split and then we had a bad split. So you can't obviously be happy before you have won like the entire thing. But for us, I think it's going back to got us into the top 2 in the first split. I think that's what we more care about right now.
Absolutely. And Nick, like you said yourself, you made it to the dance, you go into the playoffs, so congratulations on that. And best of luck, because I probably won't speak to you beforehand. So good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers, man. Take care. All right, guys, we need to step up our fashion game. I don't know if you noticed that as well, Gibson, but we are dramatically underdressed in comparison to that man.
But look, I'm Irish. We've got like 6 shops in the whole country, and we're still stuck in the 90s as well. So we're kind of limited by what we can wear. So yeah, if Nick can give me a couple of good suggestions, if Fresh or Ian or Des have any good suggestions on how I could.
Oh, they've got great game. They know exactly what they're doing when it comes to shirts.
100%. Look, as I said, I'm Irish. Football jerseys and tracksuit bottoms is practically style here, so I need to up that game.
Well, speaking of style, Novi, Ambush definitely came back in style there. They were in a little bit of trouble. We've spoken about Riddle, but it was an impressive comeback for them, wasn't it?
Impressive comeback, 5 rounds on the trot. And also, I liked in that interview, Nick going, yeah, we're just waiting for playoffs. You'll see us back and form in playoffs. I pray for the Nordic teams that he is right, because there is a possibility that they will be the only team that managed to make it to playoffs from representing the Nordic region, depending on how Coalesce does. But I'm excited to see what they're bringing. What could they possibly have in their back pocket? They've shown they've got resilience. They show, as Jerry said, they can throw something a little bit different at the curve on the fly. So Ambush is this exciting team. My worry is, what happens if they get in and there's just not enough rounds, there's not enough games for them to demonstrate truly their ability and what they've prepared for. So fingers crossed for playoffs.
Despite what's been a tough second split for them, Gibson, before I go to the break here, do you think that they've got what it takes to put together a bit of a run in the playoffs?
Oh, definitely. Look, at the end of the day, they're in. You got to be in to win, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. So start getting a couple of wins together. Do that Nordic region proud. And I know that Snurley and Uberos are going to be full team Ambush for the coming weeks.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll be getting stuck into Victus versus Team Heroic. Don't go anywhere.
My name's Jake Saxter, I'm the coach for Victus.
Hi, my name's Adam, also known as Skeptic, and I play for Victus, and I'm the IGL/support.
Today, preoccupied though, Skeptic could find himself a couple here. Picks one, finds the second, finish with the shotgun. The SMG has been drawn and it will be successful. Victus, successful once again.
I initially was just going to help them with their Rumble finals, and then I just ended up staying on because they convinced me to stay.
I joined Victus after they offered me a trial, and when I trialed, it just kind of clicked, like it worked. The chemistry was there already, and yeah, that was it.
When we made the changes before the season, we knew that we'd have a lot of very strong individuals, and we'd be able to win rounds off that. And I think that's sort of shown through in the first half of the split that we can win a lot of rounds just off individual players making plays. However, that isn't something that we want to just be the definition of the team. It's something that we're happy to have, but we don't want it to be us as we do want to be a team first and then individual second. I think that's the big thing, in terms of our goals for this next half of the split is making sure we fulfill that as well as obviously get Challenge League.
I know sometimes in the team we joke about how the casters and how everyone says 10 Star's the biggest UK team coming up, and it's yeah, okay, sure. When I got kicked or left or whatever, I beat them on J-Links and then I beat them here as well, and I'm still ain't lost to them, so that feels good.
I try to avoid falling into the trap of believing your own hype, but I do think we have quite high ceiling if we can get everyone on the same page and working together.
I don't think we're at anywhere where we want to be right now in terms of the consistency and level that we want to be, but we can be there, so it's just about making sure we work hard in the next upcoming break to make sure we're there.
If we can win against, some of these teams off the basis of individual play, then really, if we become more of a team and we add other sort of weapons to our arsenal, where is the sort of ceiling for us as a team?
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in,
And Slothar just picks them apart.
try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers. We've had a bit of a switch up on the analyst desk, kicking them off the cast to join me. Sorry, lads. We've got Whippet and Jerry. Guys, did you see that little promo there during the break? Did you catch it? Did your eyes see that?
Mm-hmm. It looks very, very good. I've never been to an Insomnia before, but
I've never been.
They look great.
It's in Birmingham. Maybe we should all go, guys. NEC. And Insomnia 69, I-69, whatever you want to call it. Rainbow Six is going to be there. We've got all sorts going on. Big tournament, 5K prize pool. Jerry, are you going to enter yourself or what?
I've never played like comp before, but it is very tempting to bring my own computer there and have a little stack, try and do a run. So yeah, it's the perfect opportunity to do that kind of thing if you've never done it before. And I think I'd be missing out on the experience. So it is actually genuinely on my maybe pile.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, now let's reflect before we move forward here. Riddle versus Ambush. Whippet. Riddle put themselves in a really strong position in that one. And I was actually thinking, hold on a minute, is this going to be the big moment? Would you say that they fumbled the bag, or were Ambush just a little bit too strong for them?
I'm going to have to be unfortunate to say I think Riddle did fumble it just a little bit. Lots of small mistakes crept in the second half of that matchup. They were 5-2 up against Ambush, and an Ambush that hasn't looked particularly great this split. And it looked like the stars were aligning to keep them alive, keep them in the NPL, and Ambush just took full advantage of every mistake that was presented, and Ambush woke up a little bit. Sad to see Riddle go, but their just form wasn't there, and it really is just an unfortunate result for them.
Yeah, Jerry, commiserations to Riddle, and I guess congratulations to Ambush, who have looking like they're going to end this group stage in a really strong way going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we said at the very start of the split that Ambush, they set themselves up so perfectly in the first split, finishing second, having such good points tally that they didn't really even necessarily need to perform this split. And they've shown that they could actually rest on their laurels, weirdly, and still make it through to playoffs. Maybe they're a little bit unhappy with the form of the team, but a lot of it is to do with timing. If you're going to have a slump, now is the time you would choose to have it. So they just need to turn that round and hope that they can pick themselves up for the playoffs and the finals.
Well, in 22 hours, 55 minutes and 21 seconds, we will have Playday 18 of the NPL.
Specific.
There you go, thank you. Whippet, do you think that Riddle, maybe in their final swan song against Coalesce, could get that dub?
It's gonna be a massive mountain to climb. Coalesce, since this second split came in, since Nixon's been brought on the team, have looked phenomenal. All I have to say is the fact that they were the first team to topple Heroic in a very long time. They really look on fantastic form right now as Coalesce. So Riddle, if they get the victory there, you got to ask questions of how could he not get over ambush tonight? But I don't really see it getting done. I love everyone on Riddle, but it is just hard to see right now.
Talking about tremendous form, 36 points, sitting top of the table, Heroic versus their opponents, Victus, and they've still got it all to play for here. Let's take a look at this roster, Jerry.
It's funny you should mention form as well, because looking at this roster, in terms of Victus, they really are flying, and Heroic are maybe showing that they can bleed lately, but look at this squad. Incredible roster all the way through. You've got Upor in there, the slightly more recent addition in place of Flexi, who retired unexpectedly at the start of the split. Caused a little bit of issues, but he really did slot in exceptionally quickly. He's put in the individual performances. They've had a couple of stumbles so far this split, but it's not been enough to squander their chances of winning NPL overall and getting that Challenger League spot. They just find themselves in a slightly less favourable position, mainly due to the fact that 10-star are absolutely flying and have jumped them in the standings, but 72% conversion rate is the stat I love looking at. This is a team that when they get that entry, and we know just how good Oscar and Upor sometimes are at getting those, they will usually convert that into a win.
Upor, he's come in and he's looking good with it.
He is, for such a last-minute addition coming in right at the start of this split for Flexi, has fit into this roster exceptionally well and has made a massive impact in a number of high-pressure rounds. Really kind of that star sub almost role coming in. I really am keeping a keen eye for how he develops throughout this team and what more impact he can make, because they still have a little bit further to push on with this Playday and tomorrow and, of course, our upcoming playoffs.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at their opponents. Of course, Heroic, a very formidable team. EUL, absolute elite. And they're going to be looking to do big business once again here, Jerry.
Yeah, and this is a very powerful roster, as we know, especially in the context of NPL. They have been seen to struggle a bit recently. You know, yesterday's 8-6 loss to Secret certainly stumped a lot of people who were expecting it to go the other way. And so the question is, are Heroic on their hottest form right now? They've even lost a couple of games in NPL to Coalesce and 10-star. They've also got the added potential downside today of having to sub in Mr. Officer for Sloth. And Mr. Officer himself is actually not in the best of states. A recent Twitter video he put up, you know, he's feeling a little bit sick. So when we say a sick coach is coming in to sub in, we don't mean it in the good way necessarily today.
Yeah, it might not necessarily be a sick performance from Officer, or it could be if he's got a bucket next to him. But, you know, I do always like to see him. I do always like to see his name on the roster when he does show up, don't you, with it?
Oh, I do. Mr. Officer is an absolute delight of a person in our community, and, you know, has a good record of wins with Heroic as well. They tend to have a good form of victory in NPL when he's on the side, and it's going to be tough to say with him not being in the best of form as well, with just suffering from a little bit of illness and coming in. And so far, Heroic have recently looked like they can be beaten with 2 defeats here, and the UL showing that they can bleed just a little bit. It will be a hard matchup against Victus, who are in a good bit of form right now, and finally back with their full roster after a few players had to step away and they had to fill with some subs as well.
Now, of course, we are into the final week of NPL, which means, of course, these two have faced off once before, and it was quite a fairly close encounter. We played it out on Cafe, Heroic getting the dub 7-4, Jerry.
This was at a point where Heroic were looking absolutely untouchable in almost every level of play. Teams were very scared to come up against them in Charlotte, where they pretty much already booked their spot in the major at that point. So I don't know how much salt you want to take this with, maybe a grain, maybe a whole bucket load, but I don't think it's going to make a difference this match. I don't think they're going to be looking back at this and thinking like, oh, you know, we beat them last time, etc. Maybe that's the mental game they want to be in, Heroic, but Victus, they're going to be like, no, clean slate, we're a different team, Heroic are looking worse, we can do this anywhere right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot's happened since this previous matchup with it.
Yeah, there's been a rise in form for Victus and a slight dip from Heroic. And when we go into this matchup, I really want us to keep everyone's eyes focused on Oscar. He's in fantastic form right now, has always been brilliant, but every time I see Oscar in the lobby, I know something crazy is going to happen. And I've just got a feeling in the back of my mind, he might be a nightmare for Heroic today.
Whip it, Jerry. You know by now I asked the tough questions. Which map do you think we're going to go to? Jerry.
I'm going to have a brief look at my stats here. I feel like a cafe is actually quite likely again. Neither team like to ban it out too often. Potentially even a border. That is one of these maps that a lot of these teams have been banning very heavily, but not Victus and Heroic. And they haven't shied away from the potential of going there. It's just it hasn't been picked yet. So if there's going to be a surprise border this season, it might be today.
All right, one word from you, Whip it. What are you saying?
Chalet.
All right, let's find out. Let's get into
also a good
our
shout.
map vetoes. And we are going to Clubhouse. Jerry, you were both wrong.
Now that's an interesting one. 60% ban rate coming through from Victus on this map in the normal, in every map ban up until this point. And they've chosen it over Cafe, a map that they are historically very good on. But of course, you look at that previous map played and maybe they think the Heroic stack up particularly well against them, sort of on paper and of course in practice there. So understandable. Clubhouse is a fairly default map, as we like to say. And, you know, I'm not going to bring out the sandwiches, but it is often compared to certain sandwiches, and it's a very procedural map, so the team that are the most experienced, the most regimented will often come out on top, and to be honest, in my eyes, that's definitely Heroic.
Whip it you into this, Victus, Heroic, Clubhouse. How are you feeling about that?
I'm going to go a little bit of an opposite way to Jerry right now. I think with Victus now with their main 5 back and in good form, and Heroic having Officer in and not at full strength right now, I think that linearity, that structure of Clubhouse might just favour Victus, and they always have that Oscar factor as well. So I'm going to have to go in on them to win it today. Even though my predictions, I think I put Heroic.
You're ignoring
you
the Benja
switching
factor.
your prediction live on the show, Whip it.
That's a risky thing to do. I wouldn't put it in stone yet. I haven't seen a single round played, so I wouldn't put it in stone. But I think Victus have a very good chance today.
Did you still watch Deal or No Deal, Whip it?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you could swap at the end with swap the box? And that's officially
we don't
what
do that here. We don't do that.
We don't do that. Jerry, we need to teach this guy. Come on now. All right,
Exactly.
I'll tell you what. You two have been swapped out as well because we are throwing over to 2 lovely casters for this one. It is 2 of MPL's big hitters going head to head, and calling the action will be Gibson and Novi. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much for that one, Ian, and I am so excited. We got Europe's best team taking on some of the contenders, and I've got one of Europe's best casters here beside me to take me through the action. But Novi, before I hand it over, did nobody tell Whippet? We don't play Deal or No Deal here. We're playing the weakest link, and your first answer is your final answer.
There's so many references here, which a lot of people are just not going to get because they're not going to have access to the BBC. But it's fine. No, I completely agree with you. Like, come on, you've made your prediction. You've got to make it stick. Unless, to be honest, I will let someone switch if they put their money where their mouth is. I will allow a switch on that basis because, you know, then you're putting stakes on the line, not just your reputation. Because as Demo said, you know, you can always cry for the underdog and be like, this one's going to win. And you might eventually get it right. But as he says, well, it's common saying, a broken clock will be right twice a day. All right, Gibson. And, you know, you can claim that something's going to happen. We're going to see an upset. I'm going to change my prediction, go for something wacky. But it doesn't mean that you're always going to be right. Statistics have got to back it. And at the moment, I think I'm going to align with Jerry a little bit here. He's on a winning form with predictions, and I think he's right on this one. Heroic, than a more regimented side.
Yeah, Jerry the stat man. I've actually gone for Victus in this one because I know that they're still in the hunt for the playoffs now. I know they need a lot of little things to go their way, and Clubhouse is a map where structure can be key. You're bringing in Mr. Officer, the coach. What better man to bring in than a coach when you're playing a structured map? But Novi, you said that even a broken clock is right twice a day. That's more than I'm right. I'm always wrong, but I'll tell you what, I'm right about this. This is going to be a fantastic game. And with bans like Maverick and Jackal coming out straight away, forcing teams to play a certain style, I love it.
I think that Jackal ban is quite smart, especially with Oscar quite often picking that role up. But also on Victus, I think for them, I know there was talks, I think, from YZN on Twitter, like, coach is trolling the map bans. He's just picking them at random. For Victus, this is a good test, right? You haven't had your full lineup in how many weeks? This is your last... have they only got... I think this is their last game as well, because they're... Or did they not? I can't remember. Yes, they've got one game left. This is their final game, right? So they have to, if they want any practice before playoffs, this is their last opportunity in an official, not a scrim. right? Unless if you discount Challenger League and that sort of stuff. This is against the opponents you're going to fight in playoffs. This is your opportunity to test what you can do against them. Maybe try some different stuff. So I want to see Victus going like full on sending it, seeing how far they can push Heroic, because I keep saying it, they can bleed. This isn't like previous seasons back in Yukon for any Nordic watchers. We had, Na'Vi would top the table and they just would go undefeated. They might have an overtime game here or there. They wouldn't. Heroic's first half was very indicative of what an EUL side should do. The second half, not so much. And that's what's so exciting.
Well, if anybody in the side of Victus has recently watched Predator, they will have heard the one and only Arnie say, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And that's exactly what they're going to try to do to take down Heroic, because there's a chance, like we said, that they can qualify straight for the finals here today. They've got their full 5-man roster. They haven't had it in a little bit of a while. Yes, Skeptic is just back from Canada. Let's see if, that little time off will refresh the batteries, or maybe he'll be a little bit rusty. But we're going straight into the basement. We've got a little bit of something along the lines of that SSG roam with a lot of attackers on that top floor. At some point in the round, we'll see that little bell, but Gorgona is going to open up the killing straight away as he takes down Newport, and that is a 1.5 KD player off the board. And what a statement to start the round from Gorgona.
That's just put Victus straight on the back foot, taking the wind out of their sails. And you can see, where have all these orange outlines gone? Well, they've been killed. They've had to back off, and it's all on Oscar. But Oscar's this sort of sense to sit behind enemy lines and not get noticed. Sometimes it works out for him, sometimes it doesn't, but more often than not, he manages to get away with it. And we look at it and go, how on earth did you get away with that? How did you get out of that situation and not die? Just like that, he's backed away. But this is the thing about Victus that they're so goddamn good at, is when a player falls back, there's usually another player ready and waiting to support their teammates. Skyty was down there in case there is more pressure to follow. Gorgona gets taken out. Benja removes Oscar, so the roam hasn't worked out quite how Victus would have liked, but at least they managed to reply. Benja's position is known, and now he's got this cheeky little defender from behind who's on very low HP with a P10 Roni, finally removed by Grizzly at the halfway mark. But Victus has managed to waste a lot of time, but they've also lost a lot of players.
Yeah, it's a 4v2 situation now. Grizzly just mauled another one of those roamers on the fence, and Heroic are going to push that attack button, pushing down main stairs. Officer is going to get the knock on to YZN, making it a 4v1 as Grizzly finishes off. And just as that push came, it is over, and we see round number 1 in the bag for Heroic. And well, we were wondering, would there be rust? Would there be complacency from Heroic? Well, the answer to that one is an emphatic no in round number 1.
Right, Heroic taking first blood, and Officer showing that the old man can still dust off the mouse mat. The mouse pad. Why would you have two? The mouse mat, the mouse, the keyboard. He can dust off all the equipment, the old peripheries, and he can still get on the server, pop some heads. And nicely done by Mr. Officer. We still haven't had an Officer highlight reel yet, although he has subbed in a couple of times. It's not quite to the levels of back when Na'Vi was also playing with both the UL sides were playing with a coach, and it was just Officer highlight reels left, right, and centre, especially on Clubhouse. So I'm interested to see if maybe on defence, that's usually where Officer seems to shine a little bit more. We'll be able to see that coming out. It'd be nice to get something in maybe the NPL top plays. Officer could get in there. But for Victus, I want to see them stepping up a level. They had a game plan there. Didn't work out for them. They just lost straight gunfights, getting pre-fired, and of course, losing Yulpor so early on does not help. But they've chosen to switch up. They've changed site, gone to gym bedroom instead. I'm always a fan of this. I will say this to death: is if you lose on a site, to repeat it the same thing for, unless you're completely changing your strategy within it, the attacker's going to know what they're walking into. So you have to be mindful. You have to switch things up. Otherwise, in theory, the attackers will keep getting better and get more practice into your defense.
Yeah, chance for both sides to flex those muscles onto him. Bet him, Gorgona. There we go. Second time lucky. Gorgona opens the hatch. 2 minutes and 30 gone. So they'll begin going through that attacker checklist. Get the wall open. Maybe get some pressure coming over from construction side as well. Skeptic thought about going for the bandit trick, but with Ace being on the board, that is not going to happen. Checklist number 1 down. 2 minutes left inside this round. Novi and Heroic, they are doing exactly what they need to do at the timer mark that they need to do it.
Absolutely, but Skeptic did manage to, I was gonna say survive. Oscar wasn't able to find a kill. There we go. Diffuser's been dropped. Skyty chimes in. He might have just been able to save his teammate. Kazuno has fallen to Gorgona as well. And it's all on Grizzly and Officer. But now it's all on the coach himself. A 1 versus 2 because one player is down. But he's still alive. He's going to be giving information of exactly where Officer is. Officer's removed him, so it's a free drone for the defender. Oscar is filling that role for his team. But now you can see the rest of Victus, because they had that information, they know he's not planting. They know he's still looking, so they can back off. Now he's been removed. They know that he's probably going to go for the objective. They're going to start pushing in. Officer's going to swing around the corner, take out Yulpor, but YZN shuts him down in the back, and that'll be the round. Victus bounce back in a very spectacular fashion and bring it level playing field, 1-1. It looked dicey for a second there. Heroics seemed to have their number, but the Victus crossfire, the trading of Victus, enables them to bring back that round within their grasp.
That was a massive pullback from Victus because Heroic pushed in the side and it looked like the round was in their favor. But then the man who once sung Island Boy found himself the boy who was alone in an island in the 1v2. And well, you know yourself, any side worth anything is going to win those 2v1 situations. So we jump on back down to the basement site where we saw Heroic take it emphatically in round number 1. And part of that was down to Gorgona getting that opening kill inside Garage. So this time around, we're looking at that setup. We will get the roam game back up and running. But if you're going to get if you want the roam game to work, Novi, you need to have everybody alive and kicking at least 1 minute into the round. If you lose players early and you're trying to roam, it's a recipe for disaster.
It's something that Jerry has been pushing for seasons upon seasons of Yukin, and since the start of NPL was the conversion statistic. If you get first blood, what is the percentage or percentage case of scenarios in which you therefore then win the round? And it's one of those cases where even on, unless it's like Riddle or teams near the bottom of the teams, almost every single other team has like at least like 60%. They're at that point. It's even higher for Heroic, even higher for Victus. They punish you very hard. The barrel of the gun sticking around the corner, but Benja wins it out against Skyty. And that puts Victus again behind before the first 30 seconds. And this is a terrible start once more to a basement defense. It is getting worse because Grizzly has crawled through the dirt and has taken down Skeptic as well. Victus is so far behind in this round, and we're only 1 minute into it.
Yeah, 2 minutes left in the round and 2 defenders down already. The timing is going well for Heroic, but here comes Oscar. The phone is going to ring. Habana is going to sing out the song, but YZN pulls one back. Benja is going to drop. He tries to get the double, but there is Officer to take down YZN. Gorgona makes it a 4v1 as Oscar pushes through Moto. Gorgona finds him too, and that is another round 1 for Heroic as these sides are trading back and forward. Back and forward. And what can you say? Heroic, when they get that numerical advantage, there ain't many teams better at it in the business.
Exact repeat of round 1. Early kill in first 30 seconds, and then Heroic end up winning with only losing 1 player, sweeping the rest of the team very, very easily. Victus has something either fundamentally wrong with their roam game on that basement hold, or Heroic just have their number and they're winning gunfights. It felt a bit like the gunfight that time was Skyty just whiffing a little bit. His reactions were not keen. Benja was just quicker on the draw with that headshot. So sometimes it comes down to it. It's just a 50-50. It doesn't necessarily matter who's better. It's just one player's, might get a little bit luckier with the spray, or might, both these players are fantastic. But that's the case where we never say a gunfight. It's always 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. And there's different things you can put in your favor. That time it felt like a 50-50. Benja was just so much faster. And he's now putting in the work as well. This is a player who I feel like in the NPL we've been very critical of, because he's been a little bit quiet in some previous rounds, previous games, and we've gone, where's Benja? Where's Benja? The last week, he delivered on, I don't know what he was, like energy drink or what he had in his breakfast, his cereal, but Gibson, he went insane. He was like 16 and 8 or something ridiculous. The guy was on another level, and that performance has carried on. It feels like the Benja who went absent for that briefest of moments, he is back in the server and he is making waves.
Benja is an absolutely cracked player, and when you have people like Gorgona on the side as well, you will really earn that spot as the best team in Europe, like I keep saying, and that's because they've proved it. But Benja starting to show his talent in MPL, because Gorgona really has carried the weight. But anyways, there's a round going on right now, and we're looking at the setup. Skeptic is going to attempt to go for that bandit trick, and is he going to pull it off? No, he's not. So that is checklist item number 1. Skeptic sprints away. But Benja pushes in. Uno is there, 4v2, as this defense is just falling apart. Skydie will find one. Azur gets the second to make it a 2v1 now. And it's all down to, well, I was going to say it's all down to Oscar. But there is Gorgona once more, finishing rounds. And that rush was phenomenal. That is a 3-1 lead now for Heroic.
Skeptic, are you jet lagged? Mate, what are you doing? You're just running around CCTV. Get to bloody cover. They're about to blow the bloody wall. Come on. I just look at this. He goes, no, I'm going to go rest. No, I'm going to go back. Like, the fact that he survives that long is actually kind of low-key impressive. I've been very, very hard on him. I'm sure you just make a decision. You sort of, it's been a while since being a server. You make one decision, you go, crap, maybe I should make the other decision, and you panic, and then you don't end up doing the right thing. But unfortunately for Victus, as soon as that player falls, as soon as they open that, Heroic see the opportunity, and they just gun for it. And Victus wasn't ready for what hit them. Oscar did a very good job to try and bring it back in line. It didn't work. But this was a very interesting round. The one round that Victus won was on this site, Gibson. And it didn't necessarily go smoothly, but it was very well played by them.
Definitely did not. Heroic got the breach open nice and early. They pushed through the breach. They got the kill in bathroom, and you thought to yourself, this is another round. GG. This is an easy one for Heroic. But Victus, they stayed calm, and I think one of the biggest inclinations you can get from a team, or the best idea of what a team's mental is like, is how they react whenever they start losing in the numbers game. Can they bounce back? Can they trade things the other way? And that's exactly what they did. So now we're looking at the Heroic attack. A couple of different officers brought in. They're going to go get that jacuzzi wall open once more, which is a given. But Oscar will just peek on out of dirt and get the kill on the Grizzly, and he gets one back. So it's a 4v5. But gotta say this, luckily enough for Heroic, they brought 2 hard breachers, and Thermite's just going to get to work on that jacuzzi wall.
That is a taste of Heroic's own medicine right there. First 30 seconds, and this time they're the ones to suffer a casualty. But my eyes are firmly on Gorgona. Statistically, the best performing player of Heroic so far this season. He is on incredible, some of the best form that he's been on a long time. He's just slipped past the default as well on those stairs. If Victus isn't careful, Gorgona could pounce. He's biding his time very, very carefully. Skeptic's got a read, going to come around the corner, sprays him down this time. Victus won't run a miss, and instead Gorgona's the one to fall, and Heroic fall further behind. But jacuzzi wall is open. There is an opportunity here. They're going down that checklist. We've just got to make sure that that man count doesn't come to bite them in the behind later in the round.
And we will find out very soon. 1:30 on the clock, as the push is very much heavily focused over here on Jacuzzi. Are they going to try and pinch the side? Well, they will trade one out. A Skeptic on the swing will take down Benja, but not before Uno can pull it back. It's a 4v2 now. What Heroic need to do is divide and conquer. Turn this 2v4 into as many 2v1s as possible. Victus, you need to do the opposite, but Heroic, it's creeping around. There's still a minute on the clock, Novi, so they have a lot of time to play with. You know, don't panic. Work out where that defensive hold is. But for Victus, all you got to do now is watch your angles, hold crosses, and this should be a round one for them.
It doesn't help that there's not a lot of drones as well remaining, so they kind of have to rely on what they can hear and what they can see. They're going to switch it up to construction. Skyty's ready and waiting on that C4 in case someone comes through that wall. Here they go, running on in. Skyty gets the first. Sealpore shuts it down, and Victus gets another round. 100% win rate on that gym bedroom site, but 0% win rate on everything else. Where do Victus go for their final round? Do they attempt the basement for the third time? Do they attempt CCTV second time, or do they go to bar? They're opting for Church and Arsenal, saying a little bit of a prayer and going down to that basement, and this time praying that it works out differently those first 30 seconds.
Well, it was all about the push. Oscar getting isolated on the top floor and the ground floor, and Benja, of course, got that swing and bar the last time around as well. So for Victus, can you hold it? Can you make this as interesting as possible? Now, just a reminder for everyone at home, Victus, of course, they cannot get straight into the finals anymore. Heroic have won more than the one round that they needed to get to stop that possibility for them. So for Victus now, it's just an exercise in confidence building. Can you take as many rounds off of the best team in Europe, or can you even go ahead and get that win and just set yourself up in a really good position? YZN playing in that position that we saw him lose his life in very early last time, and it's nice to see him jump back up onto that top floor because, of course, Azami, probably one of the most powerful operators in the game on defense, if you can keep her alive.
If you can keep her alive, that is always the key. We've seen it with a couple of these operators, Wamai as well, sometimes going down very early on. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the gadgets, the utility they provide, it's nowhere to be seen. It's not available. Oscar looking for the cheeky C4. Doesn't land. I thought just in case someone sprints across or pings across, rubber bands across the server, maybe walks into the radius of the explosion, but it's not going to happen. But so far, Victus has survived the first 30 seconds without anyone dying. This is a new record, Victus. Well done. We'll be sending out the logic bomb, but as much as I meme about it, the longer they run without losing someone, regardless if they even get a kill, the better Victus is. This is perfect from Victus. Heroic don't have the confidence to just sprint on in because they got that early kill. The issue is now they have to clear everything, and they haven't been in this situation before. This is like attacking a whole new site because it's completely different from the last two times they attacked basement.
It is, but they've actually cleared the ghost room in a minute as well. That ghost room can be such a delay for teams, but you're a minute down. You've realized that you've got all aside for free, but you don't have Oscar because he's waiting at the bottom of those main stairs. Peeks his head up, gets the kill on the Benja, and falls back now. Pastor Skyty sitting behind the bar in church. That C4 is his Bible, and will he convert anybody to his word as they push down main stairs? He's still biting. He is still waiting. Gorgona beginning to open up that wall, making lots and lots of noise. And will that be the signal to throw that C4? Still waiting, still biting. C4 thrown, but unfortunately, there was no buff to that text. And that will be another big piece of utility down for Victus. 1 minute left on the round, Novi. And well, Heroic are in place to push, but Victus holding their angles.
Victus are holding some angles, so are Heroic. Officer's got that nice lineup all the way from Oil Pit, all the way through Jenny. He's starting to damage that wall as well. They're opening up the top floor. Skeptic will be in dirt, so interesting position. Officers actually decided to back out wholeheartedly and rotate back round. Obviously not comfortable with that Jenny push. Thinks that there is too much resistance down that path. Is going to switch things up. Instead, coming down blue stairs, the kunai from Azami goes out to cover one angle, but there we go. A player's out in the open. It's Skeptic taken down, removed, but YZN's just around the corner, but it doesn't matter. Core has traded, so that's one player removed. That's one flank from Heroic not in play. The drop from the hatch doesn't work out, but Grizzly is here. He's taking them apart. Gorgona's trying to push on through. Grizzly swings around the corner, finds YZN, but shot in the back by Oscar and Victus. It gets chaotic, but still at all those points, they were in control of that round, and they will bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline when Heroic have looked better the entire half so far.
Well, that 3-3 split is the new normal. It's what you expect to get on defense. It's what you hope to get on attack. So both sides probably going to be happy with the way things stand. But now, Victus, you're on attack. You need to set that pace and take down Heroic. Can you win the 4 rounds necessary to get the win in game number 2 of the night? But interesting to keep an eye on. One of the things I love is seeing at the very start how teams elect to attack and defend different sites. Straight off the bat, Mira's being brought into play on Basement Church. This is, of course, a site where I think Mira can have a massive influence on delaying and stalling that attack. You've got the shotgun, you've got the C4. In my opinion, when you get right site, you nearly have to take Mira.
Yeah, but Mira's this... I want to say, I keep saying this. I feel like she's less strong than she used to be. Beforehand, there was this fear of Mira because teams weren't comfortable with playing into it.
10 seconds to go.
But now, with the fact that there's the attacker repicks and everything, teams seem a lot more less panicked when they see a Mira. I always feel like Mira kind of got the Monty effect of like everyone freaks out when they see it and then they don't know what to do and it kind of scuffles the whole plan. Now you go, oh cool, it's a Mira. Okay, well, where are they putting that? Can we change an operator, maybe bring in a Twitch, change something else? Or you can just shoot them through the 4. That's their best player removed from the game. Victus starting out another round. That's the 3rd round out of 7 that they have lost a player in the first 30 seconds of the round. That is absolutely insane. Talk about an entry frag or the first frag of the game, because Heroic are delivering on a whole nother level far quicker.
Oh, it is a great start to the round for Heroic once more, and they're still playing in super aggressive positions. As we look towards Victus, YZN holding that cross, holding that choke point in towards Bar, but doesn't look like anybody from Heroic is going to feed them that free one. Gargona is on the top floor. Benja is just beginning to pick apart all of the little reinforcements that they put up themselves so that they can move freely around the map. And I always say this, it's something that I live and die on, and it's mobility is winnability for a defender. And if you can freely move around the map, you'll win more rounds than you can lose.
Oh, but that's a huge grenade to bring them back in and take out, say, a player who wasn't going to move that much. Officer was on the mirror, so was going to be in an anchor position. Now he's been removed. That might leave a slight hole in the defensive Heroic unless they rotate someone around, but Benja still in that corner, still alone. Medics, thank you for appearing. We forgot about him because he's on the other side of the map. So he's just chilling, just waiting there, but there's plenty of time left. But what do the rest of the Heroic players do? How do they deal with the fact they've lost a player? Uport, fantastic shot through the floor. He's been going a bit quiet, I want to say. He's been delivering kills, but not being on the top of our radar because of how flashy everything else has been. But he's been consistent, winning his ones, and that is exactly what Victus need in this situation. Yes, they started out with their best player going down, but the rest of the team has stepped up. But talk about stepping. Here comes Benja, slowly sneaking his way through. He's close to Bar. YZN might not spot him here. I think he comes off the drone. Do they know? I don't think they know. Benja might get away with murder here. He's a criminal. But no, he's backed off the position. Benja, please just push. Push. Find someone. No, his position's been known. Now they know where he is. The ruse is up. The game is rigged. He shoots that YZN, but it's not enough to kill him. Skeptic's going to stick the plant as well. Benja, I think this round is done and dusted. Maybe just go for the kill. Or deciding on the C4. There we go. With the shotgun to take down YZN, but it's a 1 versus 3 with a diffuser planted. And I think even with a player like Benja at this caliber as well, this is an incredibly difficult task. Down the hatch, and away we go. Skyty takes us home, wins the round for Victus.
Yeah, big performance in that one by Victus. The roam from Benja had zero impact on that round whatsoever. They just dropped down Moto, pushed down main, won their engagements, and took that round off Heroic. They're winning 4-3 now, and they're just 2 rounds away for a win. On the other side of your Heroic, what went wrong? How do you fix it? How do you change all of the things that they were able to take advantage of? Well, I would say the first thing they're going to do, get Benja a little bit closer to sight and a little bit more engaged.
Get him engaged. Get him involved. No, Benja's having a great game. 9 and 6. Just 8 rounds, incredible stuff. Like averaging above a kill per round, which is sounds like it's just a small thing. Just get 1 kill, but it's huge when the players stepping up that much for the side. And you look at the rest of the team. Officer still delivering 4-5, Gorgona 5-5, Grizzly 6-5. All the players. Uno doesn't really have to in this situation because everyone else is fragging so well. And it means that Heroic is looking very scary. Victus did a really, really good job there, but if you give Heroic an inch, they will absolutely take a mile. Forget about the yard. They are straight there, miles ahead of you. So you've got to be careful with them, and you can't give them too much breathing room. Is Victus going to fall in the first 30 seconds again? Let's see. Can they survive? 15 seconds left, Gibby. Can they do it? Can they survive? I'm more excited about the first 30 seconds than I have done anything else because Victus keep getting rolled so early on.
Yeah, but Heroic have changed things up a little bit to keep Victus on their toes, so they're looking for the spawn peak, but it ain't there. You mentioned Uno, he's got 1 kill. Well, Novi, what does Uno mean in Spanish? It means 1. It's living up to the name as things stand right now. But let's see if they can do the other win, the other one, and get that W at the end of this map. Uno playing inside dirt, waiting for any potential push from that way. Victus setting up the push to go in through garage as they look to clear this roam game. But on the top floor, there is a sneaky roamer running around, making a lot of noise. Skydie chucks the nade up there, not going to find it. Gorgona still playing pride of place. Benja alt walking, creep walking around as well, and with 2 roamers on the top floor. An officer now pulling up as well. This could be trouble. Spots out the head of Grizzly but can't find it, so he falls back into blue, down to generator. 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the round, and Victus have the number advantage.
Have the number advantage, but they've still got quite a few things to do on their checklist. That's only going to help. So that hatch blowing, so there's the angle towards Jenny and everything else. Your boy is immediately droning out. We'll spot the black mirror. No one behind it, so that information is given. If the rest of Victus can move fast to clear this open, they can start opening the floor with the sledge, and YZN can start applying pressure. Or they can walk straight in. Skyti having gotten away with that. Uno recovers it from the brinks of death with Officer chiming in as well. They now know something's wrong, but Heroic has stemmed the tide of Victus players storming in onto site. And where's the rest of the Victus players? Thermite, your boy, is alone on the other side. The rest of the team isn't close. They've got to push around and try and find him. Oscar waits for the rotate brilliantly and removes Benja. That is huge, because now we're in an even 3 versus 3. Your boy just has to wait for enough time to pass where his teammates can get close enough or can make the situation, make the opportunity for themselves. Victus is getting away with this round from nowhere, and it's all on Uno, who is actually now sitting on 2 kills, but is the last player remaining. An amazing headshot round the corner, but runs into the smoke to run his way round. A nice shot given in chat, but is now flash. 1 versus 2, 30 seconds remaining, getting tagged, and he actually manages to get the kill, but it's not enough to close out the round for Heroic, and Victus push forward for another round.
And that is 5-3, 1 round away from match point. And will they be able to find it? Heroic, they're in a little bit of a hole. Their MPL record over the last couple of games not looking as strong as it did on Split 1. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're still in top spot with just 1 Playday left after this one. Jumping into round 9, we're going to change that side as we push to Gym Bedroom with Mira in play once more. Looking at the rest of that defense, we've got ourselves cheeky little Azami and Alibi in there as well, so lots of pace, lots of ability to set up the map that you want to. But how will Victus solve this puzzle? How will they work to break down this attack? Well, looking at the lineup they have right now, they're just going to go basics. Novi, they've got Thatcher, they've got Thermite, they've got Havana, and they've got 4 nades.
I really wonder what happened in that round for Sky to get the opportunity to just walk on in. It seems illogical that that should be able to happen. How was that hole created in Heroic's defense? Because that shouldn't have happened, you know, especially in a side like Heroic and the pedigree that carries along with them. So I'll be interested to actually check the VOD back and check that one. But for Victus, so far, they're in that prime position, but we've seen teams fall from a strong position before. Riddle just previously blew a 5-2 lead and lost 5 rounds on the trot. Heroic easily capable of achieving the same feat. They are an incredible team. actually see Skyty stats as well, 75% cost. Although he's, being slightly unfortunate, especially with that early engagement as well, he's still performing incredibly well for his team and very, very consistently. And that's what's sort of winning why we're seeing this back-and-back swing is, yes, we've highlighted Benja, yes, we've sort of highlighted Oscar, but both teams are playing very consistently at the moment in those gunfights. That's why we're seeing a very even spread across the two teams.
Well, we're inside the 2-minute mark of the round now as we see Heroic still holding that defense. YZM beginning to use those nades, and he will absolutely capture Benja with that one. But will he captivate the rest of those members of Heroic? It's a 5v4, and when you have that advantage, now you need to push. Uno and Gorgona, they're putting a lot of resources into this hold as they're inside. They fall back from cash, they fall back into sight. What can Victus do? With Grizzly still crouch walking around. They have managed to take control of cash now, but it's still very slow from Victus. Novi, they're not taking advantage of the free ground.
They don't have to move fast. There's still half the round left to play. And they can see if Heroic's going to get a little bit too aggressive and then punish them justifiably for it. Viperio is looking to open Jacuzzi wall. I believe that's going to go off without a hitch. So now they've created two flanks on either side. They've got cash control, and now they've got Jacuzzi wall open. In theory, they can split their forces across two flanks and start pincering Heroic. Make that 3 flanks so they stick someone on the window as well. And this can basically put any Heroic players on site inside a shooting gallery. They're going to be in a 3-way crossfire that Victus can then pinch harder and harder and tighter and squeeze the life out of Heroic. But they've got to be careful. With only 40 seconds remaining, if they don't manage to find the information on where the Heroic players are playing, then suddenly can get dicey, or they can send a grenade downtown. I don't think it's going to be enough to quite remove Officer. Upor's just going to run around the corner instead, so that's one. Gorgona replies in kind. Gorgona replies with 2, but gets taken down by Upor, who's stepped up massive for the team. Uno goes down as well, and it's all up to Grizzly now in a 1 versus 3 player. Coming around the corner, sees him in the opening, but Grizzly isn't quite on it. YZN too fast, and Victus move on to map points.
Another round win for Victus, and they've got, as you said, 2 attempts to get there. If Heroic win this next round, we're guaranteed to go all the way in regulation to see what's going to happen, but I think Victus want to clean this one up as quick as possible. And how do you do it? Well, you just keep doing what you're doing. Keep winning those opening engagements. Work out where Heroic are strong, where they're weak, and just test out those weak points. And honestly, this at the start of the game, Grizzly was living up to the name. He was a grizzly bear. But this last couple of rounds, well, Victus have found to be a little bit more of a teddy bear, as they've been able to pick him up very cleanly a few times in a row. And for Victus now, match point. Can you knock Heroic down a peg? And can you secure yourself your spot inside the top 3?
It will be Heroic's 3rd loss they lose. They've lost 1 in overtime. That was to, I believe, Coalesce. The other time to, I believe it was 10 star.
7-3.
Correctly, 7-3, which was a large scoreline. So Victus can potentially match 10 star here in scoreline into Heroic. That's quite a happy achievement, I'd say. Accolade. Yes, you might not be able to make the finals, but you do get to make playoffs, and you get to do as well as 10 star did into Heroic. So it's like a little badge you can wear, badge of honor going forward. But so far, same, very similar setup that we saw before. No real changes from either sides. I think Oscar might be flexing around a couple few operators, but it seems the core of both sides very, very similar. Same stuff as usual. Heroica saying, well, it was an execution thing. We just fumbled the ball a little bit. Victus is like business as usual. We've already beat them once in a site. We can beat them again.
Yes, we can. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock for Victus to just work out this defense. And they're setting everything up. They're getting the pieces in place to take them down. YZN just holding those stairs, hoping that somebody's going to go down that way. But Novi, Heroic, they've fallen back. They're going to make Victus work if they want to win this one.
Yeah, they're not making it easy. And this is the difference between good teams and championship winning teams. Great teams and championship winning teams is good teams will keep playing. They'll do a good job, they'll win rounds. But championship winning teams, they can just find an extra gear out of seemingly nowhere. They look like they're on their limit. Their opponent is on that point, and suddenly they will just completely change. They will just become better in an instant. And that is from experience, that's from grinding their way all the way through, being in so many situations where they've once failed. They now stand at the top of their field and they can be one of the best. And Heroic, believe me, are some of the best in the entire world. Victus is looking to put them to bed in their final game of the season. They're making their way around, Gibson. They've still got a lot of time. I'd argue they're even at a worse position than they were in the last round in terms of their checklist, but there is still time to play with and lots of drones still available.
Yeah, but they've put the work in. They've got the opening in towards Cash, and they've already proved that ground. Thermite is going to open up this wall as well, in through Jacuzzi, as now you're starting to make inroads on the site. Gorgona's just going to bandit trick that Mira to make sure that Thermite cannot do any more with it. There is a Habana in play, but YZN just creeping, moving towards that hatch, waiting to get the all systems go push. Victus in the hunt of a 7-3 win against Heroic. The nades are being prepped, the positions, the pawns are ready. But are the knees weak? Are the arms heavy? Grizzly peeking either side of the master bedroom. Skydie looking in as well, but it's starting to stall out. We're going to see the 20-second meta. Officer's going to open it up. Benja gets a second. Grizzly gets the third. And it's a 5v2 as Benja gets the fourth. And well, YZN, you're all alone. You have 10 seconds left. The fire is burning. And the round is over. Uno cleans it up and Heroic pull one back.
You see that right there? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That is Heroic just finding another level in which to mount their battle plan on. They are just... I love it. I absolutely love it because they have just raised the bar, right? This is like the high jump at the Olympics. You know, you start out at a level, and you keep going, and it keeps going higher until one team falters. Victus has just been smashing it the last few rounds, but Heroic has just gone, 1 second, reached up, put it really bloody high, and gone, all right, jump that. If Heroic carry on playing at this level, and they can sustain this for more than one round, Victus now needs to do the same. They need to dig deep and find themselves that extra gear, that extra bit of height to push them over that boundary that Heroic have now set. And the first team that falters is the team that will lose. But Victus has a bit of breathing room. They can fail twice before having to go to overtime. And then still, they haven't lost the game necessarily. They can still fight from that position. Heroic cannot falter. If Victus raise the level, they have to match it instantly. There is no second chance. There is no second round. And yes, they are locked in their top position. They are going to be very, very comfortable. I don't know if they're quite locked in that position. That could still change, actually. I believe 10-star might be able to hit them for the post. And imagine that, the EUL team not finishing top in the group stage, Gibson. That would be... I'd be dumbfounded if that happened. If you had said that there is a chance that Heroic won't finish top at that midway point we had, the player break, I would have said you're absolute balmy. I'd be talking to production about, look, Gibson, he's lost the case. No chance that happens. We've got to get him out of here. He's chatting rubbish. But they are...
You say that all the time.
I say that all the time. But they're at that point, Gibson. It could happen. Heroic could slip from the summit of the mountain.
Well, it all depends on what happens in every other game, and as it stands, Victus are putting in a very good performance, and they're starting to go through the map. Some old school hot droning going on right now as they push in through basement. Oscar's getting the hatch open, but look, they're surviving later into the round. It's a 5v5 with 2 minutes played, and this is exactly the platform that Victus have built their success on, Novi.
Victus sort of thrive in that chaotic situation, but where they can back each other up. That's the situation that they feel most comfortable in. It's never a default play. It is always bloody. It's always brutal. They get bruised and battered in it, but they'll make sure they trade. But Uno gets a free kill. And we know what those conversion statistics are like for Heroic. They are pretty damn good. To Victus, they need to rethink their plan. They've just lost their sledge, and yes, it's not the biggest thing. We're on the top floor. There's no floors necessarily to open. Oh, but that's the frag grenades. That is YZN. He's having a very good game. Uno gets another one. He is thriving in this environment. I said, look at a championship caliber player. Uno only had 1 kill like 4 rounds ago. Look at him now. 7 kills on the board, tied with Grizzly, for crying out loud. And Victus, they're looking to maybe lose their lead, and Heroic will tie them for that round score. There's still 2 more rounds in it. Upor brings it back within grabbing distance. But Heroic are disciplined in this situation, Gibson. They've backed off. They're letting Victus come to them, and they're challenging. They've thrown down the gauntlet, and they said, try and take us out.
A free kill given. Now there might be another one as Upor will give a little bit of support in. An officer will fall as well. It's a 2v2. Victus very close to becoming the victors now. All they need to find is 2 kills in 35 seconds. Upor pushes in the garage and it's completely free as both those defenders have fallen back into the cache site. The camera taken out, but Gorgona holding that angle falls back towards top red stairs. There's 20 seconds left now. Benja with 1 C4 at the ready, and Gorgona has 1 too. There's going to be absolute explosives. The diffuser, it's going down. The C4 pops. The first one misses, but Benja doesn't. It's a 2 versus 1. He's behind the shield. Mira pops on up. Gorgona is simply better, and that is a round win for Heroic. It is 6-5, and we are 1 round away from a potential overtime.
Look, we said it would deliver. We said this game was going to be good. Man, that is just... Oh, that is insane. The Bulgarian beast of Gorgona steps up to the plate once more and shows us why he is one of the top 5 players so far statistically in this league, and why he is one of the best players in the entire world. Gorgona, spectacular stuff. And to be honest, I've also got to commend the rest of the team as well. Udo, fantastic job there, stemming the bleeding. But also, I believe it was Grizzly on that bandit, I could be wrong, throwing the C4 and then pushing him behind it. They were not ready for that play. They were not ready for that push. And that allowed them to trade a kill 1-for-1. And it made Gorgona's life that little bit easier. And we talked about Victus's trading. Do not count out Heroic's trading as well. Very, very good stuff from this team. Victus, they're still not managing that high jump. Heroic has set that height, and Victus keep bumping into the bar. They can't quite get over it. And if they fail once more, well, Heroic is on a level playing field, and that is where things get really spicy.
It does, but we're getting into this last round of regulation. We are going down to Church Arsenal, and this is a site which has surprisingly seen a very high attacker win rate tonight so far, Novi. The attacking side just seem very good at diagnosing the defense and breaking it down. The top floor roaming game has been virtually completely negated with the way these teams have been playing. But we're 10 seconds away from jumping into that action. And is there anything that you're seeing from this Heroic defense that could cause some problems?
I think it's going to be Gorgona on that Malusi. It tells me that he's not going to want to sit on site. He might roam off a little bit with Grizzly and play around each other. They've got the utility to open up the floor as well. Or he could sit on site. He's got the impact, so he's flexible in that approach. And that's kind of what this roster, this lineup of operators is doing. You've got the Mirror, who's going to probably sit on site and anchor. But the rest of the players, Mute can sit on site or he can roam. We saw that from Oscar. Same with Malusi. She's got the impact. She can deny that hatch breach. But at the same time, she can also roam. She can place her utility and leave. Grizzly, Azami, very adaptive to the situation. Heroic is going for a team that can change depending on what Victus is throwing at them. And Victus has to be careful because even if you get 1 kill, Heroic's not going to roll over and die with this composition. They can pivot on its head and still try and come out with the round win. They've got to be very, very careful and cautious moving forwards in this round.
Yeah, the Ghost Roam was eating up lots of time here for the members of Victus, as that's now 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and they've still not begun to make inroads on the actual site itself. But now I think they've realised that all the defenders have put themselves in a position deep into site. Skydie checking garage, making sure there's nobody, just waiting. But 1 minute and 30, we're at the halfway point of the round, and as it stands right now, Heroic definitely loving how much time that Victus have wasted.
So much time has gone, and Heroic are fully healthy. Not a single point of damage. Likewise for Victus, but I'd argue that's a lot better for the defense than the attackers. Heroic's starting to get a read of where Victus is. But Victus doesn't seem to have a read on where they are. So the Sledge is going to open up the floor, open up and create those lines of sight. Heroic is going to sit back and wait and maybe poke some holes through the floor, but that's going to help. That's the first kill at the 1 minute mark that is Grizzly removed. He's already used a lot of utility, so it's not a huge boon to Heroic, but they do lose manpower. That's what's important. The hatch will eventually go. I don't think Gorgona's going to be able to deny it anymore, but YZN with the cheeky angle through the floor. Gorgona wasn't ready, and that's Gorgona and Grizzly, the big GGs, out of this round. It's up to the rest of the team to pick up the scraps and trying to pull them across that finish line. Get them to go for one more run, push us to overtime. But Victus, they've got 24 seconds. Time is ticking. They're even choosing to drone in. I love this from Skeptic. That's going to reveal where Officer is. They'll know for sure where one person is. They can start swinging around, expecting him to be there, but Officer goes aggressive. Upor might have traded back onto Uno, but it might just be enough to stem the tide. No, it's not. Victus take the round, and they've slain the Giants of Heroic. Once more, the mighty have fallen, and Victus come through with the victory, 7-5.
Big win by Victus. They get it. It doesn't really get them anywhere in the table apart from securing third place, but from a confidence perspective, to be able to go head-to-head with Heroic, well, that just goes to show how good of a side they are. Victus are back, Victus are strong, and Victus are ready to make a push for CL through the playoffs. Novi, that is exactly what they needed after the weekend, considering that they got so far with 2 subs in play to come back on MPL and beat Heroic in such a convincing manner. Well, that puts them in a great stead as we progress through the next progress into the playoffs in a couple of weeks.
Who cares about all these question marks around your team going, oh, you lost Flexi, you're not as strong as you were. Yeah, well, we beat Heroic. That's what Victus is going to be saying. And they're probably going to say, oh, we were trolling. And then Heroic's going to say, oh, we were trolling as well. But still, you can't take away from that achievement. Victus manages to pull it through on Clubhouse. A very, let's be honest, compared to many other maps, yes, Heroic can pretty much play everything. But it's Clubhouse. It's a map that every single ranked player knows, right? This is like Oregon, it's the great equalizer. Everyone can play this. There is no room to hide. Victus, they didn't hide. They stepped up to the plate. They absolutely smashed it out the park. And they're gonna bag those 3 points. How much that matters, yes, they won't be able to make it to finals, Gibson, but their final position does matter to who they might play in playoffs. And that could actually, they might be very, very happy they got those points because they might have secured themselves third place. And that's, same with the best of the rest is still a pretty good achievement, right?
It definitely is. And we're speaking about making your way to the finals, but we're going to give the desk the final say on this one as we just segue back to them. Hopefully they're all ready, and we'll catch you guys in a few.
No, Gibson, I'm not ready. Not ready. I'm kidding. We're always ready. My name's Ian, joined on the desk by Whippet and Jerry. Guys, that was a bit of a statement win, wasn't it? We'll come to you first, Whippet.
Yeah, for Victus, that's absolutely massive from them to get the victory over Heroic. Now, not the first team in NPL to get that victory, but the way they done it was fantastic. They showed great structure, great discipline, and the potential they have when they're under a full roster. No subs in play. It is all Victus, all out there, and it was absolutely wonderful to see from them.
Yeah, it's nice to see them at full strength, and I'm looking forward to chatting with one of their teammates very shortly. But Jerry, for now, let's just take a look back at Heroic there. Is it safe to say that it felt like they were a little bit, out of their usual shit?
Yeah, there was some interesting role swapping going on. Of course, you've got to account for the introduction of Mr. Officer. Not ideal that he's not feeling his best today, but, Sloth out, and a lot of the time it was Grizzly who was kind of put into that slot of trying to be a bit cheeky with plays, going for spawn peaks, having to flex around a lot of operators, which he's used to, but I think it's the aggression. And I'm singling him out because he unfortunately went 1-4 on opening kill death, so definitely that impact, I think, is felt of not having your usual structure in place. And this is the first time that Heroic have looked genuinely shaky in this stage, if you ask me. You couple their performance here today with their performance inside of EUL, losing to Secret yesterday, and there's some serious question marks that have now got to be asked. I know Victus are a strong side, but this is Heroic we're talking about, and the bar for this team is very high.
Absolutely. Jerry, Whippet, just hold that thought right there. We're going to bring Oscar in to the show right now. Oscar joins us. That is a big win for you guys. You just heard Jerry saying there, Oscar, that we haven't really seen Heroic look that shaky here in NPL. You were the guys that managed to make them tremble a little bit there. Does that feel like a big win for you?
Yeah, it does. It's a shame they played with sub, because it would be nice to see where we compare to an actual full squad. But it was a bit shaky from us as well, because we came in with our 2 players came back from holiday and we had no practice with them either, so we probably looked a bit shaky. So it was probably a very hectic game, but it was good to get the 3 points.
Did it feel nice to be back at full strength? You mentioned a couple of lads there been on holiday, and at the weekend you were playing with subs. What's it feel like to have the entire roster it's intended to be back on the server?
It feels really good. I'm ready to get back to practice and see what we can do in the playoffs.
You personally, Oscar, you keep popping up in all sorts of conversations because you've just been so good. And once again today, you performed at a high standard. Are you feeling yourself improve as these weeks roll on?
Yeah, I see myself as quite a team player. So as the team improves, we get more chemistry. Like, I can perform very well. You're
a very modest man, Oscar. How much are you eyeing up those that CL spot?
It's on the table for sure. I mean, we're good enough.
It's on the table, but are you gonna get your knife and fork out? Are you gonna eat it? That is the question I've got for you, Oscar. Are you gonna tuck into that CL spot?
I'm chomping on that.
There you go. Right? Hashtag he's chomping on it. Oscar, thank you so much. Congratulations on an impressive win. It does sound a bit odd. That's why I'm wrapping up the interview. No, I'm kidding. Oscar, it's been a pleasure. I don't think we've ever truly chatted before, so I've been looking forward to this. So you delivered. You delivered when it mattered. So Oscar, thank you, and I'll catch you down the road. See ya. Thanks, man. What a legend. Man, I'm sweating not because of that conversation about chomping, but because it's 28 degrees here in London. What a guy. A fantastic player, Jerry, and a modest one too.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a typical Oscar performance as well. Today, he just lived up to his name, 3-1 on the entries, and you got to give him credit for that. That's the job he's there to do. But yeah, Victus as a whole were just fantastic today. And if I'm going to pick out one player from that game, it's actually got to be Upor. This guy is stood in out of nowhere, really, and is delivering time after time. Went 15-9 in KD. That's a 1.7 KDR. It's actually insane. Doing a lot of that on the Thermite as well. The Fragmite was alive and kicking in the server. So yeah, to do that to an EUL side, subs or no subs, whatever, that's impressive. So you've got to commend Upor, and I think we've just got to stop putting the asterisk by his name in the top 5 stats. He belongs there at this point.
I think it's safe to say now, Whippet, that he's proven himself. We spoke about big shoes to fill and all that good stuff, but now that's all in the rear view. It's all about what he's doing and what he can do in the future.
Upor has, especially in that game, really shown the value to the team. As Jerry said, a massive performance in terms of KD. On a roll, that doesn't come easy, and especially considering how the Victus were very objective focused. They got lots of plants down. They always work towards it. That's a position you expect your Thermite, your hard support, to essentially go in, bait utility, and maybe die once the case goes down. He was able to get impact after impact in terms of kills, utility, and objectives going down. Really an all-round performance. And keep your eye on this player, because I guarantee if Victus can get themselves into CL, it will be one of the brightest shining stars in that run.
We've got 2 best of ones still to come for you here this evening. We'll be closing out Game 4, Viperio 86 versus MNM Academy. But before that, up next, it's Coalesce versus SSP. These two, Whippet and Jerry, will be calling all the action. So before I throw to the break, I'm going to put them under the spotlight here for a second. Whippet, Jerry, who's taking it? I'm coming to you first, Whippy.
I'm going to have to go with Coalesce. Coalesce in fantastic form right now. Nixon's came into the squad and injected them with energy, passion. The new structure, it has been fantastic. They were the first team to take down Heroic. I think they can get over SSP.
Gerard, Joseph, Flynn, Brazel, who's taking the win?
It's got to be Coalesce. They're playing for everything. SSP are playing for nothing. They're flying. SSP are not. You'd be a fool to bet against them.
All right. Don't bet against it being a banger. That's what I'm putting out there. When we're back after the break, we'll be previewing that one and getting thrown right into the server. Coalesce versus SSP is on the way.
You might have heard casters refer to time as the sixth defender. The reason why is simple. If time runs out before the diffuser has been planted, the defenders will win and the attackers will lose. And as we discussed previously, the effect of time pressure can greatly influence an attacker's strategy. The more time the defenders can waste, the more pressure they can apply, which makes the ticking clock a defender's best friend. So much so that defending teams can actually employ strategies just to help this sixth defender. One way teams can achieve this is through the use of roamers, who are brilliant at making a defense proactive rather than reactive. A great example of this was TenStar's defense against Heroic on Bank during Playday 6. Despite the bomb sites being in the basement, TenStar spreads 3 of their players across the top floor. This gives TenStar a lot of map control, which allows the roamers to help each other during engagements while also having escape routes if things head south. Now, as 60% of TenStar's players are off the site, Heroic could, in theory, go straight for the objective, but that ever-present threat of the roamers flanking later into the round is way too dangerous to ignore, forcing Heroic to spend more time droning and clearing the area. Less than 40 seconds into the round, Gorgona is taken out by Jegs, and immediately on cue, 3 10-star roamers run from the scene of the crime, retreating to the floor below. This leaves Heroic a man down with 3 roamers left to find and the rest of the map to redrone, because all of the information they've gathered up to this point is now out of date. But kills aren't the only advantage defenders can gain through roamers. Their presence alone can throw a huge spanner in the works for the attacker's strategy. TenStar demonstrates this brilliantly in their Playday 4 game against Ambush on Clubhouse. Once more, it's a basement hold and TenStar have sent Jegs and Azza to roam the top floor. Azza is positioned in gym with the angle looking towards the jacuzzi wall. Jegs floats between bedroom and logistics, keeping an eye on the hatch. The threat that these 2 roamers pose draws the attention of 3 ambush members and helps waste an entire half of the round. 90 seconds fly by until Ambush eventually makes a move, which ultimately backfires as Jegs fires back, securing a nice double kill for their team. Roaming is a deadly weapon when utilised correctly and a fantastic demonstration of a player's skill. All of this talent is put on display here in the NPL.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in, and Slothar just picks them apart. To try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills, all E1 defusers.
What?
Welcome back to the Northern Premier League. We are halfway through tonight's action and it feels like we're just getting started. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on our virtual analyst desk once again by Novi and Gibson. Gibson, this is, I keep saying it, your first time here on NPL. We're excited to have you here. Are you having a good time so far?
I always have a good time. If you're not having fun, and what are you doing? And to be able to watch some of the best teams in Europe go head to head every single night at NPL, living the dream.
Living the dream. And I'll tell you who was living the dream just then. Victus, who got a very impressive win over the mighty Team Heroic there, Novi. Were you surprised, or were you just, I guess, confirmed that these guys are the real deal, Holyfield?
I think they've confirmed that even with the roster change, there is still so much quality in this roster, because there was a lot of doubts after Flexi left. Are they the same team? They struggled. But this, to me, is a stamp of approval of, look, they can still play with the big boys. They can still take them down. They can throw a few hands, and they're just an all-round good team. Playoffs is going to be lit. It is going to be so good.
It actually is going to be lit, and I never say lit, but it's going to be lit. Gibson, you've got to say as well, Gibson, that Victus at full strength are an exciting roster to watch.
They definitely are. I've said it before. TenStar have been amazing. Viperio have been incredible. Heroic are top of the pops, but to me, Victus are the feel-good story this year for, coming into the season. Whenever they've got their best 5, whether it was Flexi at the start of the season or U4 now, they keep picking up results. Whether they play bad or well, Ian, they're still winning rounds, and that's the sign of a good team.
Are you trying to say, just to sum things up, that Victus are lit? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, this will be the first time I think I've ever said this in my life, that word, but yeah, Victus are lit.
I'll tell you what, Novi, right? My producers just said, the wonderful Jakey boy has just said we need to move on. But Novi, you can get out because you've got a fan, haven't you? I can see your hair moving.
Oh yeah.
You've got a fan.
This is my biggest fan. This is my biggest fan.
You're out of order.
Of the Gibson.
I'm sweating. The man's got a fan. Oh, look at that. Gibson, that's brilliant. Hey, everybody, clip this. Gibson just blew Novi. Right, we're moving on now to the next game, which is, of course, Coalesce versus SSP. I am excited to keep the steam train going. Full steam ahead. We've got another one lined up, and Coalesce. Let's talk about this roster. I'm going to come to you, Novi, because Coalesce currently in 7th place, 15 points. We talked about what's at stake for these guys because they can just about squeak into the playoff spots.
Yeah, there is that slight chance. Well, I say slight chance. It's actually a very interesting situation. If MNM don't win either of their games, and they've got very hard matchups coming up, which we'll see in our 4th game of the day, then Coalesce is within a shot, but Coalesce still need to win their games. And this team, they had a couple of rounds in the first. It's a similar story to Riddle, where they showed certain rounds where they were good. Like the fundamentals are there. This team works. But the problem was it just wasn't consistent. They've now brought in Nixon. They've brought in Divided. And then they beat Heroic 8-7. Like, this team, those were the missing pieces that they needed, and now this is a cohesive unit. The entry conversion is good. They're on a tear. Very good performance at the moment. This is a very scary prospect for MNM Academy, who's going to probably be watching this game, because they know if Coalesce mess up, they're within a shot. They just need to cruise through. But Coalesce don't seem like they're making any mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, they are looking very strong and very formidable opponents here tonight, don't you think, Gibson?
They definitely are. Coalesce. You know, you look back at the start of the season, you were wondering, where's the positivity coming from? Where's the wins going to come from? They made 2 changes. They brought in Nixon and Divided from PG Nats. They identified that what they needed was structure and an IGL. And to be honest, was there any other IGL out there better than Nixon available? No. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to being regimented. And my God, Coalesce have really benefited from it. And if they make it through to the playoffs, you can solely put it down to the pickup of Nixon and Divided.
Novi, do you echo that? Is Nixon one of the best in the biz?
Yeah, I think he's proven it consistently, right? Like, I think he was on the old Wild roster originally as well. Like, he's been around the shop, been around a bunch of teams, and he still performs every single time. He got into the finals of UCAN Rainbow Rumble. The guy's been there, done that. He's got the experience, and there's a reason that every time he's on a team, the team does well. You know, you cannot deny, you know, we often talk about statistics. There's truth lies in statistics, right? And cause does not always mean correlation. There's a pretty substantial correlation between Nixon and winning. Like, it is quite synonymous with him now. Maybe this is the roster that's going to take him all the way, and he can really make his mark again on this season and on this league.
All right, let's take a look at their opponents, SSP, who are currently in 8th place on 7 points. What do you make of this roster, Gibson?
I think this is a roster that plays with their heart on their sleeves. If they get momentum going, you can be sure that they're going to pick up a couple of rounds on the bounce. But because you play with your heart on your sleeves, if things go wrong, you start to fall back on yourself. Things start going against you. And to me, I said it last time, they play as South Park does. He backs himself in any single situation. He loves getting involved in those real early engagements. And if he gets on top of those, you can be sure that SSP will win the round. But, you know, once again, the same as wearing your heart on the sleeve. If you back yourself a little bit too much and you end up losing a couple of gunfights, well, suddenly you're fighting that uphill battle. All in all, I think they've put a good account of themselves in this season, and there definitely is a lot of potential in that team.
There's potential, and you spoke about backing yourself and sometimes it not paying off, but if they want to get any form of a result here tonight against a really tough opponent, they've really got to back themselves here, Novi.
Yeah, they've got to back themselves, but they are up against a very, very tall task. Coalesce is on a good form at the moment. And also recently, with bringing Reaxis, this team has switched from speaking all Finnish to then changing language, and now they're speaking English. And we saw on defense, they seem fine, they seem very good, but their attack, you can tell there is just tiny bits of hesitation in the comms, and it does really, really, really punish them when they get onto that side. So I'm looking for that improvement. It will be, I think, just a spectacular achievement, similar to if Riddle managed to pick up the win earlier, and they were close to doing so. These teams who technically have nothing left to lose, I think they're the most dangerous ones right now.
All right, I'm going to do this kind of like a TV sitcom. Previously on NPL. This is what happened last time out when these two faced off against each other. Coalesce got the dub 7-2 over SSP. And I imagine, Gibson, if you were to sort of weigh this up here now and in front of you, you expect maybe something similar this time around.
Definitely with Nixon on board. Villa's a map the teams that he has been involved with always seem to love to play, so I wouldn't be surprised if we go back there. But I would be surprised if it was as one-sided. I think Coalesce, I've gambled, I've said that they're going to win tonight, but I expect SSP to win more rounds. But once again, you're Coalesce. You need to win this game. This is an absolute priority. You do not win tonight, there is no possibility that you make the playoffs whatsoever. So you're going to go to your strongest map. You're not going to hide any strats whatsoever. You're going to go for the jugular.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, Novi, when you do go to the jugular, when your back is a little bit up against the wall and you've got a bit of a lifeline here, you've got to take these opportunities. That can force errors if your players aren't prepped and ready for the heat.
Yeah, you've got to be ready for it, right? And that's something that the support staff is going to be talking to them about and getting them in that frame of mind. The mental aspect is just as important as the actual mechanical component as well. I know there's a great video that the NPL production guys have gone over and made, which is all about interviewing the coaches. And they say one of the best traits in a player is communication, not actually the mechanical ability, because that is so important and often goes overlooked.
All right, where will we see the mechanical ability and the mental prowess showcased here in this face-to-face? Let's get into it. It is time for our map vetoes. We are heading across to Cafe for the first time tonight. Gibson?
Cafe, I absolutely love this map. It's so much fun. And when you look at the players that we have, the structure, well, Cafe slightly just changes it up a little bit because chaos is king on Cafe, and I know that Novi loves a bit of chaos.
Yeah, Novi, you love a bit of chaos.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was hoping for even more chaos and we get a skyscraper, but it didn't happen. Cafe, very, very happy with this. I think it'll be a very, very interesting map. I think it actually favors Sissi State Punks a little bit, not in terms of they'll be better than Coalesce, but the fact that compared to other maps in the pool, the defense is very, very strong in this. That is one of their strengths. They can rely on the attack. You can simplify it to a very binary approach where it's very, okay, you do this, we go in, jobs are good. It might not always work, but it can be simplified for an IGL, especially if that talking English instead of Finnish might be a little bit difficult for them.
All right, good stuff. Gibson, Novi, me and you are going to watch this one unfold and enjoy it. But for now, let's cross over to the wonderful Jerry and Whip It to talk us through Coalesce in action against SSP.
Thank you very much, In and Whip It. Hello again. Here we are. We've got a Cafe in front of us. That's a very exciting prospect. Coalesce versus SSP, like you said, just sort of exactly what you expect in terms of this is the second time we've had a Nordic showdown today between us. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, very, very excited for this one.
Yes, I'm very much excited to get into this matchup between these two sides. Coalesce really having an upsurge in this second split. Again, the addition of Nixon coming in and just the momentum that they've carried ever since they got that victory against Heroic. And realistically, Heroic's a little downtick in form recently, all beginning to stem after they took that defeat to Coalesce. So, causation isn't always correlation, but I like to dream sometimes. And let's get ready for a Cafe between Coalesce and SSP.
Here we go. Starting off with the ban phase, and look at the love coming through in chat. You love to see it. And Divided says he's muting. All right. Well, sometimes that's the way to go. There was an interesting bit of insight into the way MNM Academy operated yesterday. They were up against some old rivals, and they were like, do we? Is that a part of the strategy? Do you get in the all chat? Do you give? I believe it was G2, right? Do you give them a bit of a shoulder rubbing or whatever? Do you try and rub them up the wrong way? And no, it was just like, nah, we muted dual chat. So
the bans come rolling on in. We see that Finka ban coming out now, and it's an unusual one that isn't typically out. Waiting to hear Jerry's voice again. He lost me.
I'm here. There's some weird stuff going on my end. Don't worry about it. We're all good. I was just talking about how Nello told the whole of MNM to just mute the all chat. and how it was kind of like that was the strategy, was just ignore what's going on in all chat and let the kind of mental game play out within the opposition. And I just saw similar things going on here because Divided muted it. But yeah, anyway, it was a bit of waffle. There is a ban phase that maybe you want to talk us through.
So the bans that we saw going out, Thatcher, Finka, Azami, and the Valkyrie. The Finka is one that I'm going to say is I very much agree with. That weapon, that set, that kit is very, very dominant and oppressive to deal with. And Azami in a similar suit. Just think about the amount of utility that gadget can have in piano. Coincidentally, the first site that we'll have to go up to as well. All of the angles that you can set up, from pixel to an aggressive position on stage, all rely on the use of the versatility of that Kiba barrier, and that not being available is a massive benefit. It is very difficult to clear and takes a lot of utility away, so no surprise. And the Valkyrie, well, we're so used to seeing Valkyrie banned away, it would almost be a surprise to see her make it through the pool.
Yeah, she's such a powerful operator, and especially on this map, you think about, well, she used to be a lot stronger when you consider it's a box map and you used to be able to throw those cams outside for the entire round, so it would cover pretty much everywhere if you get 2 on each corner. But there's still very strong pieces of utility within the building, and you do want to have that intel going your way in some direction. That being said, Coalesce, they've opted for a very much more utility-focused strategy here with plenty of bulletproof utility. You've got all those castle barricades, a shield, 3 bulletproof cams, and every kind of catching utility known to man and available to defenders to protect it. So it's going to be a lot of throwables required for SSP to unpick this. They've got plenty of explosives in their hands, or perhaps not a ton. You've got 4 on the hands of the Sledge and the Hibana, but when you factor in the fact that Hibana, the Sledge and the Yana, but when you factor in the fact that Hibana is essentially a util clear up, then that makes a difference. The jump out comes from Kane, but he doesn't expect Farah to be stationed behind the AC unit, who definitely spotted him just as he was jumping out. But
no, Jerry, that's a 4-3 moment.
That is a 4-3 moment. There we go. So this is why 16-9 is superior in every way, and I will die on that hill.
Whoa, don't go that far. Don't go that far, Jerry. I will die on this hill. 4x3 is the better way to go, but sometimes you get caught out by that. Sometimes. It's just it happens so frequently to pros that, and we see it all in a 16-9 perspective. It's just hilarious when it does. But Coalesce, they've been made light work of at this start here. All of the utility in the world isn't going to stop SSP from slowly taking control of Piano. Of course, it's that line in the sand further ahead that's going to be a bit hard to cross. Divided gets the refrag onto Reaxis, and that's the Yana down. Nice pick. 4 versus 4. Minute 20 left to work with, and this push to get control of, well, essentially into the bar and wide hallway is going to be the primary struggle point for SSP. They'll finally give themselves direct access into Piano, but they're met by the bulletproof camera and a Saria gate, so don't be too keen to try and push through that one. All eyes on them, meaning they're not going to be too keen to walk on all this soft floor. There is no C4 below, but they don't know that, or if they do know that, they don't have any drones positioned down below. So start clearing away utility. A second to next Kairos to clear the barrier on stage as well, and now they're met by the shield, not in pixel but inside a bathroom, and that's gonna be Noah. He's gonna swing and find one on the South Park, and SSP now need to find a trade, otherwise they're gonna go into this execution 1 player down.
Stuns come out, but caught by the Wamai Magnet, gives him a chance to fall back, but still caught out by it as it detonates a bit delayed, of course. Didn't get back into cover quickly enough, and that's a bit of an oopsie coming out from Noah, but Farah very happy to capitalize on it. 36 seconds left, and we have even man count, 3 versus 3. Kusik holding Diffuser, looking for the potential to set the Diffuser down inside of default, but he's still got this castle lodged inside of Freezer. Nikiboot has that long angle trying to pin him in, but Kusik takes some damage from Freezer and then Users finishes the job from back inside a Cocktail. Can't believe I just called him Users. 7 seconds less. Nikiboot swings in, takes down one. Divided though gets the refrag, and now they can play around the Diffuser. Defenders have just scarpered. They've headed for the hills, and Cigar Shop is their final bastion as the tides turned right at the end. A full side swap, and the 2 versus 1 comes out in favor of the defense. Coalesce take it.
Novi touched on SSP perhaps just lacking that final edge in their executions when it comes to the attacking side, and we saw a little bit of that there. They had a lot set up very well to try and clear that, and one example is going to be the player that was on that window repel. Before the Ash repelled in, that lane that's locked down by that repel has such a massive impact. It means you can't run out to white to cover off someone pushing in by bathroom. It means if you want to rotate the white to site, you're going to get caught out, and you can't use Freezer, essentially giving a massive line towards the default plant. They just didn't have everything in place to set that one up. They had some parts in play, but they couldn't put the puzzle together, and that's just been a little bit of a problem for SSP so far. Coalesce took full advantage, and they managed to round out the clock when the case went down. So, good start for Coalesce, but can they keep this tempo going? It's I'm going to be pretty safe to say, they're my prediction. I think they can manage to get it done on a defense side on Cafe.
I'm going to be with you on that one, but this is an interesting site, quite literally, in both senses of the words. We've got mining and dining coming out from Coalesce. It's definitely seen an increase in play in recent times. It's got its viability factors, but there is that soft spot inside of mining itself, a very viable default plant just behind the chassis of the whatever it is, giant kind of engine. Does anyone actually know what that thing is?
I believe it's an old steam-operated mining apparatus, hence the room called mining.
Is it kind of like a museum then?
Well, yes, because I believe it's like
train museum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call it. There you go.
But we saw
you've got the display cases and everything. I'm finally starting to understand the lore behind this map. I've never thought about it before.
It's only been in the game how many years now, Jerry? But, you know,
in my defense, it was reworked. Those rooms didn't count and change at all. But I don't care. That's a defense.
It's a site that you don't see a lot of play, or until this weekend we hadn't seen a lot of this. Okay, Reaxies,
wow,
don't you know that dirty, as he finds the opening pick very early. But we saw a lot of this site getting played by teams like Wild during the CL qualifiers this past weekend, and to a very good effect as well. It's a slightly different clear than what you would do for reading, and that tends to throw a spanner to work for lots of teams. Kane's going to take a lot of damage, the source unknown, but I think that was Reaxies. He's lined up for a good fight long onto Maestro, and now he can lock this position and trains down. You would have wanted that wall reinforced, but now he's got a long angle, makes everything a little bit more awkward in train, and they continue to start clearing this up, or this top floor.
They are looking to try and take some control of Piano, though full control isn't necessarily entirely necessary. That being said, they are gaining ground, destroying that bubble, and that essentially represents the final vestige of control that Coalesce had over that position, and now they can genuinely start thinking about an execute. That is one of the problems with this site, is that your step one in most cafe attacks on the top few floors is take Piano, and if you can do that, then you've got a decent foothold for an execute. So SSP do have the time in their favor, they have the man count in their favor, they're getting that vertical control in the regards that they are setting up these angles now with Southbark, applying pressure not just to the site itself, but also into reading, where he potentially expects some defenders to be lurking, holding those positions, and really the only linchpin right now is that Maestro inside of Train Museum. You've got Nixon as well sat in Dining, and so as soon as they can unpick one of these players, SSP, then they're in with a good shout. But 40 seconds remaining, still plenty of utility around the site, of course, protected by those ADSs that they maybe have to remove. Worry about some of these sight lines that have been opened up by the defenders, but they're just waiting, they're biding their time, and then I think they try and execute this retake strategy swiftly.
Well, drone detecting Kane is going to be kind of the identification of the main problem, and now it's clear they can start putting pressure directly on the mining and force out a plant. So retake for Coalesce, that's what's required. Smoke canister by Nixon tossed out. We'll try and choke this out, but a default plant right on that breach, and they have the information, but Reaxies has shut it down. Southport collects divided, leaving us with a flawless round in favor of SSP. A good reply and a much sharper execution. That's been their problem so far. and they seemingly had a very good grasp on what to do on a bit of an unusual site brought out by Coalesce. Very well done from SSP, and Kitchen Service now picked out by Coalesce.
I'm glad you touched on that point about the executions being SSP's problem. Ever since the split, especially, was brought up on the desk, the switch to the English comms as opposed to the Finnish comms, it has been noticeable, as Nofi pointed out, and that looked super clean. I mean, it looked about as clean as it possibly could be. It was flawless. We saw it on the screen in big blue, like gold letters. Gold letters, yeah, big gold letters. So what more confirmation could you need that there is some signs of improvement? We've seen some flawless executes from SSB, but more in the sort of first half of the season when they had that sort of buff of being able to communicate a little bit faster. There, perhaps showing us why it's not the wisest site in terms of defensive options. You've got a lot of options on this map, a lot of viable options, Kitchen being one of them, as we are here now. But I feel as though Coalesce potentially gave up Piano a little bit too quickly, and that was one of the biggest problems. It set SSP up really nicely, just pinned down those, well, the few remaining anchors, and the rest was pretty pedestrian. Get the plant down, hold the retake, and they did that perfectly.
They knew the problem. They knew that one key to success was going to be that clear of train, and they used that verticality to do so. Again, that control of Piano given up essentially way too free. You would have wanted Coalesce just to fight a little bit for it. In terms of this setup, at least defensively, they're going to go for a mass horizontal play. So we saw the extension into Bakery, the setup inside of VIP and Christmas to lock down White Stairs. This essentially leaves the upstairs completely free real estate for SSP. One player, kind of flirting with the idea of pushing up red, but Reaxies on the fuse can have a massive impact clearing away positions, but double-edged sword, massive horizontal play, tends to leave less people on site. They're all in those positions like Coat Check, Christmas, out in Bakery, so the direct push on site is going to be pretty exposed. You see, basically no one's there, but one player might be able to cause some chaos, and this Yokai drone will get plenty of information and will scout ahead for Kane.
This is one of the best ways to use the Echo drones, in my opinion, in the current meta. You've got that one spare for the site and the way that you can delay the plant at the end, but certainly enabling your roamers in the mid to late game is also an option. So, speaking of roamers, of course, this is that roamer. Sitting inside of the dining room, that is Kane. Being scouted out, they do have an idea. It's just a question of whether they begin executing onto it, but no, he takes his opportunity, disappears down that freezer hatch, and now you can see the full turtle setup here from Coalesce. And you might be thinking, what, turtle? There's no one in the site. That's a very valid way of holding this site. You think about all of the options for verticality, attacking, and with the sledge and the fuse in play, it's certainly a wise choice by Coalesce to completely leave it open and play into it, because honestly, your only route into site, if you're attacking this vertically, is to drop that hatch. And we all know that if you drop the hatch without having taken control of VIP, then that sightline can work heavily against you. So you really do need to clear some of these surrounding defenders before you can think about doing that.
This strategy working to full effect right now. Sledgehammers, nades, fuse charges all getting used right now to clear the site, but no one of Coalesce is in the site, and you leave yourself 30 seconds to clear the entire bottom floor. You can waltz in the site, but there's angles, and now they'll drop it.
Oh, they go through!
Sure. No way. There's no way this works out. With such little time, surely there's going to be a retake happening. They have pressure, and look at this. The kill feed lining up for Coalesce. Just like that, Kane will find two. Nixon left in DBNO, but the lone Dokkaebi outside will be get collected. 3 in the round for that Goyo. And a lot of time wasted. A lot of busy work for what could have been identified very quickly as a complete lateral hold from Coalesce. SSP, a misidentification and a missed call on that strategy. Nearly worked out. They nearly managed to get themselves through, which would have been a very big surprise to me, but Coalesce find themselves that second round, and that is strategy playing out to perfection.
Back-to-back flawlesses as well, but on opposite sides of the scoreboard. So good response from Coalesce, exactly what you want after that mining defense loss. And I was surprised to quite honestly see the drop not immediately punished by the player inside of Freezer, but I have to maybe you know, give them a bit of leeway. You don't get the immediate Q. You do have to be a little bit aggressive and peak, and maybe that's not necessary when you have those 5 bodies in play. We saw the damage that C4 toss did. I believe it got 2 in 1, and the collapse, as we mentioned from Coalesce, was absolutely pristine. It was perfect. That is the issue with that take, is that you really do only have the option of dropping into the site through that hatch. Anyone else that wants to rush along with you, they've got to walk into a multitude of crossfires, whether they come down red stairs, brown stairs, or white stairs. It's going to be tough if you haven't pressured the bottom floor at all, which SSP hadn't. So, fairly pedestrian round this time for Coalesce, and now we head up to the bar, the only real close round that we've seen so far. So I'm gonna raise my excitement levels a little bit for this one, if you'll.
I'm gonna raise them just for Divided right now. Let's place your bets now. Will this C4 work? It's like going fishing. You set up a nice campsite. You're waiting for a bite. He's just waiting for one sound cue, but I don't think anyone will be brave enough for it. He'll have to find himself a new pond to fish in, as he will retreat away from this open hatch. And the stage might be a little bit curious now, considering he'll see the other ones open, but Divided, tempting fate no more, he'll fall away. But Nixon staring up on what I believe is a DMR note, a P10 already in his hand. I think Coalesce will try and be very aggressive at holding this initial entryway, which really will slow down SSP.
Coalesce have dropped a fair amount, or, well, they've dropped the Wamai from their lineup compared to the previous bar defense in favor of that Maestro, so even more intel this time round. They had 3 bulletproof cams, now they have 4, but here goes one of them, a Retrero drone being put to good use, dropping in through that skylight for free, and taking one of them out. So that's a key piece of intel gone. You can see as well this lurk on the middle floor, just a bit of a sneaky bit of movement from Reactis trying to go hunting, but the hunter is being hunted right now by Nixon. The Sharks are circling. Reactis does take down one. Does he expect the second? Yes, but Divided is quicker on the trigger and takes down Reactis. An even trade there in the early round, and now 90 seconds left. Defenders on Coalesce decide to Scarpa. They return to the site. They know that that was a decent win. Taking out the buck when you consider the strength that that operator can give from beneath, and pressuring that cocktail hold is a big win for them so far.
Just over a minute now to work with, and 4 versus 4. SSP trying to rotate away and put pressure on Heaven window now. So 2 players repelling on these eastern side windows. They're going to try and lock down lots of lanes and make it very uncomfortable for Coalesce to have significant control. The nades down below South Park have good information, but Maestro's boosted up. This isn't going to find it, but the bullets certainly will. Zeus claimed from below. Just under a minute now to work with, and Coalesce have a little bit of work to do to recover this round, but they still have lots of control upstairs. The players on the window will prove very pivotal if SSP want to get this execution rolling sharpish.
These defenders, though, they are somewhat spread out, somewhat disconnected from each other. No ability to refrag, so they're going to have to bank on a couple of multi-kills. Kane will find Nikavut, taking him down, but Kusik has managed to get into Cocktail and start putting Diffuser down. Lovely shot onto Farah. Lots of kills raining in, left, right, and center. Southpark has to fall off the Diffuser in a 1 versus 1 now against Kane, who knows roughly where he is, but doesn't have any real opportunity to Scarpa all the way across this no man's land that is bar, completely destroyed, and South Park gets the Diffuser down, lands the headshot, beautifully played in the 3 versus 3 by the Finn.
SSP played the numbers advantage. They knew they had it. They could work with it. They got their trades. Came down to 1v1, but Coalesce lack of information on the site itself meant the case could go down, and good skills to shut it down. We find ourselves tied up 2 rounds apiece as Fireplace and Mining once again the site of choice. And a little bit of me starts to wonder, we've seen so much of Reading played. Reading went from a tertiary site to some teams secondary, even some teams primary site. Has it started to see itself played out? Has that defense system of a massive stack upstairs, massive cook the holding cocktail, somewhat fallen away? Because all through the weekend with CL Quals, and so far in this matchup, we have seen a lot of this site, and you know what? I'm liking it a lot.
The exciting thing about this, to put it into perspective, is that we have not seen Coalesce play Cafe at all this season. They have been banning it steadfastly. It's almost been an auto ban for them, 79% of the time. So for them to bring SSP here, it goes to show the weight that they put on this fixture. And why wouldn't they? This is an opportunity for them to try and reach the playoffs. They need as many points as possible. A minimum of 3, realistically. 4 would be a bit safer, but ideally they need all 6 available to them against SSP and Riddle tomorrow. It's certainly a doable thing. And the fact that they have been saving Cafe all this time, potentially a strong map for themselves. If you're going to ban it this much, you've got to assume that they've been hiding it for when they really need it to come out of the bag. And you think about the strength of Cafe, the strength of Villa under Nixon's reign in the old Victus roster. He surely has transferred some of that knowledge, some of that experience to this Coalesce side.
Nixon just brings so much to his side. We've seen that transformation of Coalesce, way more structured, at least in everything they do. It seems a little bit sharper. They seem a little bit on it when it comes to their decision making. We've seen that so far in this second split. Example, that bank game against Heroic. Slower start here from SSP, trying to clear it once again, focusing on this eastern side. They want to likely put pressure on these windows to try and clear it, or try and cut off people who are on this roam upstairs. A little bit more contention happening from Coalesce, trying to hold on the piano a little bit more, but no utility committed, bar from that bulletproof camera, which will get cleared away. And now it's down to just the players on upstairs to win their ones. A very dangerous solution. And I speak to you soon. There is still that evil eye up there to try and choke this play out. Time burning away, but SSP making good progress to a upstairs clear.
Coalesce are so consistently leaning very heavily on intel. They have done throughout this entire first half. Almost every round bringing a ton of bulletproof cameras or evil eyes just to try and read into what SSP are doing. And Nixon taking out reactors for the first kill of the round. Look at this, Noah going on a massive flank. Is he unchecked? It looks like he is, but he sends some shots the way of the Red Stars player. Doesn't matter, Kusik can't react quickly. Now the super shorty down and finish off the South Park. SSP have fallen aside under the weight of Noah here. The balls on this guy. I can't believe he pulled that off.
Noah is one of the most entertaining players.
What's going on
Nicky
here?
is. I think this is a disguised tactical timeout for SSP. Just a sneaking suspicion.
He's putting his foot deep inside of that fan and kind of rotating it so that it's like a gyro. He's powering Cafe right now. All the Christmas lights you see, they wouldn't be on if it wasn't for Nicky who do it, you know, charging up the building.
I always love watching what teams get up to in those moments where the round is essentially lost at this stage. SSP are more than aware of that one. They'll drop down. Noah will very much take that. Very much take the quad as Noah. They waltz towards him right at the end, but that round rests on him. That clear, that hold. That was a very dominant display from him, and even rocking that super charm, making sure he wins his ones.
So we identified the problem with the mining defense first time of asking from Coalesce as being giving up control of piano a little bit too easy. Bloody hell, they fixed that. Noah fixed that for certain. You know, they did give up control, to be fair, but retaking it and getting these frags, just the tenacity to whip out the super shorty in that instance. I mean, sure, your alternate option is the UMP, which, as we all know, is one of the worst games or one of the worst guns in the game, as made famous by one of the oldest players in the game. Old as heck. But it's still, like, the super shorty's terrible. Come on. Like, you have no right to be winning any fight with that thing.
Whoa. I will have no super shorty slander in this cast, Jerry.
I didn't realise.
It is the best.
You could say it's super. I would disagree.
Well, think about this. All right, you can make rotates, open hatches, do vertical.
Oh, don't give me that.
And you can get like a close range brawl with it. You've got a UMP, right? Well, it's just as good. It gives you just as much firepower as that UMP at times.
I'm not saying that it's not a useful tool, but it's just barely a weapon.
Well, let's agree to disagree on that one.
Okay, all right. We'll duke it out after the game because there is a game going on, and it's 3-2 to Coalesce right now. They were, they've always been in command of this game. They've always been slowly dodging ahead. It's been, back and forth constantly. They've only ever had a one-round lead here, but they want to have, something to be proud of after bringing SSP here. Honestly, I feel as though they're going to want a couple more defenses. Well, the one more defense that is available to them to feel comfortable going into their attacking split.
No pressure fighting the entries from Coalesce this time. I think with more of the same in terms of a horizontal hold. The rotation and bakery is a very clear indication of that. And also how South Park is able to just essentially waltz around the upstairs with no real pressure. They've done the same thing with one player towards dining. And imagine that will be the Goyo once again of Kane. There it is. The hatch will be open. When they feel pressure, they'll fall back. An army of drones will spot the operator out, but those reinforcements and the open hatch, meaning that's a time waste. With a minute 50 left to go, they can't really be too lean on this push. They have to get him out. Otherwise, it's going to be more of the same from the first time these teams clashed on this site.
They have dropped, of course, the fuse in favour, I think, of the Dokkaebi. I feel like we've seen her maybe once before this matchup. I can't quite recall. But either way, there's a good pick going into this particular lineup. And this team, you know, identifying that Coalesce have got swathes of intel. And you look on their side right now, 2 BP cams and, of course, those yokai drones. If you can get a cheeky pick and get that hack off, then that is a lot of utility, a lot of intel, rather, turned into your own. And that could be massive. But the problem is, with that strategy, is that Coalesce, they're really not giving themselves up very easily. They are steadfast and very organized. They are not going with that untempered aggression that was so recognizable of them in the first split. This is a Nixon era Coalesce that we keep banging on about, and he's just not going to let that happen.
SSP, once again, find themselves in a very similar position. They have all of the top floor, all of the middle floor. They're not gonna get flanked. Coalesce will not push up these stairs because the strategy doesn't really permit it, and they will wait. And every second that passes, Coalesce grows stronger. Those yokai drones will be a nightmare, and you might clear these ADSs from Bakery, but a single push here now is gonna be a little bit late, and you haven't even thrown the player in there. This could be a very disastrous moment. Nikki, don't push in solo, don't push in alone, but Zeus gets caught out. Those yokai drones will be gone, but look at the time, top of your screen, 15 seconds, and here we go. Divided will find one, and it's gonna be a very uncomfortable scrap inside of Freezer. You gotta keep a cool head about you now as timer's in red. Kusik will get down, and the case goes cold. Coalesce collapse, but Reaxes, Nikki are there to brawl. They'll try and stick it, but the yokai drones are still a factor with a shotgun up close and personal. Will deny that in 000. Nixon claims the round. Coalesce get another victory on the same site with the same method behind it. Strategy is king on that site, and Coalesce had that nailed.
SSB did give them a run for their money, though, right? When you consider the previous attempt was a flawless failure in terms of SSB's attempt, taking it down to a 2v2 or 3v2 even, and having that diffuser going down, it was 000. Obviously, that's the key kind of asterisks above all of that. It's a solid improvement. They did try and adapt. They did bring that different lineup. They didn't bother with the fuse to try and empty out a ton of utility. By that means, they brought the Twitch. Some of the drone work was a bit lacking, as you mentioned, on the way in, and that did cost them a little bit, but the guns were ablazing. That definitely, you know, that they could have fought their way out of a really situation there, and they almost managed it. But like I said, Coalesce, they really wanted that round. They needed that round, realistically, to be comfortable on their attacking split, on a map that they have taken SSP to, on a map that they have been potentially hiding all season long, just for really important matches like this one. You don't want to go 3-3 when that is it, when you have the map advantage in your favor.
They certainly didn't go 3-3. 4-2 split very well from Coalesce. I am very, very impressed with how they're playing so far. This is a structure that we didn't see until Nixon's, right? And I know, like myself and Gibson, we love the talk about Nixon's addition to this team, right? We really do like Nixon. We really do like what he does for teams. But they have so many useful tools on this roster. They have Noah, one of the best players mechanically I have ever seen. I never doubt Noah's ability in a 1, and when you put him in a team that can give structure and a good solid strategy which helps enable him to play the way he needs to have high impact, well, you have a very dangerous side, and Coalesce are really leaning right now into a style of play that suits every asset they have, and they're already knocking at the door of the site, wasting no time at all, and they're beginning to pressure SSP away, met by a mute jammer, but I don't imagine that will take too long to clear.
Slowly but surely, here come the utility dumps from the attackers. They're just making sure that they can take control that they need to. Those Yin Candelas not necessarily needing to be acted on. They just want to claim ground and make it safe for it to jump in, to take certain avenues. Frag goes out here to remove whatever's denying those pellets. Of course, Mute Jammer's really the only option on the other side of that wall, but they haven't landed. They haven't all hit their mark. There's still one remaining on that right-hand side. You still have... No, in fact, you don't have any more X-Kairos left to do anything with, but that might not matter. It's Divided and Noah pick up frags apiece, and now 3 versus 5, making it 2 versus 5. Noah going ham on the Nook right now, or on the sledge rather. The Nook now peeking her way through prep, and look at this, the surge of bodies from Coalesce. They are coalescing. They are meeting their enemies all around the map. They're just closing in, tightening the net, and slowly but surely they pick apart SSP. That was just methodical.
That was beautiful. That was how you want to play with the tools that Coalesce have as a team. That was so well done by them. SSP, no real reply at all. Coalesce look to be in complete control here on Cafe. 5-2 scoreline, and they are really in a situation where they need to optimize and maximize as many points as possible. To be completely safe from MNM Academy getting their final spot in playoffs, they need 4 points. Getting 3 here all but gets them there, if I'm right. I really hope I'm being dangerous with numbers on stream again.
It makes it possible for certain. If they end up on the same points, essentially round difference is crucial. So what you say about every round counting really is true here. So a 7-2 win could be so much bigger than a 7-5 win if it does come down to that factor. So they do need to be ruthless. They need to keep on rolling, and coming out of your defensive split, we always say round 7 super important. If you've got that 4-2, a 5-2 looks so much better. It's so much more confidence inducing than looking at a 4-3, you know. And when you're attacking, you're going into that was SSP's primary site. You expect them to win it instead. Huge, absolutely huge. The confidence must be flowing right now in Coalesce.
They seemingly find themselves going stride for stride right now. Already using our terror drone. Is this to clear some fast utility on the white stairs? It is. So to me, this immediately rings alarm bells. Someone's going up that staircase and don't want to have to deal with that barbed wire. Reaxi's in a good position to lock down anything happens fast, or that's an investment later on, so it doesn't ruin a late push as they try and make that execution happen. Bit of confusion. Do you want to open that with a super shorty, the best shotgun of the game, or that sledgehammer? They just use that sledgehammer ultimately to sort that clear for upstairs, but doesn't look like there's much of a commitment by SSP at all up there.
I clocked the shade, don't you worry. The good thing about these Riddle drones and that bit of utility removal you mentioned, I don't will labour on this point, but a tiny thing, removing that barbed wire on the white stairs, they don't even need to commit to a push here. All they've done is panic Reaxis. You know, he has to be locked into this position because he is realistically the only thing preventing a potential Coalesce rush up white stairs, so that is his duty for the round. You locked one defender in place just with a single Retero and moving one piece of utility. That is a big boon. Kane is in the site. He's in the site. No, he's not. I got confused by the kill feed. He managed to take one out, but player in the site gets the vertical refrag. Now he's in the site. That was just a bit too early. Now Reaxis has to try and retake. Look how close together these defenders are upstairs, opposite sides of the wall as well. Farah, he's gonna come under some pressure in a moment, and then the vertical game can work heavily in favor of the attackers. And meanwhile, they're panicking because Kane is just tearing them a new one down on the site. What do you do here if you're SSP? Divided goes down. Farah with a big 2-piece taking out Nixon and Divided, and now Kane, he's left on his own. What does he do? The diffuser's above him. Zeus and Kane completely separated. They need to go and... I mean, Zeus needs some help here, right? Kane has left him high and dry. Finally, he comes up the white stairs, and the 2 versus 2 will play out. Zeus gets Southbark, and now it's all up to Farah. He's picked up a massive 2-piece so far this round. He's got Diffuser ahead of him. He knows this much. Maybe that was an accidental drop? I can't quite read it. Did that seem like an accidental drop to you, Whippet?
Oh, I think that was intentional. It seems like a very sharp rotation to try and stop and lock down a push down the white stairs. The angle's not quite there, however, so you won't have an easy day sitting from a long angle picking them off. Oh, this is huge. As they don't know, they're frantically droned. They'll waste time. They gotta get the case recovered. But look at how they're moving their drones. They're a little bit panicked right now. And that Evil Eye is gonna feed information to Farah all day, every day. 20 seconds remain. Coalesce have no idea where Maestro is. Farah, you can pull this off. That is gonna be a quad clutch. But you need to read the right push. Are they gonna feed you directly close to the doorway? What site will they commit to? They're oh so close to each other. But surely he hears them. The case is going down, but Zeus, he's clocked it. He knows a battle of the LMGs. Who will win? It will be Zeus. Coalesce take round 8, but they didn't make it easy for themselves.
Brr, says Divided. Absolutely. Battle of the LMGs is exactly what you love to see in the current day, in the current meta. My point was a little barbed there. I don't know if you if you caught that. Can't ban all the LMGs, you know. Let's get that hashtag going. Coalesce, 6-2. Match point. 4 rounds in a row. But what a chaotic way to get there with it. That was a roller coaster of a ride from Noah just finding his way into sight, getting 3 kills, and Farah doing his absolute darndest to hold off the tide on the top floor. That really could have gone either way at the end. A nice move, a nice call from Coalesce with only 20 seconds left to just stick to the buddy system. Play for that refrag. Be right next to each other. Put a little 5-foot rope around your hips and do not detach yourselves from that, because you can react to each other, bait out that aggression with the plant, and then swing the Alder. It was good. It was exactly what they needed to do. It was the win con, and it was that kind of moment where a lot of the time, Coalesce, they may not have had the sort of the calmness, the composure to deal with that situation, but they did it excellently. And now, match point. Like we say, 7-2 could be a huge victory for them.
Reaxes has just took a lot of damage.
Oh my god.
Oh no. No Thunderbird either, so
nope.
1 HP in a dream, and the enemies have only just spawned in. Not the start SSB would have wanted, and Coalesce is on match point. Yeah, that one's gonna sting just a little bit. Coalesce so far have looked fantastic, and Kane, one of those standout players. 75% cost so far, and a 3.0 KD. Whew, take a bow for that one. Big performance from Kane. Can, though, Coalesce close it out in a timely fashion here against SSP, who really haven't had an answer to this pressure from the offensive side of Coalesce.
Really has been a fantastic individual performance from Kane and Noah as well. You see Divided looking to try and skirt past any of the intel that SSP might be using to hold them at bay. Bakery offered up completely freely while Nixon draws a questionable shape on the wall. Zeus is... I've never seen that one before. Zeus takes down South Park, though. Very impactful frag, considering the impactful fragger that South Park is. And the rest of his team looking a little bit dry in the fragging department themselves. So now a man down, and without that fragging power, how will they hold them at bay? Well, it doesn't look like they'll hold them at bay for very long, as Noah takes down Niku once again. The first to break double digits this time for his team. Noah makes it 11 for the day. On to Farah, all up to Kusik, and a 1 HP reacts. Is 90 seconds with it. How are they going to hold on to this one? Is it even possible?
This is looking impossible for SSP right now, and Noah's still alive. Kane walks in, gets one. That's Reaxes. Noah finally shut down by Kusik, but it's a 4v1 at this point. Surely it's going to be too much to handle, and it will be Kane who shuts it down. Coalesce, flawless on their attacking side. They look superb on Cafe, and they get themselves a regulation win and all 3 critical points for their campaign for playoffs.
That draws them level in the standings with MNM Academy on 6th place. They're only now behind them on round difference, so the next few matches involving these 2 squads should be absolute must-watches. You do not want to miss them. That was such a fast Cafe. 7-2, and the speed of some of those attacks, the kitchen attacks in particular from Coalesce at the very death, they wanted this just done as quickly as possible. Look at this from Noah as well. Highlight of the game, if you ask me. Just piano is his domain. There is no questioning it. You might as well call him Beethoven at this point.
I mean, he has altered his name, as many of the players of Coalesce have done. I mean, you made the mistake, you called Zeus Users. He's dubbed himself after a Shaiko, and that performance, very close to it. Noah, absolutely superb when it comes to just that individual ability to make something happen, make a play happen. But that's enabled by a fantastic structure that Coalesce have had in this second split. And when you compare and contrast what we saw at Split 1 to Split 2, Coalesce nearly looked like a completely different side, and now they put themselves in a good position to get themselves that final ticket for playoffs.
They are really sort of cementing themselves as the toughest Nordic side in this league. When you consider the split that they've had against Ambush, it's been just night and day, and they should be, pretty well feared if they do manage to make it to playoffs. But we're going to have a desk segment now. We're going to throw it on over to Ian and the boys just to break that game down for you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Whip It. Let's reflect. Oh, look at Novi blowing in the wind as per usual. Coalesce versus SSP. Coalesce, really, we talk about the heat here. That's why Novi's got his fan on right now, but the heat is well and truly on MNM right now, Novi.
Oh, yeah. It is. The ball's in their court, isn't it? Right? Coalesce. They've said, look, we're here to play. We're here for that final spot. And it's up to MNM to show us if they want it or not. It all hangs in the balance now. There is still this scenario, I believe, where they could still end up tying and MNM need to win. But
we don't need to worry about that. Come on,
don't worry about that. MNM just need to win that next game.
Yeah, the pressure is on. And Coalesce, we talked about them, how the ball was in their court going into this, in the sense that they can get a couple of dubs here. If they can win their next two series, depending on what happens with MNM, they put themselves within prime contention of making it into the playoffs. And they've taken the first step there, Gibson.
They definitely have. They've been one of the form sides since the start of the second split. Arguably, they're probably the most improved team in the second split, and it's just all down to the signings that they've made. So if you're M&M, you've seen that result, but you got to remember, it's still in your own hands. So yes, the ball's just been served over to you. Let's see if they can return the serve by taking a big scalp in tonight's next game.
Someone's been watching Wimbledon. Novi, Gibson, sit tight. We're going to cross over now to Kane B, who joins us now of Coalesce fame. Kane, welcome. How are you doing? Where are you in the world right now? Just so I know.
Doing great in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know, in my apartment.
What's the weather like where you are? What's the weather like?
Right now it's been sunny all day, but now it's, cloudy. So, I don't know, it's we call it Växlande. It's like changing, I don't know.
Well, one thing that isn't changing... Yeah, one thing that isn't changing is you guys are looking very consistently good at the moment, and that was another big result for you. Did you feel a bit of pressure going into this one, Kane, because you're still now in contention, depending on what happens with MNM, of making our NPL playoffs? Can't speak.
The hardest matches have been before, obviously, but we still cannot take this for granted, obviously. And if they win their matches, they still make it. So we just focus on our game. If we get this 3 points tomorrow, we've done our best. If MNM wins, sure, they deserve it. It's good teams they have to beat. So we're not really nervous. We're just aware of what we as a team need to focus on. And it's our own.
Yeah, and that's it. And you've got one more to go to tomorrow as well. Let's say that you perhaps don't make the playoffs, right? But you win your final two best of ones here in the group stages. Will you reflect on this as a time where you really proved yourselves as a team, as a roster to everybody watching?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been some, I don't want to say hiccups, but we didn't really play good some of the games. Thinking about the 86 game, they're just, I don't know. We struggled against them apparently, so it's definitely something to look back on. But besides from that 86 game, I think we should be very proud of our second split.
Absolutely. Just finally here as well, Ken. Just you can't really say enough good things about Nixon, right? He came in, he made a really big difference to your roster. What sort of an impact from your perspective has he made? Because since he rejoined, you've been looking really good.
He is a hard worker. That's it. He works 10 times harder than anyone else. He does VODs. He wakes up at, I don't know, when he wakes up, he does Siege. He lives Siege. That's all he does, man. He is passionate, to say at least.
Maybe he just doesn't sleep. Maybe he doesn't wake up because he doesn't sleep.
Honestly, maybe that's why. That's why he's been kind of tired, he said. I don't know.
Well, Ken, congratulations. Yeah, for sure. Congratulations on a successful outing here tonight, Ken. And I'm sure that you and the team will be watching MNM very closely later on this evening. But congratulations, and enjoy the rest of your night. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Catch you later. It'll be all systems go in terms of gathering round and watching every single move that MNM make a little bit later on, Novi.
Yeah, they'll be looking to that and seeing. I don't know. I don't know whether they'll be watching with bated breath. Maybe some of the players might not even watch it because they just don't want to know. Because I really like Kane's attitude of, it doesn't matter. They'll play their game. Our game is different. We've got to focus on ours. And that's their only focus. They don't care whether they go 2-0 and MNM still make it through. Doesn't matter to them. They just want to play their game. And I really like that attitude. That was great to see.
Yeah, it is a great attitude, and that, I mean, ultimately they have no choice. When the ball's not in your court, you can only do what you can do. But at the same time, I respect that he's not too concerned with what MNM bring to the table over the next couple of days, Gibson, because ultimately, like we did say, when this is all said and done, the end of these group stages, no matter what comes from it for Coalesce, whether we see them at the playoffs or not, they have had a very successful run.
They really have. Like I said, since the start of the second split, they've been one of the best teams in MPL. And, you know, if you want to take some positive from that, even if they don't make playoffs, I'd say they're one of those teams that might be quietly confident going into maybe the second or third set of CL quals, because as some of those really big teams start securing their spots, from what I've seen from them on their day, they can catch anybody cold.
Absolutely. All right, Gibson, Novi, you've got one more game to cast after the break, and it is an absolute belter. We can't wait for it. I'm sure that you watching at home can't wait for it. Viperio 86 versus MNM Gaming is up next. So much at stake. See you then.
There are many finite resources attackers have to manage in Rainbow Six Siege, yet arguably the most valuable resource is time. If the clock hits 0 and the diffuser hasn't been planted, the attackers lose the round. However, deciding on an attacking strategy isn't so simple. Each round, attackers are faced with a plethora of ever-changing variables. There are multiple bomb sites, over 30 potential defending operators, and destructible surfaces that can be manipulated by the defenders ahead of time. All of these variables create uncertainty, and uncertainty creates risk. Attacking teams can take steps to mitigate risk, but doing so will cost them time. Let's take a look at two contrasting strategies attacking Villa's trophy and statuary bomb site. First up, we've got an attack from Arctic in their Playday 1 matchup against Victus. Arctic's plan is to simultaneously sweep across both floors, from the south side of the map to the north side, clearing the area of roamers. By gaining significant map control, Arctic can reduce the risk of a sneaky late round flank from behind. Fast forward, and Arctic has successfully pushed all 4 remaining Victus members back onto site. However, they barely have any time left to effectively set up their executes. Without the time to use their utility to open up angles onto site, Arctic are forced into a haphazard push through a chokehold within the last 25 seconds of the round. More of an execution than an execute. On the contrary, Viperio 86 had a very different approach against MNM Academy. They completely disregard the south side of the map, instead focusing all their efforts immediately onto the objectives. Using the windows and their utility, they can force the defenders to rotate back or, unfortunately for Skiddy, eliminate them entirely. They've chosen to ignore a lot of MNM Academy's setup, which could leave them vulnerable to nitro cells from beneath. But the risk pays off, and V86 are able to seize control of Master Bedroom and Astro before the halfway point in the round. This fast, risky strategy attempts to make up for a lack of map control and options through speed and aggression. But a good strategy will only get you so far. Small decisions can swing rounds in an instant, and sometimes you'll just get outplayed.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after being to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in,
and Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers, joined now on the desk by Whippet and Jerry. We've got one last game for you to tuck into tonight. It is going to be, hopefully, an absolute banger. Before we discuss it, let's just briefly have a look back. Coalesce defeating SSP in what was a very big result for them, Whippet, because it keeps them in contention of potentially making the NPL playoffs.
It does. They needed all 3 points from that one to really go head-to-head with MNM Academy, and they now put themselves in a good position with the next Playday to launch themselves into that final unconfirmed playoff spot. Very tense very tense game coming up for Coalesce tomorrow.
Yeah, very tense. And we're going to be talking about a very tense game for MNM in just a moment. But any words on SSP there? Another disappointing result for those guys, Jerry.
Yeah, it's been a rough split for them. I think that, honestly, they've had a little bit of difficulty in terms of maintaining an identity or creating an identity as a team since sort of the transfers that have happened. And I feel as though this has been a learning process for them, making that kind of seismic a change in the middle of a season. I know it's only one player, but changing your language comms can have a real dent in the way you operate. So yeah, lessons learned potentially. Of course, they have next week's game still to play. Tomorrow's game still to play. So hopefully they end the season on a bit of a high.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they could potentially do that. Did you catch my interview there, guys, following the result there with Kane Whippet? And I really appreciate the fact that these guys are improving and they're very aware of how hard Nixon works. And on top of that, they're not too concerned with what goes on with MNM coming up here today and tomorrow, because there's nothing they can do about it. All they can do is do their thing and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's all out of their hands now. It's down to if they can put on a good performance every time in the server. And it's really nice to see a team realize that one member of that team is doing a mega shift. Nixon has come into this team. The structures changed. They have got so sharp on their attacks. It is a joy to see, and it's lovely to see the team recognize that. And because they recognize it, they can do everything possible to help build it. Coalesce really are on the up and up right now.
All right, one more game remaining. Viperio 86 versus MNM Academy, the team that we've just been talking about. A lot of pressure on them to potentially get the win here. Jerry, however, they are up against a very formidable Viperio 86 who have just qualified for Challenge League.
Yeah, formidable is putting it lightly. These guys are absolutely on fire right now. Like you say, qualifying for Challenger League at the weekend, so you can make a decent argument that they're one of the strongest teams in Europe right now outside of the top tier, and honestly including some of those top tier teams. So just look at this lineup. I mean, I have heaps of praise for almost every single one of them because they all do something absolutely crucial for the team, and I think the introduction of Hungary has made it just that much better for this side. They look so solid. They're very objective oriented. They always try and get that plant down, force that engagement at the end of a round, and just make sure that they have the pieces in place to win. I have too many. I feel like Grace talking about Victus whenever I talk about Viperio 86. I just stand these guys so hard.
Yeah, but it's understandable, isn't it? I think we all kind of stand 86, and I definitely have for a long time through the roster changes as well, because, you know, coming into this season, this was a very new look 86, but they've won over a lot of people, haven't they, with it?
Oh, they have. This team plays some of the most beautiful Siege, and it really is a testament to how good they are that they've got themselves that CL spot. I mean, the asterisk to the 100 points from the qualifiers, which essentially does put them in the CL, but we can't quite say they're locked in yet. They're almost there. But this side, really, I always talk about it whenever they're up on the screen, Hungry and Curly. They will do absolutely everything to get the win. They are the supports that everyone dreams to have on a team. Hungry sat against Wild in the CL quals, playing Clash on Skyscraper, putting himself in miserable positions to try and get rounds. And Curly is a massive factor, always getting the work done that the team needs. Absolutely stunning roster, and I love watching them play.
Grubby's in the form of his life as well at the moment. Let's not forget that. He's been insane.
Let's take a look at their opponents, who I feel like we should create an animated graphic of the Coalesce roster, like snapping underneath them, like chomping at the bit, like an oven turned on flames, firing underneath, because these guys are under some serious pressure here. We've already spoken about their very, very tough opponents, Jerry, but on top of that, this is a stage where they have to perform.
Yeah, and they've picked up a couple of wins recently against both Riddle and SSP, but that is, again, the sort of asterisk over that is against Riddle and SSP. You're expected to beat these teams. Besides that, they've had a bit of a rough stage so far, or split, and you don't know necessarily if they're going to turn up here. It's been a tough one for them. They did drop out of the CL quals as well in the third round to Coalesce, so that can't have helped out things when you consider that Coalesce, they seem to be trying to gatekeep them out of CL in any way possible right now. But if anything's going to happen, it's going to be through Akari, it's going to be through relaxing. Dire, I feel like, really needs to step into the shoes that Skiddy's left. We haven't seen that especially yet, and Nerf has been really sort of hard on himself about trying to improve and make sure that this team can reach the potential that it should, because this is an excellent roster of individuals, but they have not operated as a team convincingly this split.
Let's take a look at the previous result when these two last faced off against each other. Viperio 86 were, of course, beaten by MNM Academy, which will fill them with, I guess, some optimism, of course, going into this Whippet.
Oh, absolutely. They know already that they've got over the 86 hill. They've managed to beat them so far this season. But times have changed a little bit. Of course, that was in the first split. They had Skiddy on their side. When he departed off to Na'Vi, they left a little bit of a void in MNM. His firepower is a little bit missed. They're starting to build that back right now. And 86 have got stronger and stronger with the addition of Hungry. It's a different landscape now, but history has a habit of repeating itself. And now MNM have their backs against the wall. 86 have got their ticket booked to CL. You never know what might happen. It's too tight to call.
It actually is, Whippet, and you're really setting the table nicely here, because I don't know which way this is going to go. And I think it's the perfect climax for this Playday. I'm so hyped to see which way it is going to unfold here, because it really teases up nicely going into tomorrow. You mentioned it there, Whippet, about the evolution of Viperio 86 since these last two teams went hammer and tongs together. Have you felt that evolution as well, Jerry?
Yes, certainly, and I think the evolution of 86 is a big deal. They have improved, and they were looking pretty good to begin with. I wouldn't be so harsh as to call it a devolution from MNM Academy, but their luck has certainly turned. I feel as though it's just a kind of a mental situation they find themselves in. It's similar to Ambush, how they've had a bit of a slump. It doesn't feel as though anything has changed that's, too seismic, perhaps, besides the loss of Skiddy, but I feel as though Dire is a talented player and can try to fill those shoes. So it's just a case of time, I think, adjustment and keeping the mental game strong.
Right, let's get into the map vetoes. Where are we seeing this one take place for the last time this evening? We are going to Skyscraper. Hey, did you do it? Guys, did everyone hear Jerry? Then he went, woo! So I want to know why.
I can barely contain my excitement, Ian. This is only the second skyscraper I think we've seen all season in this league. And look at that, MNM Academy doing the casters some joy by banning Oregon as their final ban. It was the choice between Oregon and skyscraper. They've gone to Sky. Now, this is such an important match for MNM. You've got to imagine that they've been sitting on this skyscraper, and yes, they have been banning it almost all season. So, again, it's another instance of this high-stakes match, a team just letting through a map that they have been keeping in their pocket for so long.
Yeah, I mean, for the second time, if Jerry is correct there, I'm very excited to head over to Skyscraper. Does this alter your predictions at all, Whippet? Now we know where we're going?
Just a little bit, actually. Viperio were forced to show Skyscraper in the CL calls against Wild. Wild looked very strong there in 86, struggled to find an answer, especially on the defensive side. And they were forced to show strategy. MNM were probably sitting in the wings, watching, learning, noting, trying to counter-strat for today. I think the map ban's gone in MNM's favour, but it will still be a tough road once they get in the game.
Final thoughts on the result of this one, Jerry, before we throw over to our illustrious casters?
I don't know about the result, but I just want to say let's head to Japan.
That sounds good to me. We're going to Skyscraper. Tonight, it is, of course, Jerry, who's here. I nearly said Jerry and Novikane. That's an old pairing that I'm very used to. It is Gibson, my main man on NPL for the first time, with Novikane to cast our very final best of one tonight.
Thank you so much, Ian, and I am pumped. We're going to Skyscraper for a game that means an absolute ton. MNM Academy. Are they going to be able to climb to the top of that skyscraper and make their way into the playoffs with a regulation win? Or Novi? Will Viperio keep their torch alive in the hunt for that automatic finals place by taking this one?
I'm very, very excited because I think Viperio is going to bring the heat. I don't think they're going to let off the gas at all. Like, this team, I can feel it in my jellies that they're going to bring it. But also MNM Academy, they had the choice, Oregon or Skyscraper. They opted for Skyscraper. Like, you don't do that unless you have something planned. I mean, that being said, one time we did see Skyscraper, it was an absolute clown fiesta. I was trying to think of a broadcast safe phrase that I could use to describe that one. That was, I think, Riddle Arctic, and it was not the best game in the world.
It wasn't. But this isn't that game. This is MNM Academy against Viperio, and everything is on the line. This is Skyscraper, a map we've barely seen in the competitive pool, so we might see something a little bit different. I know that I've seen this map come out a few times in GSA, but Novi, the map has completely changed. The rework has just completely made it so different. The runouts are different. The spawn peaks are different. The way teams defend the sites are different. But one thing never changes. If you win 7 rounds in regulation, you win the game. And both of these teams desperately need that win.
Well, they both desperately need it. But I know MNM Academy is probably going to be wanting it that little bit more because as Ian painted that picture for us of the roster of MNM Academy, right beneath them is the roster of Coalesce clawing their way up, right? And they're just looking for that opportunity where MNM slip up, they don't win, and suddenly it becomes a straight shootout going into tomorrow. So they're going to be watching eagerly for MNM. They can avoid all that worry. They can put themselves in the lead just by taking a win here. But Viperio 86... you know, as was said on the desk, one of the best teams in the whole of Europe at the moment.
It is absolutely crazy when you consider the run that Viperio have been on since last year. They've been the feel-good team. You know, the way that they went. They started last year and they made it all the way through to CL. They're looking to do the exact same again. They've already done it. They've done it the hard way. They've won through the open quals. Now, MNM Academy, they're another side with their sights set on making it into that promised land of CL. And, well, if you're going to play Viperio, or casters to quote it earlier, or analyst desk, what better time to play them than a couple of days after they played, was it 10, 11 maps over the course of 3 days in blistering heat to secure their spot in CL? Yeah, the boys might just... they might just be a little bit more relaxed than they normally were, and that could play into MNM Academy's hands.
Yeah, it could be a little bit fatigued, but at the same time, Viperio 86, we know that they like winning. They view it as a habit. And they showed us on the weekend why they are such a good team. We wouldn't have gone into that weekend saying we certainly knew they were one of the best, but we would have probably said, oh yeah, 10-star, look at their recent form. 10-star lost to Wild, Viperio 86-1. And so this is a team they're going to look forward to keeping that momentum going, right? Because, playoffs isn't much longer, is it?
It is not. It's only a couple of weeks, and in reality, that time will absolutely fly by. And let's be honest, Viperio, they might want that final spot as well, because it'll give them that extra little bit of a break before they make their move. But look, we are in. This is round number 1 of the final game of the night, and I am ready. We've got Bandit on the board. The setup is there. Will we see some Bandit trick in it? Look, not right now. But this is a site where getting that wall is imperative for the attackers. You do not win here without opening that wall.
They've really spread out across that top floor, MNM Academy. You can see they've put Bandits batteries all the way on that eastern side, while also having control on the west closer to the sites. They're trying to spread their util out, just make that top floor harder to take. Full stop, so Viperio can't get a foothold and then start launching their offensive off. We are seeing a little bit of a damage split between Dire and Hungry through the window, but so far nothing comes of it.
Yeah, Vitaline playing Blackbeard, just hoping to get that open and pick using those defensive rotates against the side of MNM Academy. First shots fired in anger, this one, and they will hit the target as Astro will take down Daya. And not only that, Nerf is low as well, as that Blackbeard has a big impact, and Viperio, they are starting this game fast.
You see, MNM just don't have a solution to this Blackbeard. Vita could just sit there on the window free firing. No, he's not as strong as he once used to be, but he's still pretty strong in certain situations. You can see that right now from Viperio. Robbie making his way up the stairs can start applying pressure onto the site. You can see he's got the angle as well. And with the pinch from the Blackbeard, this suddenly makes it very, very dicey for the MNM Academy players if they're trying to hold on site, because they're vulnerable from the grenades underneath, they're vulnerable from the window, and they're vulnerable from the stairs.
Yeah, nades are thrown. Nothing hit this time, so it's still 4 members up for MNM Academy. But here is Osa fighting fire with a shield, facing each other from either way down the hall. And here comes that smoke, which could absolutely just disguise any sort of a push. 1 minute left in the round, and this one is set up beautifully.
Smoke has those toxic babes in hand. 3 still in the pocket. Not a lot of time left. Viperio haven't managed to force them out, although Hungry is on the site. He's going to drop the smoke, cover the line of sight, and then start planting. C4 goes out. It's not going to connect. It was shot out. And that will be the plant for free. This is something that we tried to see at SI. So many teams tried to do this, and it just didn't work. But this time, it's working for 86. A great headshot by Relaxing. And now the tables have turned. It's up to MNM Academy to try and win the round.
Yeah, and well, Hungry's going to get a triple. Astro's going to get the last one, and Viperio 86 draw first blood. Every single fan right now of not of Victus, but every single fan of Coalesce are sitting cheering on Viperio 86 right now. And what a start. And Blackbeard gets a lot of hate, Novi. There's a lot of people in the scene, they're not a fan. But whenever you play Blackbeard like that, and you're there for a purpose, that was the key part of that round. You completely cut off one of the main veins in towards that side of the map with having Blackbeard there, and just MNM Academy had no answer for it.
No answer whatsoever. That means MNM Academy falling by the wayside on their first defense. What is their plan of attack now? They've actually chosen opposite side of the entire map. In fact, switching things up, Viperio is going to be kept guessing. And I honestly, when I saw Blackbeard picked, I was like, yeah, it's a bit of a troll. It's probably going to get swapped off. But I like it. I like the pickup. And now you can see Vito's not going to play it every single round. MNM always have to face that a Blackbeard could appear through a window, that they could switch to it and could pose a problem like he did in that first round. And that's just going to make MNM's Academy's life just that little bit more difficult.
Exactly, and now as we move to Museum Office, the changes have been made. This is one of my favorite things about the attacker repick that we have now. You can just completely break down the defense by choosing your operators in advance, and I think it's been a very good addition to the game. It's really, I think when it's done right, it actually turns the game very attacker-sided, Novi, because if you have the right IGL and you have the right, you know, almost doctor in place to diagnose that defense, well then, you will win a lot more rounds than you used to.
Yeah, you'll certainly pick up more rounds, and that's something that I wanted to throw a lot of praise towards Curly, right? This is a guy that has been on the original 86 roster. I remember it back when they had like Draw, Cheesy, Monkey as well. You know, this was a roster that's gone back at like a year and a half, but he's still here and he's still kicking ass. Like, the guy has shown that he can lead and can build teams around him, and he is a core piece to the Viperio 86 machine.
Yeah, best planter EU, no cap. That man gets the diffuser down like nobody else in MPL as things stand. And just look at Grubby now, beginning his entry into the building, and there Daya will spot him out, but Astro very quickly gets one at Eco, pulls one back. Curly takes down her carry, as this has been all action in the first 1 minute and 30 seconds. But Curly is in sight, spraying down one of those defenders, but he gets himself in behind the bomb. Vital Line is going to fall, but we spoke about Curly planning that diffuser, but Novi, he changes his mind. He takes on the gunfight.
Takes on the gunfight, and now MNM Academy, they've noticed the pause. They can see Viperio 86 spraying through. They've locked in position. Now they can free fire from beneath. The impact grenade will open a line of sight for Dyer. I don't know if he could just about see the knee. At least manages to confirm the kill. And there's the second one as well. MNM Academy pick up their first round.
That is massive for their confidence as well. You lost the first round due to a very clinical attack, and second time around, you survived the bedlam. You survived the hive of activity at the start of that round. There was about 10 seconds there, Novi, where 4 different players fell between both teams, but MNM didn't panic. Stayed in their spots, did their job, and just stalled out that attack for Viperio. And you feel like had Curly maybe planted that diffuser behind the bomb chassis the first time around, they might have been in a better position to win that one out. But look, you cannot take anything away from MNM with the way they responded to that push.
Yeah, it was class. Good reaction. Didn't get too eager with it. You could see there was times where Dyer was looking to peek, and maybe MNM Academy would have overextended, but no. They stayed calm, they stayed in position, allowed Viperio 86 to come towards them, made them force the plant, and then they played the retake very, very well. Good stuff from MNM.
Oh, let's see if they can double down though. Viperio looking to get back in the lead on attack, or can MNM pull this round in their favor? I love the way that we're seeing just Azami being used. Azami completely changes every single map that she is on. In my opinion, Novi, I'm going to go out and say it. I think that Azami is better than having a shield. You can peek from either side. The attackers are kept on their toes, and you can suddenly make very unplayable positions one of the strongest parts of the map.
Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna disagree. I think because she has not just with the shields, but also the ability to just go, okay, I'm gonna block this door. And there is nothing you can do apart from if you use utility or you go up and punch it. Like, you just have to deal with that case. And the fact that she's so dynamic and on the fly means it keeps the attackers guessing constantly. And that is a really, really tricky thing to deal with.
And just look at the way code check has been set up on that window to take on this engagement. Astro, well, he's got to be very careful. Daya in great position now, moving in behind the bar. Could spot out the head, and he's going to land that shot. And he sends Astro into space with that one. 4v4 though, because Hungry is going to pull one back on the Daya with the refrag, but that's a minute off the clock. Curly spots out the head, but he's unable to do his barber trick as he misses it by an inch. But the pace is picking up on this one, Novi.
The pace is picking up. We've barely hit the halfway mark at this point. 4-4 on either side. You can see both teams trying to take stock of the situation. 86 is going to drone out. Get a little bit more information before they start pushing on ahead. But MNM Academy, they can sit back. They've traded the kill. They've managed to get at least a level playing field and taking out that Iana. The information Iana can gather is huge, but here's the Blackbeard once more. Vitus still in this window, just railing down bullets with the shield in his face.
looking to do the exact same thing. Cut off that rotate towards short, but relaxing, still playing inside Dragon. And Grubby is just going to toss a beautiful nade that catches Eco by complete surprise. So Viperio now up once again in the numbers game, but our carry cannot push any further because Vital Line has that section of the map covered, creating more lines of sight as Curly positions himself for the push. We've seen this trick before. Plant down the Osa, toss a smoke, transition yourself over to that next little section of the map and get that diffuser down. This is a really calculated way of moving here, isn't it, Novi?
It is absolutely huge, and MNM Academy don't seem to have an answer, but at least a little bit more healthy than they were beforehand. Hungary is looking for that angle, using the smokes to slip into Karaoke. The shield will go down, and then they will try and plant. But plant doesn't really matter if Groby's just going to use the LMG to good effect, rail down some shots, gets a nice double to close out the round. And just like that, at Viperio 86, they bounce back. They seem to have MNM's number on that side.
That was another clinical round, and honestly, Daya did a really good job, but he got refragged almost instantaneously down by Bar, and then Viperio, they do not look back once they get themselves in a good position. 2-1 Viperio going into the fourth round, and if you are in neutral watching this game, well, we're being treated so far because we have seen 3 brilliant rounds, and for different reasons every time.
Very, very different rounds, but still 86 coming out on top, right? They're still looking in control. One round being the second where MNM did manage to bounce back, but still that came maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Viperio still got the plant down. So their ability to complete the objective is just very, very strong, and that is, I want to say, worrying for MNM Academy at this point. Like, you can't really be letting them get in that close to the point where they can actually just get the plant down without you punishing them properly for it.
And punish is what Viperio do oh so well on attack. They're one of the best in the business, like we said already, at getting that diffuser down and forcing the defenders to become the aggressors. Now, look at this side up. Makeup room is being opened up. It is going to go down to kitchen, where verticality will become an incredibly important thing, and Nerf drops down through that hatch. We're got into the start of the round, and, well, if you're Viperio 86 and you do your work, well, they've already done it. Look, they're going to open up that wall into Geisha straight away.
Opening up the wall gives them an entrance into the site, into the floor, which they can start opening up underneath and getting that vertical play going. Are we looking at MNM Academy? Do they try and contest the vertical angle, or do they try and hide away? That Flores is going to give not only the destructive capabilities to Viperio 6, but also the extra bit of information. You can see they can spot out a player in that corner. And suddenly Nerf has to be very careful because his position is 100% known at this point. The window's been popped. He's getting circled from either side. He could be about to get pinched here unless Astro is going to find one of his other teammates.
Eco, though, with that MX Storm, one of the highest rate of fire guns in the game, could potentially cause some misery. Astro stems himself back up again. That's one of the buffs that we have on Finka, as well as those two nades. Eco beginning to make that move, though it's still a 5v5 situation at the halfway point, and he gets an engagement now. Sledge at the door, looking to hammer this one home, and sometimes you're the hammer, but this time Eco was the nail. Daya pulls it back, though. 4v4, 4v3, as Vital Line gets in the action, but relaxing once again makes it back to a 3v3, and the pacing of this game is oh so interesting.
It's so fast paced, but still there's time on the clock. Both teams are not afraid to start taking shots and going for these opportunities, but they're very, very good at trading each other back and bringing it back to that level playing field that we oh so love. But a minute remaining, both teams 3-on-3. 2 frag grenades still in the hands of Viperio 86, and that could pose a big problem. Hungary knows where Nerf is round the corner with the flashes, just kind of playing with his food, trying to bait him out so Astro can get the angle. Hungary's going to push in. It's a mistake. Nerf manages to take him out, but goes down in the process. I wonder if there's a player from Viperio 86 who's going to try and pick him up.
And Grubby will get it, so it's a 1v1, but there's their carry to peek it out. And now the standoff begins. Finka staring up the stairs, or carry above. What is going to happen? Well, Astro is waiting no time. He's on the push, he's on the hunt, he is on the prowl, and he wants another round. But look, it's not going to come, because our carry just completely wipes him out. Look at this little peek, Novi. The head taken off Astro. And well, everything that has been thrown the way of three of MNM, they've punched it back. These two heavyweights trading round for round.
Akari, take a bow, my dude. That was nice. Quick little 180. Quick scope into the headshot. Nicely done. No chance for the side of Viperio 86 there. That was just too fast. That's one of those plays where, yep, he's just outplayed you there. He's just hit heads better. I mean, in the end of the day, there's all the tactics, there's all the strategies, all the operators, all the variables, Gibson. But if you click on heads better than the other team, you'll win.
Agreed. Couldn't agree with you more. It's a simple game when you say it like that, Novi, but the speed that some of these players move, well, the head can be very difficult to find. Now we're going to find out, speaking of head, let's see which team will get ahead in this matchup as we move into round 5. The rounds are going by in the blink of an eye, and it's not because they're ending fast, Novi, but it's because the pace, the tempo is so high that even when we do get into that last minute or post-plant situations, it just feels so fast.
Yeah, this feels like the complete opposite to the 20-second meta, doesn't it? Like, there is action all the way through the rounds, and I'm living for it. So now we're going to Exhibition, MNM Academy. What can they bring this time? They managed to finally bring it back a bit more even. They went down to the kitchen, so they know that karaoke is not really an option for them, doesn't really work out. They know Exhibition does work. They've now got a bottom site, a basement site, first floor, but they cannot go back to that. So if they win this, I'm curious where MNM Academy is going to go in the next round.
2 C4s in the pocket too, Novi, with players downstairs, and we know that a lot of the ground in the site is all wooden. It's all able to be played vertically, so a C4 in the late round could have a massive impact. But the push is beginning. They've put their claymores down in place, and Astro is just going to have a little look down towards that short corridor towards the Mira. And well, we spoke about the effect that Mira can have. It's just slowed down this push by Viperio just a second and forcing them to use some utility.
I just like sort of Groovy and Astro just sort of like looking around the corner, taking a gander, going, oh, that's the enemy. There we go. Okay, well, what should we do about it? They sort of have a chat and go, throw a smoke down. There we go. You can sort of see the cogs working in the players' heads right there of how they're assessing the situation. But how do they deal with it? Well, use Thatcher to good effect. They open up that wall, which will allow their players a line of sight through, as well as be able to push on through. And you can see Nerf having to retreat back because now Viperio 86 are starting to open up enough angles that the MNM Academy players, the defenders on site, are starting to feel the pressure that little bit more. You can see they've retreated all the way back, and they're very, very aware that 86 is going to be breathing down their necks very, very shortly.
Well, they have turtled back on the site, and let's see how tough that shell is as Viperio 86 look to break through it. Nades being prepared, and with a player behind, well, the player behind bar has moved, so Astro will toss that nade and find absolutely nobody with it. Another important bit of utility used, but Vitaline, it don't matter because he's going to spot out Daya, and it makes it a 5v4. 43 seconds left. Astro sneaks in, takes down Nerf, takes down Eco. It's a 5v2, and Viperio on the verge of going into that 3-2 lead, but Novi, or Carry, pulls one back to just tense it up a little bit more.
We know what Akari can do in these clutch situations. He's looking on good form today, but Hungry's going to make it that much harder. Vito falls, Akari takes him out, but position is known. If he swings this, that's going to be difficult. Hungry gets domed, and it seems like the Wamai is heating up Akari. He's getting going! Gets the triple kill! That's the quad, actually! No, he can't quite finish it. Curly finishes him off. And that was so close. Akari had my heart in my mouth.
Well, that was almost the play of the day right there. But when Curly is needed most, he stood tall. And look, You were there over the weekend. You saw how many rounds that Curly won, being the last man, the last wall of defense for his team. And well, our carry for a second, we dared to believe, but he just made a little bit too much noise and Curly was there to take him down. But now this is the vital round. Can MNM just get this to 3-3 at the half and force Viperio on defense and test out that shell of theirs? Or will Viperio take a 4-2 lead and what would be a stranglehold on this game?
Oh, MNM Academy, a car, man, I just wanted him to get that. That play would have been insane. It reminds me so much of the Oscar 1 versus 5 on Chalet, where he just whiffs that last shot, and it's like, come on, man, that's a highlight reel all day. Like, what's going on? Oh, feel for him. But you know what? When you've got a player like that, like what can you even say? You know, in a clutch situation, he's going to be able to deliver, and that, even in losing, the fact that you're so close can kind of inspire the rest of the team.
It can. The one-man army that was their carry going 6-4 after that round. But you just look at the side of Vitaline. Hungry 6-3. Astro 5-4. Grubby 5-4. They're starting to get the trigger fingers warmed up. They're starting to build that momentum. But this is, like I pointed out, in my opinion, the important round in this game. So what can Viperio 86 do to put it in their favor? We're back to the same site. And will we see anything different? One thing to point out is the fact, Novi, that they have left that wall soft out towards balcony. They've created the mirror, they've put it inside museum, and they're using that to be their line of defense on the entry.
Oh, this didn't work out for them last time because 86 managed to go on the rappel, create a cheeky angle, and Dyer got taken out from within sight. Cause a lot of issues. They've got to be aware the flash is going in. Maybe they're wishing they picked a warden in this scenario. 86 rotating around. Now that they know that that's soft, and that as the mirror window, the black mirror, they now look to challenge it. Gonna throw the Selma charge onto it, but it's a bit of a risk because he's gonna have to stand out in the open to then throw it. No, it lands. It's gonna get pinged. Will it be removed? Yes, it is. And MNM Academy, the black mirror, lives to fight another day.
And it is the thing that is holding back this push. Vitaline's going to begin reconstructing that soft wall. And now they will take it on in this engagement. Astro holding another one of those flanks. Just hoping against hope that Nerf will just move a little bit too selfishly, a little bit too greedy towards that window. But it ain't gonna happen. Daya still pre-firing, still doing a lot of work, taking out those drones, making it even harder for Viperio to diagnose what this defense is. But as we move into that last minute, well, even though there hasn't been a kill yet, the pacing of this one still feels very high.
Yeah, you can see both teams constantly looking to try and poke and prod, force an unforced error. I would say force an unforced error. Force the other team into making unforced errors. An uncomfortable position where they step out of line, and that's when their head gets clipped off, probably by Akari, knowing the form he's on. But Grubby, that's one way to start the round. It may be a little late than never, but with the last 30 seconds, MNM Academy, they're a man down.
Yeah, and now the drone is on Nerf as well. They know exactly where he is. The swing comes. Vitaline's going to get one, and now the mirror is gone. That is the most powerful part of their defense, so it's all down to relaxing Air Carry and Eco. The diffuser was going to go down, but here's Curly doing what he does so well. Astro doing what he does well as well, taking down Eco, and that diffuser is planted. Things have changed around. Vitaline makes sure that there's no Air Carry heroics, and it's all down to relaxing the jump, the little vault down the stairs, and there is Astro to take him out, and it is a 4-2 attacking half for Viperio 86.
Astro is a spaceman with his leap of faith over the stairs right there, jumping into the abyss of the unknown. Gets the kill to close out the round. Viper 86 move ahead 4-2. Now, we said Viper 86, there is this hugely outside chance that they might actually be able to make it to the finals, but even if they don't, with their playoffs cemented and the fact that they're in their position, they could potentially steal that third place from Victus. Victus aren't playing any more games. They don't have any games tomorrow, and it is possible Viper 86 to nab the third place spot, and that matters in playoffs for the seeding of that next stage of the tournament. So that could be something that Viper 86 is thinking, going, well,
You know, do we want to play against the 6th seed, or do we want to play against the 5th seed who's ambushed? What do we want to do? I'm betting Viperio 86, if they can win here, they're definitely going to want to fight that 6th place spot.
Yeah, in reality, you want to play the team that's sixth, you know, that team that is, in quotations, the weaker of the 6 teams that make it through. But at the end of the day, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So for these teams, doesn't matter who you play in that first round, you got to just take that game by game mentality and fight your way through to the top. But for MNM Academy, this game means so much. They can secure their spot in the next round tonight if they can win 5 more rounds before Viperio can win 2. If Viperio win 2 more rounds, we are guaranteed to go into the final day, not knowing who has that last spot. But look, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. This is only round 7, and just as we get ahead of ourselves, Dia loses his as Grubby gets that opening pick.
And there we go, MNM Academy on the back foot again, and that's the Iana, that's the Replicator not in play. So no extra information gathered. Oh, okay. Sophia is going to just leap off the balcony. Akari is going to make his way through from the north side of the map. This is where MNM Academy are going to feel like they've lost something. Without the Iana, they lose the frag grenades, but that information means they don't have to necessarily waste drones in trying to get into positions and get information on where 86 is hiding, and that will make it that bit harder for MNM Academy as they push in, plus lack of manpower in losing a player so early on.
It definitely doesn't help, but you can still turn this one around. Grubby playing around bar and reception could be a little bit of a problem. Vital Line looking to contest them at the point of entry as he stares down in the closet from bathroom, and all this noise being made is going to spot out Grubby, and that'll really work against him as Eco is able to pull that kill down. But now Vital Line, hoping ahead, will just vault through that little window. He's got to be patient because I believe a kill will come, but Eco spots him out. But the shots aren't found. Their carry goes on the hunt. Pre-fires around the corner, and he's going to save his teammate. That's even more important than getting the kill, and Finka will boost them back up to 4 men.
Viperio 86. Okay, now your back's starting to go against the wall. MNM Academy turning the gas on. Flames are ignited. Viperio 86 eventually close to getting burnt. Those already been removed. It depends if there's any hot pockets left on the server. MNM Academy, they're hunting. They're looking to clear the rest of the space. They can start making their way through to set themselves up for the execute. Question is Viperio 86, do they have enough time wasted? Do they have enough time left, or at least lack of time left, to cause enough pressure on MNM Academy where they make a mistake in the final few seconds of the round? MNM Academy need to start moving, but that grenade's going to give them a way in.
Our carry makes it a 4v2 now, but MNM, they gotta be quick. There's only 15 seconds left, and Hungry is playing aggressive, waiting for that push in. The player coming around the corner. Hungry is going to pick him up. He gets the double as he transitions beautifully down the stairs, and Astro makes it a 2v1. How have Viperio turned this one around? But Eco makes it a 1v1, but it's too little too late as Viperio, well, they now move to an even greater lead, and now bells are starting to toll for MNM as the pressure is really on.
MNM, your time is waiting. They had the advantage, but it looks like, Gibson, we are going to go into next week, tomorrow, on a level scoreline in wins and points. And that could make things all the more interesting. Viperio 86 showing not only can they work as a team, but the individual performances. There we go from Hungry. That was fantastically played. You've got to question MNM Academy. Where was the push together? Why was it so stagnated? Why did one player push in through the breach, wait 3 seconds, and then the player push upstairs? It wasn't coordinated. The lack of time meant they weren't in step together, and then Viperio 86 rightfully so punished it.
Yeah, but take nothing away from Hungry. He won his 1 versus 2. Like, they set it up, it was a 2v1. Surely you win that section. But Hungry just tore them to shreds. And you know what? You called it that shootout, that next week situation where both sides are going into it with everything to lose and everything to gain. Well, Viperio are making it seem that exact way. MNM, though, are their knees weak? Are their palms sweaty? We're going to find out right now, Novi.
Are they going to go to the kitchen and eat mum spaghetti? No, it's not going to be the case. They're going to sing a song. Maybe that song in particular. We'll have to see. MNM Academy, they're looking to maybe join them in the karaoke, but for a very different reason. They're looking to get that plant down. MNM Academy have a lot of time to play with, a lot of map control that they could potentially gain. Viperio 86 seem like they're focusing a lot of their efforts back towards the site, but maybe they're looking for some shenanigans from Vito with that alibi.
Yeah, that alibi can be such a nightmare because it allows their other defenders to just swing out a little bit quicker and cause some havoc. But now, all the Viperio 86 players are in place. Vitaline staring through that toaster hatch down in towards Bar, as Nerf will use that long angle to open up the wall into Geisha. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. And well, you know, we built this round up, but this is more like we expect to see Novi. It's a little bit slower, a little bit more structured on the attack. And, you know what? It's a nice change of pace too.
It's certainly more structured, but I was going to say I'm waiting for that first blood to be drawn by either side, and it is Vito who removes Nerf the IGL, but from the grave, he can still lead the team. The frag grenades, the upnades, not able to quite find a kill just yet. A little bit of damage goes out towards the Viperio 86 side, but they're going to be happy so far. Got plenty of cams, they got plenty of time. That's the 4th frag grenade gone. That's all 6 gone, actually. That's all of them removed. Vito gets another one, and MNM Academy, they look like they've already bowed out of this round. They've got no frag grenades, no utility, barely any players left.
Yeah, it's not going well. They just cannot get past that first vital line of defense. And then with Astro pulling a double of his own, well, it's all down to her carry. He came so close to getting that ace the last time. Well, there's the start. That's one member down. Just isolate, identify, just divide and conquer those Viperio defenders if you want to get the win. But the cross is being held, and Curly is Johnny on the spot to hit that head and force MNM into a tactical timeout, because I believe with that round win right there, even if MNM Academy go all the way to win this game, they cannot secure their spot in the next round until next week.
It's not guaranteed. This is where things get exciting. This gets very, very exciting. MNM Academy, everything is to play for. We said that the win condition for Coalesce is they need to outperform MNM Academy by 4 points. If MNM lose today, that means that Coalesce is already 3 points up, right? Like they're already in a very good situation. And MNM Academy, like Coalesce could lose their next game, but as long as they lost it overtime and MNM also lost, Coalesce would take it. And that is a very strong position for the Nordic and UK team to be in. That's very, very good for them.
That is a dangerous, dangerous game to play right there, though. And MNM Academy, even if you can force overtime, if you lose in overtime, that point could make all the difference going into the final day. But the tactical timeout is over. There will be no more conversation between the coach and the team. No more dialogue, as those players will be forced to go once more into the breach and try get that round win. But for Viperio, well, they've got themselves 4 match points on the board, or, you know, that they're going to be able to just try to win this one out. So they will probably have a little bit of fun. With Hungry on the board, Vitaline, Astro, Curly, and Grubby, it would not surprise me one bit if this is the final round of the day.
Will MNM Academy be able to do their best ambush impression and come back winning 4 rounds in a row? Well, actually, for ambush, it was 5, but the same thing. Massive deficit. Got to come back in the game and bring it to that equal scoreline. It's going to be very, very tough. You can see the stats for Hungary. So overperforming from what he's usually been doing for this 86 side. Fantastic addition to the team. And you can see he's not quite leading. Astro's the one who's leading, but still certainly pulling their weight in this roster. And the MNM Academy, if we compare that to how those guys are playing, scorelines are pretty low, Gibson, apart from Akari.
Our carry has been, as chat has said, the carry of this one, as he has done a fantastic job for MNM Academy. But it's still not over. There's still a chance for MNM to pick up a result in this one, but they need to be absolutely flawless. There we go. Once again, that alibi being thrown outside, which can just deter those members of MNM Academy. And the castle barricade forcing the use of one of those thermite charges, and well, that just absolutely telegraphs the position of our carry, but it don't matter because he slams the head off of Hungry, and they are hungry for this round win. They've already got nearly everybody inside delivery, and can they use that one to deliver themselves a round win?
Relaxing follows through. Akari is just... What is he eaten for breakfast? What has this guy had? Like, this is insane. What a performance. He just absolutely destroyed 86. But it's not over yet. Akari might be still alive. They might have the man advantage. He almost got shot by Eco there. Maybe a little too trigger happy. The players are above. They've got that vertical angle. They're not near sight. And that can cause problems in itself. MNM Academy have to be very careful. Akari walks out in the open, and it's a 2-on-2. That lead that they managed to gain, that Akari so valiantly produced for them, has slipped through their fingers. And now, Viperio 6 just need to count down the seconds until this round is over.
We have seen this story before. Curly with the shotgun in his hand above the hatch, just daring, relaxing to jump on through the toe. If the foot was any bigger whatsoever, would give away the position. 45 seconds. Curly is going to get stunned by Zofia, and that'll take Curly down. And now in a 2v1, what can Astro do? Can he send this team to the potential of a second place finish? Will Novi? There's 25 seconds on the clock, and MNM, well, they've got the man advantage.
Can Astro see the diffuser? I think, yeah, he can just about see it, so he knows where it is. I'm not quite sure if MNM Academy understand that he has eyes. There we go. They certainly know now. Getting tagged through the floor. All three players going very low. Now MNM Academy have to make a decision. Oh my god, that C4. No way does that hit. No, it doesn't. It goes a little bit wide. Astro going aggressive, but MNM live to fight another day. Relaxing sends it home. Astro gets removed by Viperio 86. They've got to wait. They've got more match points, but MNM Academy have shown that they still have more to give.
And just very, very cautiously, we see them say LMG easy as that round was won by MNM Academy. But Viperio pulled it so close. We are going to have a technical timeout as the players bide their time and get ready for that next one. So Novi, you know, we thought that there was maybe one more time these people would see us on screen, but they're blessed with their handsome faces once more.
Handsome faces. You're just describing yourself, mate, not me, for sure.
Thanks, I'll accept the compliment.
Speaking of handsome, that shot, that drive-by by Akari, that stuff, like that, there's a lot of things that, you know, when you see things in Siege, like, even when a team's, like, dominating and it's a 7 open, it's good Siege, you're like, that's nice. Shots like that, man, I just... Like, I come from an FPS background, you know, I've played other shooters and things like that, and I've casted them, and pure displays of mechanical skill of just someone getting absolutely clapped is the best thing in the world. I so wish we had the other angle so we could see it from Akari's perspective, but that was amazing. And he is trying so hard. Like, MNM Academy would not be, like, they wouldn't have at least 2 of the 3 rounds that they currently have if it wasn't for Akari. Like, single-handedly, he's keeping his team in this fight.
He has been absolutely incredible. And every once in a while, you get a game where one player can carry a team to result. But he's going to need some help. You know, they're that far down now that they need every single round that they can possibly get. Going back to that kill, we saw the 3-cam line of sight of that. And we could barely, you know, you could barely even see the pixel, never mind hit it, but he did. The players, they're back. We are back. This is 6-3. This is match point. Can MNM Academy continue to close that gap? Or are Viperio going to say that round, this one coming up is the last one?
Been singing Akari's praises, but I've got to also give props to relaxing in that last round. It reminds me a bit in Yukon Rainbow Rumble when we had LFO, or well, now the core of them are Victus, that often go down in rounds quite massively, significant disadvantage. And then it'd be like Oscar, you get a triple kill. And then suddenly the team just rejuvenated, they awoke, they turned on their monitors, plugged in their keyboards, their headphones, and suddenly they started playing. Is Akari's performance, is it starting to bleed into the rest of the team? Because relaxing has started to look better. Are we going to see the same from Dyer and Eco? If that happens, by period 86, do they start getting nervous? Because MNM Academy has started firing back a lot harder.
Yeah, and we're giving a lot of love towards their carry, but look at Astro, 12 and 5 on the other side, having a blinder for Viperio. And you gotta say, he has had a big impact in every single round so far. But here we are, match point attempt number 2 for Viperio. And can they clutch it out right now? Our carry getting to work with Sledge straight away. Eco gets the soft ping. But unfortunately for him, there's a tile wall there, and Vito is not going to get taken out.
You see, Vito panicked there as well. I was like, ah, getting shot up, but it's fine. Dyer has been downed. It should be able to get picked up. Oh, the Pog, man. That's unfortunate. No one's going to capitalize on that. Vito's going to go fishing, but Akari domes him. He's so accurate today. My lord. I wish we could see the headshot percentage. That'd be amazing. There we go. And now Dyer has been picked back up. So MNM Academy now have officially the man advantage. Viperio 86 on the back foot, on the back burner. And MNM Academy, they're moving with such poise, such confidence compared to the first few attacking rounds. This seems like a different MNM Academy from before.
It really does, and you said that they were fishing for kills. Well, let's see if they can catch Viperio. Hook, line, and sinker. Their carry still on the move. The HP looking good thanks to that Finka boost as Grubby plays on those stairs. Daya getting another nade prepared. He throws it, but it ain't going to be good enough because Grubby just stands up, and he should take a bow because that shot onto Daya was absolutely fantastic. We're back to a 4v4 with 1 minute and 10 left.
Relaxing's got the angle onto sight, but Grubby has got an angle onto Eco's head. And that will push Viper 86 to 3 more nails that they must hammer into the coffin of MNM Academy to close out this game. Kunai going out for Azami. Make more angles, more difficult plays for MNM Academy to make to get around that gadget, that utility that can be thrown out by Viper 86. That's something they've got to be conscious of, but there we go. The IGL stepped up to the plate. He's taken a shot, and the kill leader on the server, or tied kill leader, is now being removed.
And that could be the door open now for MNM Academy. It is the 25-second meta. We're about to see. I added an extra couple of seconds on it, but they're going to make us wait till we actually hit that 20-second mark. And now the attempt to burn some utility. But Warden is there. Warden is going to swing on through as he says, I am angry Ned Flanders, and he will take them apart. Grubby gets one too, and it's all down to Relaxing. Relaxing with the LMG will be able to get one, but there's still 2 more on the board. Hungry up on top. Viperio get the win. And well, MNM, they are going to go into the last Playday of NPL, and it is still in their hands. But Coalesce, they are 100% in the hunt right now. And well, those 2 games next week, just underline them, Novi. Put a circle around them, because MNM's game and the game that is going to be played by Coalesce, they are the 2 biggest games on tomorrow's schedule.
Man, speaking of Ned Flanders, Viper 86 say, Hardly ho, neighborino. The teams above them to 10-star to Victus. Says, look, we're still in the hunting. Yes, we had an exhausting weekend, but look what we can do when we hit the server. I felt for Akari so much at that moment. So much. MNM Academy. It's like they suddenly started clicking, but it was too late. There was like 3 rounds at the end where you went, where has this team been for the previous rounds? If they're played like that, this game would have been a hell of a lot closer. But Viper 86, just plain as day, on a different level. And they really demonstrated to us why they managed to come first in the Open Challenger League Open qualifiers.
There was 2 momentum moments in that game. That shot, every time I see it. Well, the 2 moments in that game that completely turned it around was whenever we had Hungry playing with Oryx in the 4v2 up on the stairs, and our carry against Curly for the ace when Curly won it back. Either one of those kills go the other way. Novi, I'd say MNM could have got the momentum to win that game.
Then you can also say if Akari hadn't won the previous rounds when they were on that defensive side, when they were playing so well, and Akari had to kind of clutch it out. Well, MNM Academy, they might not have even got a couple of rounds that they actually had in the end of the day. So I think there's a lot to be learned for MNM Academy. They did a lot good there, and it's so frustrating because it's same with Coalesce. You kind of wish we saw these teams earlier on in the split, right? How much more competitive would this season be on top of how much it already has been? Like, it would have been absolutely incredible. Yeah. And that's why I'm so excited to see what either of these teams can do in playoffs. I still don't know which horse I'm backing here, because Coalesce look really good, but MNM Academy, if they can deliver in some of those games tomorrow, in the game tomorrow, in some of those rounds like they did today, MNM Academy could bring it closer, Gibson, and we could be on for a real fight.
We really could be, but you spoke about a delivery. Well, we're just going to deliver you back to the desk for our analysts to break you through what, in my opinion, was a massive game on the night.
Tell you what, Gibson, you're getting good at these segues, aren't you? Thank you very much to Novi and Gibson for bringing the energy tonight with their congratulations, Gibson, to your first debut here on the NPL. For us, though, we've got lots to tuck into. Whip it. Jerry, join me, Ian, here on the desk. By the way, if you are thinking of going anywhere, don't leave us just yet. Yes, the action has unfolded, but we've still got our debrief coming up a little bit later on, and we are joined by a very special guest. Chris, the owner and founder of Viperio 86, is joining us a little bit later on, so we're looking forward to having him on the show. That is going to be pretty special, but for now, let's look back. Big win for Viperio, Jerry, and it's kind of what we expected. They're on fire at the minute, coming off the back of a very successful weekend.
Yeah, there was a question mark around it because we weren't entirely sure whether Skyscraper would be something that MNM were fully prepared for against 86, and maybe that could be the kind of the X factor in this matchup. But ignoring the map choice, you would have had to back Viperio 86 coming into today's Playday, and I think a lot of people did. So the performance and the way that they brought it out on Skyscraper, it didn't surprise me too much given how well they managed to do in the qualifier at the weekend against Wild on that map, and Wild a fantastic team. So they took 6 rounds off Wild, they managed to take 7 rounds off MNM today, and it just shows that they're that little bit better.
Look, it's hot here in the UK and elsewhere as well, and I will say, Whip it, it's tough for us over here in England to get a good night's sleep in this heat, but on top of that, for some of these MNM players, they might struggle to get a good night's rest tonight because they'll be feeling a little bit anxious about tomorrow.
They certainly will be. It's really down to a shootout now against Coalesce directly. They need to outscore. It is going to be do or die tomorrow for them. MNM Academy, they've shown gradual improvements this second split, but will they be able to close it out is a massive question, because Coalesce on the rise, on the up and up. It looks like they cannot be beaten right now. And of course, Coalesce took out MNM Academy in the Open CL qualifiers as well. A lot of question marks coming into this between those two teams, but I cannot wait for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, we will dissect Viperio 86 a little bit later in our debrief. So before we do that, let's just continue to focus on what we are really teeing up as an epic couple of games tomorrow for both Coalesce and for MNM, Jerry. After seeing both of them perform tonight, of course, Coalesce got the win against opponents that arguably aren't as formidable as Viperio 86. But from what you've seen here, who's your money on? Who are you backing to make it into that playoff spot going into tomorrow?
It's got to be Coalesce, right? You know, the only thing that holds them back, I think they're playing against Riddle. That's an expected 3 points given their incredible performances recently. MNM Academy up against Heroic. They need to at least outperform Coalesce. They need to get more points or equal to them to make sure that that's possible. And Heroic, sure, it's a bit of a question mark with whether they're going to really turn up tomorrow. Of course, 2 losses in 2 days doesn't say the best about them, but they have been against teams that have really hit form. You think about Secret, they just found that stride. You think about today against Victus. Victus really, really looking on the money. I don't think MNM Academy are strong enough at the moment to overcome Heroic, and you couldn't think of a tougher opponent realistically for your final day.
Well, we've rattled through the games tonight. It feels like it's flown by. I don't know about for you guys, but it definitely does for me. So let's take a look back. In case you maybe joined us a little bit late or you didn't catch all of the action, we can take a look now at our results from today's Playday. Of course, we kick things off. Riddle versus Ambush Esport. Riddle officially now relegated after a dominant display from Ambush. Followed that up. Victus Heroic 5-7 to top of the table. Heroic getting the business done once again. Coalesce. Magnificent win here against SSP to keep themselves well and truly in contention for that playoff spot. And then, as you just saw, Viperio 86, the recently qualified team for CL, defeat MNM Academy, leaving them in treacherous water going into the final Playday tomorrow with a 7-3 win on Skyscraper. The man that we have been celebrating, talking about, hyping up all day long. I mean, Paul, what can you say about this man, Jerry? He is our MVP of the day.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely fair. You look at the caliber of opponent they are up against, and really you can only call the Victus versus Heroic game. It's the only real upset amongst these games, and he was a standout player. You know, most picked operator Thermite, that is absolutely representative of his role within the team. In some senses, he will be on that Thermite, but he's also expected to frag out. So it's an interesting kind of role he's slotted into. Not completely filling the shoes of Flexi, who was more often on that kind of direct entry. With I associate Flexi a lot with Nook, for instance. But just the way that they managed to take apart Heroic on such a default map as well, one that you expect Heroic to be really proficient on, the Clubhouse. He's just been incredible, this guy. So he absolutely deserves it.
Right, let's take a look now at the standings, because it all comes to a head tomorrow, the final day of the group stages of NPL. Whip it, talk us through the lay of the land going into tomorrow.
The biggest thing got to keep your eye on is MNM Academy and Coalesce. Locked horns, they are on 18 points each. Tomorrow decides which one of these two teams punches their ticket to our playoffs. Above them, you see Ambush on an island, a little bit separated from everybody. 86, Victus, 10-star Heroic, all chomping at the bit in that top four, and that is absolutely stacked at the top four. Of course, Heroic and 10-star in those 1 and 2 spots have themselves pre-booked for the finals. This is such a fantastic season looking at this one, but really, I cannot highlight enough. 6 and 7.
Absolutely. Just a quick heads up. I know we've alluded to it, but there is a possibility here. Technically, 10-star can steal that number 1 spot from Heroic. Basically, it requires Heroic to lose to MNM Academy tomorrow, and then 10-star have to score the win to leapfrog Team Heroic to the top. It could happen. So there's still movement at the top of the table too, because for 10-star, what an achievement that would be if they can close out the group stages here of NPL sitting pretty on top of the cake. We will find out all of the answers to those questions tomorrow. But for now, we can start to wrap things up here for this section of the show, and we can get excited for what will be our debrief. We love the debrief, and tonight we've got a very special guest. Our founder of Viperio 86, Chris, is going to be joining us for a bit of an interview. We'll get to know him a little bit better, plans and hopes for CL and beyond, and we will have a really good chinwag with him. Me, Whip It, Jerry, will be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys. Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
In pillar, pushing up, hallway, last. He's left side hallway. Going long way.
Yeah, got me.
Nice! Go, Grubby. Oh my god, you're so different. You got this.
He knows that Leader is a bit far away, but here's the gunshot, so he knows that he's there to force him off, and Leader is
Hey! Yeah!
so much better.
Let's go!
Let's go, boys. Just keep up.
We need to hurry up, guys. I'm ready to smoke. I'm ready to smoke. I'm smoked off. Let me smoke off. I'm firing.
I'm dropping.
I'm smoking. Smoking.
Firing.
I smoke closet. Watch out, rotate, Vito.
Pushing it. Yeah.
Target that.
Right.
Right.
Flanking.
Freezer. Freezer there.
Let's
go.
go, lads. Well played, well played, well played. We had him flanked then at the last second.
I'm gonna play hobo.
I take that one.
Nice. Right, trophy door, left side, trophy door. Dead.
Be injured.
I want main bridge. Main bridge.
Drop that tick.
Trophy door, trophy. 1 HP. Trophy pit.
Nice, let's go! You're so much better! Let's go, guys. We're so much better. This is what we needed. We needed momentum.
He's in tower right now. He's making a rotate, punching a rotate. In attic. You can run. Might be on attic rotate.
Turning is clear. I think
attic rotate, shoot you. Nice.
I can run it short. Let's go, guys.
Play live.
Hold it.
Where?
Where is he?
On the hallway.
Dead, yeah, zombie dead.
Nice! Let's go!
The Amari works.
It's fine. Next round. It's fine. We can't act like that, boys. It's fine. We have to go next round. It's good, boys. It's good. Stop stressing. Let's go next round. We got this.
Trophy.
I can plant here, guys. I can plant.
They want shelf, trophy dead.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah! Such a team effort!
Keep daddy.
What a comeback, boys.
Let's go!
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCs.
What?
It's time for the debrief. Are we hyped? Are we hyped? I just didn't. I tried to imitate Demo just a second ago when he says in the highlights package, he picks them apart. and these two said that sounded like a pirate. So I won't try and do Demo again. And I won't. Apparently, I'm really bad at the Irish accent as well. Obviously, Whip It and our man Gibson, who was just in the group, was are Irish. So I was like, I was trying to talk like they do, and apparently
it hurts. It hurts.
Terrible. All right. Well, anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to Debrief. This is our post show here at the NPL. This is Whip It. This is Jerry, and we are going to be conversating. Is that a word? Conversing with a very wonderful guest right now, Viperio's founder in the building, Chris. Now, before we do anything, Chris, I'm going to go on strike and not speak a word during the debrief until you promise me that you'll send me a jersey.
Oh,
wow.
High stakes, high stakes.
You're just not going to promise them at all.
Those jerseys are reserved for very special individuals. So I don't know. It depends. Have you earned one? What do you think?
He did look at
someone like Jerry
this season.
Jerry's been saying a lot of praise throughout the season, so he's definitely in the
Chris,
the front
a man with an oven like yours can afford to send me a share. That's all I'm saying, because that looks like a pricey oven behind you. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations, by the way. Let's just reflect for a second on what was a very successful weekend for yourselves. You are in CL. I just, first things first, just react and give us your thoughts and feelings and how you feel since processing that news.
No, it's definitely a great achievement. I know that the players have definitely been working towards that. That's been the ultimate goal throughout our run in the NPL. So it's great to nearly have that guaranteed in the bag. But I mean, NPL's not over yet. We've still got the playoffs and then the finals to go for. So we'll still be focusing on that. But yes, I guess there's a set of relief that CL's looking is pretty much guaranteed. So yeah, it's a good feeling.
A little bit of trepidatiousness coming out there, Jerry. Pretty much guaranteed, but you're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, you can't count your chickens before they've hatched, but these it looks so likely now that it's barely worth thinking about the possibility of not making it. So yeah, I think just let's accept that you're in. Okay, let's count those chickens. I wanted to ask, actually, Chris. I don't know how involved you are with the like direct kind of input of the roster. Of course, you've got PX7 who does a lot more of the kind of direct work in terms of analysis and coaching and stuff. But did you, in the sort of lead up the days, the weeks up to the CL quals this last weekend gone by, did you get a sense of like what was the kind of vibe in the camp? Was there an expectation that you might make it all the way, or the team might make it all the way, or was it very much a kind of we're going to go in and see what we can get? Was it reserved, or was it really confident?
No, so I think that as a team we're always confident. I guess from my perspective, I am quite hands off. I think that's something that's best. I mean, the 86 team has been around for so long. I don't want to necessarily interfere with things when they're working. But my general dialogue with the likes of PX7, Jace, the team manager, and Curly as well, there's always that sense of confidence. There's never an opponent that we come up against that we're feeling particularly nervous against. We take every opponent equally and we will do the same amount of prep. So going into that qualifier, we were definitely confident as a team. I think probably winning it might have been a little bit of a surprise, but the boys have definitely been working hard, and it's definitely a good demonstration of sort of where the team's at and how we compare against other teams within this sort of tier of competition.
You should be incredibly proud of what you've built, Chris, you know, as the founder of Viperio Esports. You're very young. How old are you? I mean, I know that you finished it up at Durham University in 2021, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So I'm 23 and I graduated last summer, so we're only a year out of university. But Viperio's been around for 9 years now, so I started that back when I was 13. We've competed in a range of titles, but Rainbow Six is definitely our focus at current.
Yeah, so just talk me through when you were that young whippersnapper, immersed in this world of esports. Did you ever imagine building to a point such as this? And was this the vision? Because ultimately, you guys are just getting started, right?
Definitely not what I would have expected to be where we're at now. I think we're at a good position for sort of where we're at based on how long we've been around and sort of the resources that we have. But yeah, it was great. I remember speaking to the 86 team all the way back in 2020 when they were in UKIN 2. And we were speaking to them for about 6 months behind the scenes. And then when they finally got that jump up, it was time to announce and work with them. And it's been a great experience working with the likes of Curly, some of the more veteran names like Monkey and Leighton, and sort of seeing that roster evolve into what it is today. So it's been a good journey, and hopefully, as you say, yeah, this is just the start, and it continues to thrive and grow from there.
I'm very confident that it will. Whip it. Do you want to jump in with something for Chris?
Well, obviously, Viperio 86 at this stage is one of the most recognisable teams in, I would say, the UK scene, but essentially T2 European competition. What's the journey in Siege been like to get to this stage?
It's been an interesting one. I think going into our first UKIN season, we definitely came in hot and made that very quick run. But I think coming off that first UKIN and that first CL, I think there's a pressure to stay at that same level. So when we're coming back into this debut MPL season, people are expecting us to be a team that can take on the likes of 10 Star and challenge back for that CL again. So there is that sort of reputation that we're trying to uphold. But as you can see by the results in MPL and also that recent qualifier, the caliber of players that we have, they definitely are able to compete at that level and have definitely delivered on that reputation.
So let's just talk about EUL for a second here, right? Because I was just having a little bit of a debate prior to coming into this conversation with yourself, Chris, with some of the analysts here, about how you would fare if right now you guys were just slotted into EUL. And, you know, with some of the teams aren't necessarily haven't been performing as well as you might have expected. And there's been an argument that you were probably landing around 5th place position if that was the case. How do you feel about it? What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely think we'd be competitive. I mean, throughout the MPL season, we put up good games against Heroic, and we also beat Navi before they forfeit. So we'd definitely be a competitive squad within that EUL level. So it'd be great to one day get the opportunity to put that to the test and actually compete there. But yeah, definitely, we have high caliber players. You've got the likes of Curly, who's a great in-game leader, and you've got those veteran players like Vito, Astro, Hungry, and Grubby. This new up and coming player is absolutely, he's playing insanely. So we've definitely got a competitive squad. So it could definitely compete against the best of the best.
Just briefly, you mentioned there about like some of the hungry youthful players and some more of the experienced stars that are now part of your roster. Hungry joined at the start of the second split. He's made a big difference, hasn't he? Joined in place of Noodle, and he's got obviously that incredible experience too. So he's pretty much invaluable to you at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, I think when you look at historically at the players that have formed Viperio 86, it's been a very young roster, and a lot of these players, like the highest level that they've competed at would be this tier 3 and into that CL. Bringing in a player of Hungry's caliber, competing on that world stage, and also being a bit older, I guess he's a bit of a calmer force. He's been and done. He's competed at those levels. This is nothing new to him, so he brings in that expertise. And then when you have that combined with this up-and-coming talent, you get quite a nice roster. You get a lot of that synergy. I know that was one of the reasons Hungry picked us over potentially other teams. He saw the potential of this roster, and as you can see, the results show that as a squad, that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Jerry?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about something we saw at the weekend, actually. So, of course, me and Whippet did a lot of casts at the weekend. We casted 36 into Challenger League, essentially. We had a lot of fun doing that. And we got to see some of your reactions as well as a viewer on this channel. And it got piped up onto the screen at one point. Sitting in Pixel Bar in Manchester, having a good time. I wanted to ask about the experience of watching your own team and what it's like to see them succeed, but also kind of what you feel is most enjoyable. I actually want your personal opinion on what you enjoy watching about Siege as an esport and about watching your team, and are they more exciting to watch than other teams, do you think, and why? There's a lot of questions in there.
It's a great question. I'll try and cover as much as I can remember. But I mean, being a team owner, like I have that invested interest in the squad. So I mean, in reality, I'm probably one of the team's biggest fans. So when I'm watching those games, I'm really rooting for these boys to do the best that they can. Referencing things like the crowd replay as it was on that weekend stream. I mean, I've been in Pixel Bar nearly every Tuesday throughout the regular season, watching it live in the bar with members of the Rainbow Six community. We've had a few casters, the likes of eBack and other members that the community come into the bar, meet us for the first time and watch those games live, which has been a really great experience. And that's been something that's really made the MPL an enjoyable watch for me personally. It's definitely a great league with how regular the games are. Rainbow Six being a first-person shooter with a round-based system, the game can change at any moment. It's quite tense, so it's definitely something for me personally that I really enjoy watching. And as I say, having that invested interest in the team, I'm sat there in the Discord or in the bar, stressed and nervous, thinking, how could this round go? So it's definitely an enjoyable experience for me.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? Because for like people like ourselves, we check in and check out of your performances. Obviously, we've got an invested interest because we want to see Viperio 86 do well. But for you, it's the lifestyle. You know, as an owner of, let's be honest, a business, I guess, right? You're constantly thinking, is this going to work? Are we going to win this? And then you've got all the behind the scenes stuff that you've got to deal with as well. So it's quite fascinating. What is it like? How have you found, I guess, the baptism of fire of owning an esports organization and everything that goes into it behind the scenes? I imagine is pretty intense too, right?
No, it definitely is. I mean, like I still have like a full-time job as well. So 9 till 5, I'm sat in an office doing work, and then we get home, swap over to the other laptop, and work on Viperio till late hours into the evening. So I definitely have a lot on my plate, but I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't enjoy it. As I say, I see the potential in this team. I enjoy working with them. So it's definitely a fun experience, despite being quite chaotic and hectic at times.
The hustle is real. Whip it. Anything from you next?
I mean, when we were going through the weekend for ECL Quals, there was a couple of teams I asked for brief descriptions about the core philosophy of how they play, or just the team as themselves. I asked Tenstar, for example. How would you describe your team in 3 simple words as how they play, or just the philosophy of the organization or the roster?
Ooh, confident, aggressive, and let's just go with spicy. I don't know.
Spicy is the
like
one. I love spicy. I just want to quickly give a mention here about Insomnia 69. It is soon. It is 27th and 28th of August at the NEC in Birmingham. Siege R6 going to have a presence there. 5K prize pool. It is going to be exciting, Jerry. I know you're buzzing for this.
Yeah, and then to bring your own computer tournament, you know, it's something to really be excited about. I mentioned this earlier, but I've not done any sort of like competitive Siege as a player, besides the odd kind of like charity or show tournament every now and then. It's a completely different experience, and it's kind of something that I want to try out just to get that side of it. And yeah, it looks like a load of fun. So I'm hoping that other people, other casters, other people in the community, other players, coaches, whatever, band together and try and get something going there. Because yeah, it looks like it'll be a blast.
For the record, Jerry, if I packed up my PC right now, I would whoop your ass. You know that.
Oh no, you wouldn't. Absolutely not. I've killed Spoit, mate. I've killed Spoit twice.
Oh, okay. Jerry coming out with the fire. Chris, just briefly, I was lucky enough to be at the Charlotte Major, and I'll be honest, I was blown away by how amazing the Rainbow Six community is. I've worked across like multiple different games and stuff, but there's just something really, truly special about the R6 community when they all come together. And I know they went a long time without that, so to be back together at LAN was really special. But what does it mean to you to be, I guess, immersed within that community? You mentioned the get-togethers when you're watching some of your games going on at Pixel. Do you think that it is quite a unique community, isn't it? It's a feel-good community as well at times.
No, definitely. I think a lot of the members of the community, the viewers, the people watching at home, like they really get behind their squads from their region. So all the UK viewers are really rooting for those UK squads in those international tiers of competition, and that's really good to see that people get behind their squads. In other titles, you might have regions that are the game's really popular in certain countries, but in Siege, there's quite a broad coverage. You've got lots of competitive regions, so it's definitely a thriving ecosystem to be involved with. And as you say, when you look at the likes of the Charlotte Major, hopefully the Berlin one as well, when you have those crowds sort of getting really invested behind the teams and enjoying it, it's great to see. So yeah, Rainbow Six is definitely one I love being involved in.
Well, what a wonderful, articulate, passionate and driven man you are, Chris. I've only ever interacted with you on Twitter before, so I was really looking forward to catching up with you here on the debrief. And I'm of course joking about the jersey. Thank you so much, Chris, for joining us, and best of luck in CL. I know you're not counting your chickens before they've hatched and all that good stuff. But best of luck, and best of luck with the rest of the Northern Premier League as well. Tomorrow, we've got another Playday, of course, the final Playday of the group stages. And I just want to lay out one more time the things you need to be looking out for. Of course, 10-star. If things go their way and things don't go Heroic's way, they can leapfrog Heroic to finish first place at the end of the group stages, which would be quite the upset and quite an achievement for 10-star, a team that has got a lot of hype and backing behind it this season. And then, of course, it's all about MNM Gaming and Coalesce. Who will make it into that final playoff place? We will find out tomorrow. It is going to be very exciting. Jerry, Whip It has been a pleasure as always working with you guys. Chris, thank you once again. We hope to have you on the show again down the road. And for every single one of you watching and for sticking around for the debrief, we love you, we appreciate you, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye for now.
One look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG.
He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant finds one. Cunning on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam, picks up goal.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets 2.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there.